to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. 'cause now our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look.
Greetings and welcome back to the last day of the LCK for this week. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf tonight, and we have quite the day of matches, actually.
Yeah.
Definitely an underdog and a favorite in both of these, but it definitely could be pretty competitive here, Wolf.
They both feel like they could swing either way, right? You know, especially the first one where you have a Dom1 Kia that feels a little bit wounded after that loss to DRX, KT Rolster. Very inconsistent in their performance, but it feels like anyone could take this best of 3 tonight. Very excited to see if Dom1 Kia can recover after what was a pretty surprising loss to all of us there against DRX earlier in the week.
Yeah, very close match between those two teams, Damwon and DRX. I'm sure they're going to be coming back with a vengeance. KT as well, kind of getting clobbered by T1. I think both of these teams are really desperate for a win tonight, and that's going to make it all the better. So we do have the points of the match here. Let's dive a little bit deeper into this one, as DK are aiming for 3rd versus KT aiming for 5 wins.
That loss yesterday for DRX, which was another upset that we had this week, also means that Dom1 Kia can take 3rd place back if they win tonight, which is not something that we would have been able to say had DRX actually clinched that one yesterday, but great performance from Hanwha Esports. And now KT aiming for their 5th win, right? KT just trying to make sure they're still in playoff contention here as we head into the 2nd round robin. It was a rough end to their first, but there's definitely a strong, call for this team to actually win this best of 3, and we'll get into some of the reasons why in the future. But Dom1 Kia, here very much the stronger of the two on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a lot of people will say that DRX overplayed in their best of 3, and Dom1 Kia looked a little bit shaky for sure. As
they've never won a 3rd game as well in a series this season. 0-4.
Yeah, we'll see if it gets to 3 games, as whenever Dom1 win, it is 2-0. 2021 Gen G Top Showdown. Bertle starting 7 times in a row now for Dom1 Kia. I think that ㅅ, so far, he's just not ready, it feels like. And Bertle is constantly improving, so he's kind of earned that spot versus Rascal, which, I mean, at this moment in time, is definitely one of the best top laners we have.
I think he is the best right now, and, we'll get into a little bit more later, but I think that is one way that KT can win this matchup. Is we'll take a look at the mid lane here, the CS difference here. It's been pretty one-sided in terms of how these two players are performing, especially in lane. And so it's been 38 days since last time Arya faced off. Looks like here. Very exciting to see Arya once again face off against Showmaker, because remember, he had that win, or near win. It was basically a game that DFM lost at MSI that was so famous last year. So there's a little bit of history between these two mid laners.
Yeah, absolutely. Showmaker definitely still dominant. I wouldn't say that he is as dominant as he was in the past, but still working towards that. It is still spring, so there's a lot of time. So you can see the stats here for Dom1 Kia are very good. I think that when they do win, it is pretty decisive overall. It's just that, when they get into muddied waters and when it gets into Game 3, they begin to struggle.
Yeah, we've also seen some really unusual drafting from Dom1 Kia. Something that I want to talk about is we do have Dom1 Kia coming out on stage here with Bertle in the top position again, is that this team has defined the early game tempo-based style. They've been the most successful at running Diana, then taking early Rift Herald fights with her at level 6, and then turning that into a snowball-y game. We've seen them run styles like this so much, but it's their opponents, KT, who've really grabbed onto it and adapted it. And as Dom1 Kia move away from it, we are seeing Cuz play the Rek'Sai, right? We are seeing KT Rolster try to play for early advantages a lot. And as Dom1 Kia kind of set the pace for that, KT Rolster have really adapted it into their own. And it may affect how the drafts turn out in this best of 3. We might see a lot of early priority on things like the Twisted Fate. Don't expect that to get through. I don't think Ryze gets through here tonight either. Two champions that I don't think you want either of these teams to have, because they will base their drafts around it and play super well. It's one of their strong points.
Yeah, absolutely. Same roster you can expect there from Dom1 Kia. And here's KT. Feels like Dom1 Kia is already in their seats, so they're just rearing up and ready to go. KT are like, well, we'll stand here for the show. We'll do the walk-in.
Yeah, perhaps a bit mistimed there. As KT, yeah, they're going to come out here, and the cool part about this is, as we point out in points of the match, is the Rascal versus Bertle matchup, because we have, one of our less experienced players, not technically a rookie in Bertle, but, he's very much played way less games than Rascal, who spent his time, abroad as well. And Rascal has the most solo kills. He is arguably, individually, our most talented top laner in the LCK as of now. Players like Khan have retired, etc., right? So it becomes a pretty clear picture when Zeus is the top laner for T1. You also have Kana moving to a different team. Like, it feels very clear-cut. And so maybe if Rascal can play a winning matchup here on red side, get that counter pick, get a nice lead, KT Rolster could mess with the tempo here that Dom1Kia love to play around.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Rascal has a lot of fans in the audience, as you can already see. And turns out when you have the most solo kills, 15 already, in only the first round of games that KT have played so far for this split, Rascal is really popping off in a huge way. You can see that Birdall, he does, I suppose, isolatedly die often, if that is a way to say that.
Yeah, high isolated deaths, yeah.
Yeah, other than that, you can see he does get some solo kills, but overall a pretty tumultuous top laner.
I think Birdall is often targeted in the draft. A lot of his favorite picks do get taken out oftentimes, and he's also been very much kind of on weak side duty here this season for the most part, so it's about how he initiates teamfights, how he engages on champions like the Gragas, where he does end up being pretty standout. If he ends up being on a strong side champion, he often does botch it or doesn't get the leads that you'd expect, and as a result has been the brunt of a lot of criticism for Dom1Kia fans, as this team is expected to be. It's a new version of the team, but it's also a super team. At least top 2 right now this season was the expectation, but falling down to 4th is not something people expected. A win tonight would put them back in top 3.
More Rascal fans
yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. Here's Canyon. He has been quite good so far, I would say. And at the same time, there's another great portrait of Canyon. You can see there, right?
I see the detail.
Very realistic,
yeah.
As you can see, as Polar Bear as it gets. And I think that's a matchup that Dom1Kia should be very happy about going into this matchup, especially with Canyon. He's got the most pogs in the LCK right now, and he's playing pretty good.
He really is. We don't like all of the Diana comps that Dom1Kia run with him, but most of them we're pretty fine with. And that's another champion that could be banned out as well. This is even more realistic. I have to feel that a loss here for Dom1Kia really hurts their chances to be able to say that right now they are a top 3 team, because you could argue the losses they had were against the top teams here in the LCK, even DRX, a top team in their own right. But a loss against KT here makes you wonder, is this team going to be able to return to consistent form? Because we have seen a rocky start to a lot of these teams on the top side. Gen.G had their COVID issue, Dom1Kia struggling to figure out the synergy with the top lane. And we've just had this team that's really struggled to find a consistent form as of late.
That sign was extremely cheesy play on words with, let me just quickly look up which player that was, Duck Dom. Basically, like, if you're looking at a river, it's like a river view. If you're looking at the ocean, it's like an ocean view. If you're looking at Duck Dom, it's like, I love you. Instead of the other kinds of views. So, yeah, definitely a lot of love going around here at the LCK tonight. A lot of fans, I think, for both of these teams, absolutely.
It's true. KT's fan base has had a history of ups and downs, right? Even since the StarCraft Brood War days. And it felt like the start of the season was very, very up for KT, but it hasn't been as strong lately. It's kind of middling, right? I mean, look at these 2 win rates as we go into this draft. 5-4, 4-5. Wouldn't expect these teams to be so close considering how 2020, 2021 went. As we head into this, the Twisted Fate removed. Expect the Rise will go alongside that, as the Kalista, we've seen so much in the bottom lane for aiming, taken out right away. Could have banned the set instead, but there goes the Rise.
Yeah, they're going to ban away the Rise. Doesn't look like they want to first pick that one here. Dom1Kia definitely this year around, down in the bottom lane, they feel like they can put carries and pick highly in terms of the draft for their 80 carries. So stuff like an Aphelios first pick, Zeri first pick if it's available. They don't feel uncomfortable handing that over to Duck Dom.
Now, we've seen Aphelios be countered by Karma a lot right now in this draft in terms of the laning prowess.
Well,
And that Jinx screams, I'm going to first pick the Aphelios.
Yeah.
You could leave it open with the Zeri also banned. I'm curious to see if KT Rolster are willing to just let them have it and try to run a Karma lane. Caitlyn is also open still as a big response to the Aphelios. You could ban the Caitlyn, give them the Aphelios, take the Karma as a response to control that bottom lane. There's a lot of options here for KT. This final ban will give us a pretty big heads up. They just take it off the board entirely. Problem with this is now you've given Damwon Kia Caitlyn. I don't like this answer as much as the other ones.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean, we've seen a lot of things go with the Caitlyn as well. We've even seen Caitlyn Morgana, right? Keria playing the Morgana. We've seen Caitlyn Lux, obviously. Caitlyn Karma is a combo you can go for. We're definitely expecting a Karma priority here in terms of the draft for KT, but you're not exactly taking away options. Obviously, it can make that lane a little bit easier if you do pick up the Karma. I'm interested to see what kind of AD carry they go for, or maybe they just go ahead and pick a Xin Zhao alongside of this, another great synergy, and gets you first pick in the jungle.
Yeah, the Karma here, you know, there's not a lot of AD carries you feel great about. The problem with this Karma pick as a response to Caitlyn is Caitlyn naturally pushes, and she will have either of those critical supports you mentioned to help push against the Karma. It will somewhat neutralize that, but there's the Xin Zhao you called for. The AD carry pick, I think, is definitely something you could save for later here as KT, because you really need the Xin Zhao. You need some sort of punishing power to lock down this Caitlyn in lane. The question now becomes, will it be the Morgana or the Lux here? The Morgana fancy, fantastic, whatever you want to call it, was Keria when Keria was playing it. And looks like they're leaning towards the Lux here. This is the more common response. And both obviously have their strengths. The Black Shield is super powerful against a lot of other junglers, not necessarily as important against the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with the Lux is that it doesn't feel great into Karma, right? The Karma can Mantra Inspire, she can inspire herself, and you have so much movement speed, you can go Lux, or rather Boots early to dodge a lot of those skill shots from the Lux. Kind of take away that power, you can push back as well against it. Issue is, of course, Caitlyn Lux, the power for this comes in the something like 4-second root, and insane amount of damage that comes out when you are rooted for that amount of time.
Yeah. Gwen will be the follow-up here. And this could be an opportunity for Rascal to get an early Jace if he wants to really win the matchup, right? We talked about how on red side here you often have the opportunity to get a counter pick for top. Jace doesn't feel great into this composition just yet. We don't know how it's going to be rounded out at the moment. But it could be a great way to make sure you have the early prios. It will be the Ezreal that comes through here. Now, this is great in terms of range. Works very well with the Karma. We know this combo is a very potent one. And obviously can avoid Lux's binding super easily, too. Not that he should ever be caught by one in a traditional moment without the enemy jungler, but still, a lot of power with this pick.
Yeah, does mean that maybe you can leave that Ezreal down there. I feel like Ezreal versus Caitlyn in the 1v1 is not very fun, just because you have to sit way back, you just throw out the Qs, and you're going to lose a lot of priority in that lane. But other than that, you know, as you mentioned, the combo is very good in the 2v2. As the Zoe's going to get banned, we're seeing more and more Zoe picks here in the LCK as our mid laners realize that, hey, I mean, she's still pretty strong.
You can sleep into a binding, and then that target is just dead 100% of the time. So very powerful in that regard in terms of pick here for Damwon Kia, which makes Caitlyn stronger through her power trough because she can actually find picks sometimes when she's just sitting back in lane if those picks, or rather those CCs do link through. So Lee Sin will be banned here too against Canyon. And with the Gwen here already in the Lux, it doesn't feel like this is an angle for the Diana. We've seen Damwon Kia pick in scenarios like this. You know, we wouldn't even traditionally discuss the Diana in a comp like this, but with Damwon Kia, they pick it in comps where it doesn't even make sense. So that's why I'm bringing it up. But I don't think it will be the case here. I'd love to see a Jace ban here. I think the lane control that Rascal can get with this comp, it already has good range with the Ezreal, is something that could be a problem for Damwon Kia. It could be really difficult for Birdall's early laning phase, but they take away Arias LeBlanc. He'll pick up the Ari!
Yeah, you know, one of the things that has been left open entirely is the Corki, right? And that LeBlanc ban, I was like, do they want to go for something like a Corki, especially with Syndra still available? Ari goes in, and Ari is trying to say, okay, well, I'm laying down the gauntlet. Showmaker. And this is the second time we've seen blind Ahri. I love this choice into it.
Yeah, this is a choice that really is going to outlast the Ahri in terms of damage later on in the game. Can shut down Ahri's mobility with the E here, and you just put up some event horizons, and suddenly this composition becomes a lot more difficult to play. The Karma can help you navigate around the Veigar a lot of the time, but the utility that it brings and the guaranteed late game damage that you're going to have helps match the Ezreal later on, outdoes the Ahri. And then when you just lock it up here with the Graves, at the end of the day, if you put the Gwen in the jungle, I like this a lot because now you have also very difficult to kill or match side laning. We'll see where that ends up going here, if it'll be Canyon's pick or if it will be the Birdall Graves.
It's great. I mean, you have flexibility, as you mentioned. The Gwen can go into the jungle. We've seen Graves in the jungle this week many times.
And there's the Jace. And now that you have the Jace, I think you feel a lot more comfortable putting Gwen in the jungle. You don't want to lose the early control over that lane. And then you put Graves in there where he's going to be able to outlast. Then he can take his Hullbreaker. We'll see what they decide. Well, that's my take on this.
I mean, Danny is laughing a lot, which makes me feel like we'll see Gwen jungle. But with this last swap coming in, perhaps not.
Yeah, it looks like not. Either way, the Graves is going to have a lot of power, you know, in the late part of the game versus a Xin Zhao who can engage early. And I think KT Rolster, their draft synergy is very disconnected. They have both pick potential with this Ahri early on. She can side lane fairly well, but she won't be able to side lane as well as a Gwen can with the Graves to back it up. Nor will she be able to put out the damage that a Veigar will post 25, post 30 minutes. And the Veigar also shuts down the mobility. Whereas Damwon-Kia's comp screams, I have lane dominance on the bottom side of the map. My focus is top. And we will outlast you, and we will win the long game. If we get ahead early, it's done. It's over. Like, just, it's just done. But if we have an even mid-game, we will beat you in the later parts. And that means that KT have to be aggressive early. They have to try to use this Ahri to extreme fruition around early fights. And honestly, I think Cuz, this game is all about him. How much pressure can he put on in these lanes?
Definitely a big question, especially when he is going up against Canyon playing Graves, one of his favorites in the jungle. As we will jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. And this is going to be a fun one. One thing I do want to mention is that there is a lot of magic damage on the side of Damwon-Kia. Not a lot of champions on the side of KT will build magic resist, but I suppose that Cuz, you know, if they do get ahead, he can build a lot of magic resist items and then have Karma to back him up. Could be a force to be reckoned with and deny a lot of that damage, especially from Showmaker and Birdall.
Yeah, that's another reason why I thought perhaps the Graves top would be a good answer, because you're going to have a little bit more gold. You're going to have a little bit more opportunity to itemize, you know, tanky and be more damaging. Like, your damage throughput is better. And also, Birdall, you know, he's playing this Gwen. He's going to have a hard time in the lane. Canyon has more dueling power against Cuz in the mid game, actually, with the Gwen than a Graves will have. But it is Canyon. He plays extremely well. We'll see how Cuz does and if he even really interacts with him that much in the early game in a draft like this, which is so black and white, I think, in terms of control. Bot lane could be fairly neutral here. The top side of the map, though, it is going to be Rascal pushing hard in the early parts of this.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the runes, we did have 6 biscuits, which is okay. I mean, especially in a game like this where you're really trying to get ahead, I think it's passable. One thing that was interesting is that Rascal on the Jace, he actually took Gathering Power instead of Scorch. I think that Scorch is very common just to try to... well, this is a lot of damage that Kellen has taken, but he will be okay. But yeah, you usually take the Scorch on the Jace just to really try to lane Kingdom, but I think it's Rascal showing respect to Gwen's potential early on, as we do have the Ignite going down onto life, and he is taking a bunch of damage in the trade. Nobody's actually looking for the kills here, though. Both heals still available.
Both the heals available, he's still sitting on pots, and with the health bars, you know, at level 1, you're going to be able to heal through with your level up, etc. too.
Oh, does he have Trap? Yes, he does. That's another great trade there for Dr. and Kellen.
Yeah, forcing out the heal this time. So even though Karma Ezreal will push a lot of lanes and will stave off some of the pressure against a lot of laners that have the Enchanter support, in this case it's very difficult, as Birdall is laning very well through these early stages. Scorch, you know, going to help you out, but I think this was really just well played by him, whatever happened up there in C, but trades you normally don't get, and the CS difference of 1 is usually not the lead that a Jace is looking for this early on. You're usually looking for about a wave of extra pressure. It's not getting it.
Yeah, we might have our first question answered here in a little bit. We do have Cuz up on the top side. He did skip Raptors and his Gromp, so potentially looking for a faster play up to the top side of the map here. There is a ward from the side of Bertle, and KT do know about it, so it does look like Cuz will just continue back into the jungle.
Yep, he's backing off. Bertle just farming freely here. It does make the Jace pick in the early game feel a little bit worse when you're not able to have much pressure. He's finally starting to put some of that on here. And bottom side of the map, this much control going over to the Lux. Caitlyn is fantastic, right, in terms of what you're looking for. This is not the matchup win rate against the opponent, but just in general the combo. We've seen a lot more games, nearly triple here for Caitlyn Lux. Here we go.
Oh man, this is an early trade. Bertle really trying to get ahead of Rascal. He's got Canyon coming up, but look at this. We have Cuz here first. And that should be enough. The back timing is coming in. Canyon trying to shut this down, but with red buff Xin Zhao there, even though Canyon's up a level, he will respect it. And that's going to be first blood going into the hands of Rascal.
Back going to be interrupted here. Canyon losing a little bit more time himself, but yeah, this is the early power that you have is that Xin Zhao does respect a lot of that early trading. Decides, okay, I'm going to come up here. Rascal says, oh, we're gonna go for this. We're gonna pull this off. And Canyon's a little bit late, but also as you mentioned, like what I was talking about earlier, is the Graves against the Xin Zhao at this stage, especially with the red buff. You can't really get in there and do anything about this. As we will see, the event horizon is very annoying to deal with here in lane.
Yeah. Showmaker not going for the Leprechaun skin, respect, I suppose. Not sure exactly what the name of this skin is. It looks pretty cool, but not in my top 50%, I would say, as a Veigar player myself.
You guys are all about the Veigar skins. I just like the regular one.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. He looks pretty purple. Yeah. It's a charm with lands, but Showmaker's totally fine. I mean, he does take a bit of damage here, but he can definitely go back. He's got Predator, of course, on the Veigar.
Yep.
And he should be fine at least before Arya hits 6.
When Arya hits 6, it gets a little bit more hectic, but obviously Event Horizon can shut down some of that aggression and use it very defensively. As Rascal baits this out very well, aggressively trades, he has the minion wave here, then boops Bertle back. As this should have been pretty apparent for Bertle. Why he stays so long is because he's like, who's baiting whom? Because his jungler is also up there. Canyon is also looking for the play, but because he was just one step behind there, there's just no ability for him to turn that. There's getting duped there, and this is both top laners trying to set up a play, but it's Rascal who succeeds. So this makes this top side of the map a lot more open for plays now as KT, and this upcoming Rift Herald will become so much easier.
Yeah, it's a really big win. I mean, I think the communication in that case needs to be a little bit better from Bertle and Canyon, because Bertle was like, we are winning this 100%. There's no chance that Xin Zhao gets here first. When in fact, Canyon could say, okay, he could be in the tri-buff before me, and you know, maybe you want to play it a little bit slower. So I think if the collaboration was better there, it would have been better.
Interesting to note that Rascal hasn't played this champion in nearly 2 years. The last time he played it was in the spring finals against Kana.
Of 2020.
Yeah. So, very rare pick for him. Does not often like to play champions with no CC or no real solo kill potential. Cuz once again, duping Bertle. He's going to be fine, though.
Good job by Jonas Strong. Duped us all. And, yeah. Just really showing a lot of pressure up to the top side. We'll see how Canyon does respond. Could go for this early Ocean Drake, especially with the Caitlyn Lux that is pushing in the bottom lane.
The other thing that we've talked about a lot, and something I think Atlas likes to discuss a lot, is that Gwen can't build Hullbreaker, right? She's a non-Hullbreaker champion. She's not going to be able to build it to help stave off this pressure in the early game. And Jace doesn't need it anymore, and wasn't probably going to build it anyways. We've seen some Jaces build this, but I'm not going to talk about it. He's going for lethality instead and is going to be a threat in these upcoming fights around the first few objectives, especially against these very, very squishy champions, the Veigar, the Caitlyn, the Lux. So he's actually feeling very good about this start. And unfortunately for Bertle, he doesn't have a lot of agency here for quite some time. He can turn this one around, and it is only 1 kill, but it's going to be a while before that happens.
Yeah, for now, just farming it out pretty evenly. I think it will be okay up there. Nice to see that Cuz is being proactive, getting stuff done early on. I think that's something that we've called for as Arya gets caught in the event horizon.
Yeah. You and I don't call it baby cage. We don't do that here. I knew you were thinking about it, and then you were like, I'm not doing it.
I was thinking about it. Like, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
You and I were talking about that. I saw the Veigar V2 tweet about it. And
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to call it a baby cage. I don't know where that started. Like, I'm not sure about this meme.
Yeah, I mean, to each their own, if that's what you want to call it. We have an actual fight down here as Ignite is used, and it will go the way of Dom and Kellen. But yeah, we have some baby cage casters on, on this team already. Won't name any names, but it's not you and I, Wolf.
That's okay.
But that's okay.
Everybody calls events, calls things differently, you know. And baby cage makes me baby rage, but it's okay. I respect our casters who do say baby cage. We just don't do it. You and I aren't big fans of it.
It's just a personal choice.
Yeah,
right?
Just like we all have different skin preferences for Veigar.
Yeah, exactly.
If that charm hit, by the way, going back to like real serious talk, if that charm had hit, Cuz was there to follow up, and that could have actually been a kill. So
watch the roam down.
Yeah, this is they have a lot of vision here, so they should be able to react accordingly.
Another trade up in the top side. Doesn't look like it's going to amount to too much, as Canyon is still on this Rift Herald. Feels like he's been working on this for a good minute or so.
The concern here for KT is that they need to stop this early because it looked like they were going to commit hard to backing their bot duo and rotating over, but they're going to lose plates if they do that. So they need to be very decisive, and they do come over here, shut down the Rift Herald start, the early start there from Canyon, and aiming is with his True Shot Barrage able to stave off some of this pressure here. And at the end of the day, Caitlyn gets plates here. This is somewhat expected, but KT at least have some breathing room now to reset and start the Herald themselves with the respawns, or rather the backs, coming through. It's kind of tricky though, you know, Damo and Kia have really put them in a tough spot here in terms of controlling this because they don't have the damage to rush it down early. The fact that Canyon was on there and pulling resources meant that KT had to make the tough call bottom as they don't know where Kellen is.
Oh, trying to land that, and there's the trap as well. Do they have the damage? Kellen's getting kind of zoned out here, but Dom not quite able to finish the job. So Life will be able to get away with his flash. They did have to use heal to get him out.
A lot of damage onto this Lux, who has very low mana. And, you know, this could be the opportunity for KT to actually rush for Herald.
It is a Xin Zhao getting in there onto 2, trying to set this up, and he's just going to kill Showmaker by himself. And now Arya's going to come over here. Canyon, nice flash. Otherwise, you were 100% dead, and a fantastic setup here from Cuz.
Now they're going to be able to grab this first Drake. It's a very late first Drake at 11 minutes, and they should be able to turn this into a Herald as well. Bit of an awkward leash there with this Drake, because unfortunately the Ezreal can't come over to help. He's a little bit pushed in, and they're putting those vision pings down right now, showing, oh, okay, he knows where I am, he knows I can't come over this way. As they will take this, reset, and head over to Herald. And Canyon, he did have to flash earlier, did not have to back these Graves, so he's going to heal up pretty quick with the Scepter. And he could start this, but I don't think you realistically have enough control here as Damo and Kia to actually pull this off, and they are going to send their bot duo back. Like, you could have started this and have the Caitlyn Lux running over, but just not realistic. And watch Cuz.
무빙하면서 공 준비. 이번에 싸운다.
He's like, I'm coming, I'm fighting him. And then he Crescent Guards the Graves away, so this is essentially a 1v1. I mean, he even ulted the Crescent Guard. Canyon did there, so that's...
Okay.
I mean, the timing was almost perfect to where he actually hits it while the Crescent Guard is fading. But that was not the greatest look there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple of things, right? I think the Xin Zhao is pretty good into the Graves in general because his ult pushes him out of the Crescent Guard. Also, you know, talking about this top side, Rascal got 2 plates early as well. So, like, even though Dom and Kellen were doing well on the bottom side, due to that first blood, Rascal has got a lot of control up in the top side. He got eclipsed really early on. I mean, we're talking 9 minutes into the game. So he's just been heavily pushing the top side as a ton of damage goes down onto aiming. but he will survive. Life gonna block the bullet there. This is very good for Damwon Kia. They really need to get some big win in the bottom side because the top side of the map is going all KT's way.
It's definitely true. That is 100% the case. Is Canyon actually looking to try to push this further so Duckdom can guarantee full plates here? And, you know, it just feels like whether it's Aphelios or not, you give him a winning lane, he's going to get all plates. As Rascal, this is a bit overzealous. Not going to actually go for it, but full plates to Duckdom here at 13 minutes into the game. He's not going to be able to swap lanes and get anything topside, but he's going to get some free farm down here. This makes the power trough that we always talk about with Caitlyn a lot easier to manage. And, you know, for Damwon Kia, your win condition becomes a little bit more clear now. You know, we talked about how, if you get ahead or if there's some mistakes around early objectives, this comp does very well and can win there. Now you're just kind of sit back and win. Like, sit back and hope that KT can't get any further advantages. As plates going into an Ahri here feels good for now, but you're not going to feel as great about that in 20 minutes, right? So Damwon Kia really just need to stave off the pressure, make sure KT can't pick up any more kills. Arya will get this turret, which makes Veigar's farming a lot tougher. Oh, well, they actually can't quite get it.
Yeah. Not going to get this turret very, very close, so they'll miss out on that final plate. But it's still a ton of gold that's going into this Ahri as well. As, of course, the Xin Zhao, Cuz, who has had a fantastic start to this game. So KT currently in the lead. They do have about 1,000 gold in the lead, but Damwon Kia trying very hard to control some of this vision around the Drake. It's not ready for 2 minutes, though.
The power of getting that mid turret, had they gotten it, I mean, obviously the final plate would have been amazing too, but if they had gotten that mid turret, the ability for Veigar and Caitlyn to farm the mid lane is so frustrating. And so now, you know, Veigar is pushing bot. I'm hoping that they're going to commit resources to actually push this turret down. I actually really respect how Damwon are responding here. Because as KT, like, if you get this turret, it's so much easier to deny a lot of farm, and you can even threaten the mid lane if Duckdom is trying to farm. And the Q nerf to minions actually really comes into play in a game like this, where you just have to sit back and farm as Caitlyn. But the fact that they identify KT are probably going to group around mid, to look for a play there, and get this Veigar push to the side lane early is pretty nasty.
Kellen, as a support, not exactly great at setting up vision. He can check a lot of brushes with all of the vision that Lux can provide. But other than that, you're extremely squishy. And against champions like Ezreal, like Karma, like Jace, one false step, Ahri as well. One false step, you're dead. So good luck, Kellen. You're going to have a hard job this time around. Maybe just use your abilities instead of wards.
It's going to be tricky. At least to a certain extent, if he's not alone, he can turn pretty well as Lux and maybe trade his life for a carry's life if he's able to hit a binding. As Rascal has so much control here. And, you know, we'll never know what reality we could have lived in if it was Graves top and the Gwen jungle, but I think a lot of the issues that Damwon Kia are facing this early game would have been resolved. Now, they obviously have some strengths with this, too. The late game that Gwen provides is going to be insane in terms of team fighting and raw damage. That won't change even if she does find herself behind in gold now, because Damwon Kia are hoping to get to that late game regardless. And it's not a comp for KT that doesn't scale either. Yep. Look at this damage on the Eclipse. Don't build Hullbreaker, please, on Jason matchups like this.
That's with bone plating as well. It's not a great feel overall. Right now, as KT, they say, well, you don't really have a Lux. Let's go for this dragon. These
champions in the mid lane are so fragile to farm with against the Eclipse Jace. So you can't control Prio very easily. Even though Damwon Kia have insanely good wave clear with this comp, like it's really crazy how quickly they should be able to clear minions. But in order to get to those waves and control them and push them in without a turret, it just puts you at so much risk. You see where Veigar is going right now, he's waiting for waves. You see where Duckdom is going right now, he's waiting for waves, because you can't go up there, you can't walk up to that minion wave anymore without vision on the other side of the map. And like you said, the Lux problem is a big one.
Oh, he's trying to take the 1v1. Rascal takes a huge amount of damage, not really shelling out too much of his own, but there it is. Finally going to get that accelerated shock blast. Look at Bertle, he's running the other way. Arya coming in from behind and is able to help pick that up. Life, unfortunately, with the kill secure. But a kill's a kill. They get the canyon. who had invaded to try to set it up.
This is that play got a giggle from the Korean casters as we heard, and I think it's a good idea if you have enough vision to support this sort of push into pick potential, but you didn't have enough vision to know that he would be alone and that you would be able to pull that off. And unfortunately, as it turns out, he dies for it. More gold goes over to KT, and as Damwon Kia, you can make a proactive play like this to put yourself back into the game, or you could just play to your already existing win conditions, right? Then they go for the pick here onto Rascal, but he's not alone. He has a Karma, which can help him survive here. And then he stays, he turns again. And this gives just plenty of time for Arya, who has complete mid control during this stage of the game with no enemy mid turret. The ability to just walk up here, freebie. Look at all the vision now that KT have around the Baron pit, too. It's, I think, as Damwon Kia, you do have to just sit back and wait, unfortunately.
They saw him on that control ward in the river that actually just got replaced, right as I mentioned it. And he walked over a control ward and just didn't do as good of a job as he should have with clearing all the vision out before going for a play like that. You can see that the gold overall is even in every lane except the top lane, where Rascal is Omega Ed. I mean, over 2,000 gold right now. As Showmaker is nearly dying, just running into Rascal. This guy is the most fed guy on the Rift.
Yeah, and Birdall was coming, but he wasn't anywhere nearby. You just have to respect that Rascal is fed. I think Damwon Kia not respecting the lead that KT have right now with a composition that will use it extremely well in side lanes like this. But it's Showmaker's desperation, right? He doesn't want to be sitting under bottom turret, basically out there trying to get minions. Like, he wants to be ahead in farm. He wants to be sucking up all the minions on the map, getting all the AP that he can get, that a Veigar wants so desperately to have. But he has to sit back and wait because of that early dominance that KT have. That extra kill that goes over to KT because of that play from Ken on the top side also just limits your chances so much here. And Arya can kill Canyon too shortly. You know, he's going for early Shadow Flame here, and he's going to be very, very strong if he gets any more picks in this game. You have to respect that. You just have to sit back and farm. And that's not Damwon Kia's way. Like, Damwon Kia's not behind early very often. So sometimes it feels a little bit weird to watch them in these moments.
Yeah, in general. Canyon is going to be able to pick up that Rift Herald. It doesn't look like in total they were in position to handle that. And as yes, the Shadow Flame will be coming in. I think it's a very good choice this early on. Basically, nobody has MR except the Merc Dreads on Veigar. Other than that,
yeah,
you're not looking at too much. And yeah, generally, you're just going to be looking to one-tap, one-combo people, so that will be good.
Other item to point out here is Canyon's build. He's going for Lethality Graves just like we saw yesterday, and I think that's really strong against any sort of squishy mid-assassin, because it means that if you survive the initial burst, or if, for example, Arya goes for a charm play and you dodge it, you flash it, etc., you can actually blow him up because you have so much lethality, and the Arya is not going to build tanky. So, you know, that's a good build choice here. He went for Collector second.
Kellen's just waiting here, seeing if he can catch anyone. It's a very good spot. We've seen a lot of plays be made in that exact spot. Usually I feel like it's LeBlanc and Lee Sin for some reason. But definitely can do it on Lux as well. And right now we're watching a game where it's like Fed Jace exists against squishy targets.
Yeah.
And we'll see if anything changes. I think the fact that it's Cloud Soul is very good for Damwon Kia because they can kind of just let it go and say, okay, well, if they get Cloud Soul, that's whatever. Maybe we'll scale by the time that Elder hits, and that's fine. You know, maybe even KT are like, well, we're just not going to take the Clouds then. Yeah,
well, I mean, KT will take this one for sure, but they can very easily play around the fact that they have Soul Point under threat, and it's very difficult for Damwon Kia to farm, right? Because of the lack of turrets now across the map. All outers are down. And yes, Veigar is starting to pick up some extra CS here, but that's because a lot of the farm has been given over to the Jace and the Ezreal, because KT know where their bread is buttered. This is no longer a game about the Ahri. She can threaten the Lux that's trying to ward, as you've mentioned. She can threaten the Graves. And obviously a Charm can win you a game, as we've seen already from Zeka. But the money here for KT is going into the Ezreal, going into the Jace, and Veigar isn't getting a big of enough of a lead in farm, right? We're not seeing him pick up too many AP stacks in this game because he's been on the back foot. He hasn't had any control. To farm is actually to put yourself in danger as Damwon Kia So they have to just kind of hope this game goes 35-minute plus. That is your win condition right now, is to survive. This is now a, turret defense game.
Uh-oh, Arya just gets totally caught here, and the damage is not going to be enough because Karma is there, right in position to save his life. That's a flash and ignite used there by Kellen to make it happen, and Arya just walks away. You can see that they do have potential for picks like that, especially if they have vision. But that has been an issue here for Damwon. As KT, I think you're just trying to roll this as fast as possible. I think the, don't take the Cloud Soul bit was a bit of a joke, but you can try to get that Elder as soon as possible and try to end the game.
Well, yeah, and, the amount of resources that had to be dropped to get one turret is traded by just a Jace getting one on the bottom side by himself alone. And as Damwon, you're trading even in structures in a moment like this, which, considering how their comp works, is actually pretty good for them. But the tides will have to turn here, and will KT be in a position to take this Drake is the real question. Damwon haven't been able to consistently remove vision. If you look across the river right now, you could see 3 control wards placed, some deep wards in Damwon's jungle on the top side. It's very difficult for Damwon to actually try to group up and set up on this Drake because their composition is so fragile. And one stray shock blast onto basically anybody, straight up, even the Gwen. You get that stray shock blast before you set up for the objective and you just can't take it. So I think Damwon will just have to give this one up and sit back and wait. As unfortunate as it is, this is not a turning point on the Soul. Like we've seen so many, okay, 3 Drakes to 0, but the turning point is the scaling team fights and stops the Soul and has the comeback. I don't know if this is going to be one of those scenarios.
KT are doing a great job of trying to push their edge right now, but this is a little bit overzealous. They need to wait for the Ezreal and the Karma, as life and aiming will get here. Event Horizon is going to miss. Teleport used by Arya, as they will be able to mostly get away from that. The Karma value you can see from ahead is just insane, as a lot of damage once again onto Arya. And the thing is that Damwon are just playing this very passively. They're like, no, we're just going to sit back and farm. It's fine. It's Cloud Soul, whatever. We're just going to clear waves, as you mentioned before, Wolf. They're very, very good at that. They can set up traps. They can set up event horizons. They can clear waves for days. And that's exactly what they're doing. So KT, while they are ahead, they're definitely trying to push their edge, but it's not the easiest game in the world here.
They're going to lose this turret no matter what. I would have liked to see Birdall pushing top when you know that all 5 are there and Arya use teleport, but they are just so... I feel like Damwon are so hoping for KT to screw up. Like, they're like so hoping they're going to overextend. Like, we're all here and they make a mistake. We're right back in there. And, like that Canyon play topside where he looked for the pick onto Rascal, moves like that will beat out a weaker team. And KT, is the, technically speaking, weaker team, but only by 1 game series here in the LCK, and they're playing this mid-game brilliantly. Would have liked to see a little bit more control gained around Baron, for example, during this 5-man group up for KT on bottom side, because you didn't get control of the bottom side of the map from this play either, nor did you get control of the Drake. And KT are just sitting pretty. I'm waiting for that Cloud Soul to hit. We're going to hit that next power spike for us, and we're just looking for the Elder fight before you guys really come online.
Yeah, like you said, they are going in for vision, but with all that rotation down to the bottom side of the map, that at this point is not necessarily that important. You want to be going for this Baron, especially with the immense amount of Baron damage that you have. They lost Scuttle. Scuttle vision is there. It's going to make it much more difficult for KT to go for that, so they're just going to chill. They're just going to wait for this Cloud Drake. They have a ton of vision around here, even very aggressive control wards, which are very great for controlling vision in the enemy jungle. You can see that Damwon, they don't even want to enter that jungle right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is Damwon. They can't set up for this Drake. They can't fight it. KT just going to push this wave through, make sure it's not a trade. The reason why KT are not grouped up as it spawns is because they don't have the Scuttle, as you mentioned, and they just want to make sure Damwon are not going to get the free trade. Because that's one way that Damwon get a lot of extra gold in their pockets and a little bit of freebie map controls if they are able to get a Baron for this. So you could just 2-man this while also pushing this mid wave. And as Damwon, you're starting to get to a point where you can rush this Baron down, but you don't have vision control. Like, you finally cleared the control ward in the pit just in time for KT to have Prio again in mid and a Cloud Soul. KT have played their lead about as perfectly as you can, especially considering the Ahri in the composition.
Aiming is totally fine here. The Ezreal just able to hop And you can see he's got a Karma right behind him. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty slow. I think that KT could have done a little bit more in terms of being proactive around the big objectives, but they're still winning pretty handily as Rascal is going to get caught out here. Let's see how quickly KT respond with this as an insane amount of damage goes on a Showmaker. Rascal's really fighting against them both right now. As the mist is down for Bertle, Showmaker, he's pretty squishy as well. He does have the Zhonya's and the Everfrost, I suppose, but this is taking forever.
This is taking forever, but KT are not getting anything on the other side of the map, so this is still a huge win for Damwon Kia. They decided to just push mid and top, excuse me, during this instead of actually starting Baron. They cleared vision when this started, by the way. There were 2 players from KT, I believe it was Arya and Life, on the Baron, but they did not actually start it up even with the vision control they had. That's the first kind of, I mean, you were kind of hinting at they haven't really pushed the objective control. This time I think they could have perhaps traded a Jace for a Baron. They at least control the waves. But the waves aren't going to win you this game anymore as KT. Before, they really helped set up for 4 Drakes in a row, right? But look at what I'm talking about. See the Arya and the Karma on the top side of the map? They've cleared out the vision. And instead of actually trying to push for that and saying, okay, a Lux and a Caitlyn can try to deny us, they just back
it's
off.
like doing wolves.
Yeah.
Like, that's not... Any team on top, like, we're going to see T1 later, T1 would have been like, Baron immediately.
Because there's no...
Do Baron. We're waiting for this.
There's
like,
no risk either. Like, if you somehow mess this up or you don't think you have a little bit less damage than you thought, then you just walk away for free, you know? There's no risk.
Yeah.
They're going to do it now, but this gave Damwon Kia a long time to respond. They have some extra prio in mid and top that helped them set up for this because they didn't start Baron and actually controlled waves instead. And Damwon Kia... not quite yet in a position to contest this. They have no vision. They can't go through this choke point. Look at Arya's positioning here. Damwon Kia are going to maybe even lose Canyon. Nope.
It will be okay. The Lux shield will come through, and they did spot it with the ultimate from Kellen, but there's, again, no way for them to enter this area right now against this amount of damage and poke, as they do get the Event Horizon down, but that's a charm on the Showmaker. It's the immediate stasis, as Damwon are trying to fight this, but... it's not happening. No. You know, like, Ezreal wasn't there. KT don't really care. As, yeah, we do have Canyon now here, but aiming very strong. He will have to flash away just to make sure, and now all 5 of them have the Baron.
It's the rare Duskblade Ezreal solo queue build, by the way, coming through here. Not going to go for Crown because there isn't really any blow-up pressure for him. There could have been if it was a different game for Veigar, right? But, you know... in this particular game, he's like, no, I just also want to burn down these extremely squishy champions as quickly as possible. And if he gets 1 kill, he becomes Master Yi in a team fight, basically, and is just untargetable, and you can't do anything about it. I think Damwon Kia's chances of taking this game are slowly fading away because KT have pushed their lead very well. Now, has it been perfect? No. We point out some of the errors and some of the ways they could have pushed it even further. But they have such an oppressive amount of vision control and wave control now with this Baron buff that it becomes very difficult for Damwon Kia to make any proactive plays. And to a certain point, you know, the Ezreal becomes so deadly that the sit back at scale argument doesn't work anymore if you can never leave your base. And, you know, we're almost there as KT have control of this next Elder fight.
We're just watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles here on the side of Damwon Kia, right? They're just in the shell. And they're just sitting there trying not to lose, right? And scaling up, which they are, but, I mean, that's not the way that League of Legends is really played anymore, you know? We have Elder Drake, we have the Baron pushes that are stronger. It's you know, it's a way that you can play the comp that they have, but
when the caster said it was
not sure it's a winning play, you know?
When the caster said it was a scaling meta, this is not what they meant. You know, it is a scaling meta, and it is a comp that scales very well. And losing those first 2 turrets, I think, really hurt Damwon Kia's ability to get Caitlyn through her power trough. Even though she got the plates bottom side and got some gold, the fact that she couldn't farm mid because of her Q nerf and because of the fact that there's an Ahri who could blow her up, there's a fed Jace that Rascal is piloting that got such early lethality that she can't farm freely, can't farm easily, finds herself extremely far behind here. And by the time she's now starting to get online with a rapid fire cannon or Bloodthirster, it's too late. You don't have control over the map, and Damwon Kia just have to you know, basically try to look for a miracle fight around Elder, because that's a nice catch.
It's going to be a decent amount of damage on the Cuz, but again, he went Force of Nature. Like, this isn't, he's not messing around. This is what I was talking about, right? There's an immense amount of AP damage on the side of Damwon-Kia. You build Force of Nature and you have Karma, and if you're ahead, Cuz never dies. And every single part of that statement came true in this game. And, Canyon's gonna, you know, Canyon and Duckdown will have to do enough damage to him, I suppose.
Will the Damwon-Kia, they can win any team fight from behind mantra come true? Because that's what needs to happen here. This needs to be the ultimate Damwon-Kia from behind, best team fighting team in the world. Can they do it? Because without the perfect fight here, this game ends with the Elder Drake for KT.
Well, Berto already took a third of his health in damage, getting poked out there by aiming. An immense amount of poke damage right now with the Jace and the Ezreal. Berto is just trying to push this bottom wave, and he's getting cut down by the Ezreal here, as now even Cuz is getting into the fight. With all the shields that are available, Life's just going in between the two of them, but Rascal, he just gets burst down there in the brush by himself.
Big overextension.
Yeah. Down he goes.
Big overextension. He's flashless now too. You know, not only did he die, but he lost his flash. And I don't think KT can buy 40 more seconds of time here. They don't have the poke anymore without that. I mean, sure, Ezreal can poke a little bit here, but he needs to start hitting these Qs. There's a nice true shot.
It's crazy how Damwon are still alive with this Phalanx composition and the way they're playing it.
6,000 gold behind, but they might make it work.
Hey, they're really making a big push for this Elder Drake. I mean, it's still a lot of Fed members on the side, and there goes Berto. I mean, he's immediately dead. Canyon's still in the pit, but Duckdom and Kellen trying to kill Aiming, but they cannot, as Aiming will go invisible. He picks up 2, and the rest of them fall down like a house of cards. Down will go Showmaker eventually, and that will be the ace here for the side of KT.
Aria with the ult over the wall, hits the charm onto Birdall. Once Birdall's down, you don't have any tankiness in this composition. You don't have any staying power. You're not going to be able to sustain through that very, very strong level 18 Ezreal who's just chucking Qs at you. Second Rascal respawns. He's not coming to a team fight. He's coming to end the game. This was a masterclass of how to get ahead early with lane prio. We talked about it. KT on red side. They get a counter pick for Rascal. He gets ahead. Early lethality. And that's all she writes here for game number 1. KT Rolster taking out Damwon-Kia in very spectacular fashion. They choked them out of the map. They kept those squishies down. Couldn't farm if you're Veigar. Couldn't farm if you're Caitlyn. Duckdom and Showmaker just having a rough time by the nature of the deficits they faced.
I love how our production, they focus on Aria. It feels like every Aria game we see outside of the one that Faker played is just get one pick and end the game. And she does have that ability, yes, but really do want to shout out the rest of the KT Rolster lineup, especially Rascal that got extremely far ahead, Cuz for being up in the top side, getting those ganks down as we requested as well. And yeah, Damwon-Kia, I mean, they just felt like, okay, well, we're just getting poked out. We cannot do anything. So they just sat in their turtle shell for the entire game. I don't think they really came out until they decided to flip it over the Elder, where, you know, it was 5v4, so it's a little bit less of a flip, but at the same time, like, there's still so many Fed members on the side of KT.
Despite Rascal just really dropping the ball in that last fight, you know, they still couldn't win it. It was a war of attrition. They were not going to win. And the Veigar can do a ton of damage output in a longer fight if there's good setup for him. If there's a tank front line, if there's anything, right, that can set up for him to just consistently hit his Qs and his Ws, right? But he unfortunately didn't get all of the farm that we've seen a lot of Veigars do. He was probably up like 280, 300 AP bonus this game. But even still, he wasn't doing the damage that he needed to, and there wasn't a frontline for him, right? And then Aria hits the charm onto Birdall. And once that happens, Aiming is just going to be able to wriggle his way out of anything in this fight. Like, there's no way to get on top of him. There's no way to threaten him.
They tried desperately, but it was like they were flailing around, drowning in the ocean, you know, when they went for that play. When Duckdom and Kellen were standing in the face of 4 people desperately trying to kill an Ezreal, and then he just got a kill and went invisible.
I'm excited to see how the draft changes Valdez in game 2, because I think we will see Dam1 Kia show a lot more respect around Rascal and maybe even pick red side. Wouldn't be shocked.
Whoa, that could be crazy. We'll have to see, guys. We'll go to a break, and then the analyst chairs don't go anywhere.
공략할게. 천천히 싸울 생각하자.
20초.
들어가지 말고 천천히. 가자.
막내야 나 이쪽 가줘.
나 신사 쪽.
나이스.
그거 잡아서 돼.
1번.
안 다시 있죠. 들어줄게. 케이트 노플. 케이트
나이스.
잡았어. 케이트 잡았어.
그쪽부터 봐. 탑에 텔스면 끝나겠다.
노플.
나이스.
베이가 봐줄래 베이가. 베이가 봐줄래 베이가.
나 베이가 맞을게. 쏘리.
나이스.
나이스. 탑이 더 빨라.
바텀이 더 빠를 것 같아. 형
탑에
앞으로
텔 써줘.
그냥 클리어하면서 가면 될거 아니야?
우리
탑에 테이스
탑이 끝나.
탑 가자.
탑으로 갈게.
끝난 거 같아. 끝났다.
장로라서 안 급해도 된다 깨는 것도.
LA 너무 무리하게 나오려고 하면 한 번 더 싸움 보는 식으로 하자.
얘 태어나긴 하니까 생각은 해. 이거
나오면은
아야 우리 스킬 던지 어차피
나오면은 그냥 평타는 포탑 때리고 스킬한테 던지는 게 좋은 거야. 럭스 아직 5초. 시간 안 돼. 얘네 시간 안 됐다. 내려. 나이스.
한판 잘하자.
나이스.
나이스 우리 텔.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The pages We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a very close in the beginning game of League of Legends. I actually felt like that was some of the higher level when it came to so many of the decisions that KT made in that game, be it large overall decisions, items, things like this, macro decisions, and also where they decided to put their resources.
It was a really well-played game from KT, but I also think that Damwon tried to outsmart and then ended up with a draft where if you end up with a Solo queue, I said just dodge it. Just get out of that lobby. Because let's start with what went well, right? I think that the Karma is a good neutralizer, but we saw that the Caitlyn Lux lane still was able to get prio and even get some pressure in lane. The Gwen pick is good for Damwon because it is very flexible. However, everything goes wrong when that Veigar pick comes in. Because Veigar is not only kind of awkward against Xin Zhao and against Ezreal, who obviously with Arcane Shift is not going to be as juicy of a target, but also that makes Gwen jungle infinitely worse because your damage profile becomes kind of awkward, right? You have no pressure on the Ahri whatsoever. So then the Grave comes in, the Gwen switches to top, but with the Gwen switching to top and of course the R5 Jace coming in, that's basically the end of it because that is one of the very few counter matchups that is there for Gwen, and Rascal takes that matchup, gets a single gank, and then runs away with the rest of the game.
Yeah, and honestly, either of these teams were going to run away with it, right? If Damwon was going to win that game, they had to run away with it. They had no one that could play frontline. They had no one that could soak any of the aggression, anything like that. Xin Zhao does that job extraordinarily well over on the side of KT, but we saw even at the very beginning of the game, that first gank work out so well, and Rascal get that huge lead. And we do actually have a bit of a graphic here that we put together on the Jace and just the amount of structural damage that he managed to do this game, almost as much damage to structures as he did to champions, and also got 800 gold in those plates. No Herald required.
It's just confusing to me that Damwon would willingly opt into putting their weakest player on a counter matchup into the strongest player of KT. And Rascal, even at the end, right, walking
and they
into
knew that,
Rush,
right? Because Birtle's been playing behind Rascal all year.
They did, and it's fine if you then put Birtle on something that's more neutralizing, but like putting him into a counter matchup in what is currently the best top laner within the LCK, I think was never going to work out. And we also see the relativity of scaling. Veigar skills amazingly, but if he can never get into range, same for Graves, then the champions don't really do anything.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's get into our first highlight here, which really demonstrates KT's control. There was not a lot of highlights to get in the early stages of the game, and it worked out so well for KT. because they want to take it slow, they want to poke you out, they want to make the map dark, and as you can see, there is so much control here for KT.
This is how a poke comp should win. All right, that's the cool thing. As I would be perfectly happy with KT not even trying to fight here. Don't bother. You got Baron already. You're completely happy.
I think that's what the decision was here. Like,
in the end, yeah.
Immediately, it's a back away while aiming is splitting in the mid lane, and it does have to use his flash to get out of the way of Canyon here, but it just looked so difficult for Damwon.
Just on any front, right? The Caitlyn Karma or the Ezreal Karma lane was able to withstand the pressure very well. I think that aiming had an exceptional game with no mistakes. I think that Rascal had the one big mistake. Arya obviously also hit a great charm by the end of it. And with a poke comp, it's death by 1,000 cuts. You just get slowly whittled down, and you never really, especially with the lack of engage, get to do anything.
Yep, exactly right. As well as, you know, Cuz playing the Xin Zhao very well, managing to get that
early kill
that was instrumental in getting Rascal ahead and really filling out what this composition wants to do. And speaking of which, let's have a look at that final fight where, unfortunately, Rascal is picked off at the very beginning.
And this could have been game losing
Yeah.
immediately. If not, again, we had a situation where, so you've dealt with one of the seemingly unanswerable problems for Damwon Kia, and that is the Jace. However, there is another problem, and that's Ezreal. And aiming ended up doing almost as much damage. Also, really, really big credits for his build. Went for the Essence Reaver Duskblade build, meaning that the amount of damage that he did into this comp that had no survivability whatsoever was just ludicrous.
Yeah.
And you can see, like, Damwon Kia, they just don't have the opportunity. A Hail Mary effort is going to come in a little bit, while like Doc Dom just desperately tries to flash on top of aiming. And even without this pick, that Arya finds really nicely here from the lack of vision that's there. I don't think that this ever works out. I think that KT can just play it slow. They can keep poking down these health bars.
It also shows really disciplined play from
KT playing
KT here.
really well.
Yeah.
From start to finish, honestly. Like, I really liked what they showed here.
And if this is a 2-0, then unironically, we're going to be posting in the chat, KT 2-0, clean.
Yes.
Nothing to see here. And the thing that really bothers me is that KT don't do this consistently. This is what they're capable of. This is how they 2-0'd Gen G. It was with much better play. It wasn't Gen G slumping on the day or anything like that. It was just the fact that KT are really good. Let's get into the POG and see who manages to pick it up. Whether Rascal's going to get it after inting at the very end is a no. It's Cuz that collects it. And I respect this decision. I thought his early game pathing was fantastic, and the way that he neutralized both mid and top was just so good.
Personally, I love a split vote. I think that the entirety of KT played this game out really well from start to finish. Everyone had their highlight moments.
Yeah.
Even the little mistakes that we saw come through in the end weren't
This was so really sad for Bertel. You see exactly what he's trying to do, right? Avoid the boot back, and that kills him.
It's a setup where they just barely missed the Xin Zhao. There's so much feeling of safety because there is vision in the river, and Canyon is coming over the Baron pit. Like, that is 100% a premeditated play, and it just doesn't work out at all. And I'm happy that Cuz gets it here. I think that Cuz has had some issues with consistency, as has the entirety of KT. But this game, it was not only his topside gank, but also that kill he found on Showmaker early in Showmaker. I don't want to see the Veigar again. I don't really feel like it worked out the way that I think a lot of people would have liked to see. And somewhat of a spread vote here. I like the little mix of other votes there.
I like that Wolf stuck with the Rascal vote, even though he did throw his life away at the end there, because I thought he was instrumental. But ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. It's now time to go over to Valdez and Wolf for game number 2.
Thank you, Carpet members, for that wonderful breakdown. As, yes, KT Rolster, an extremely clean victory here. Damwon very flat in game number 1. The draft, we all kind of talked about. We all had our nitpicks with that one. And KT, you know, I'm just as frustrated as Max. You know, I wish we could see this every day because it is great League of Legends, and it is suffocating, and we just need more of it out of KT.
Yep, and you know how I said right before we went to the break, like, maybe they'll pick red side. As soon as you and I took our headsets off, I looked at you and I said, they're not going to pick red side.
True story.
But
actually happened.
That actually happened, but I think that Damwon Kia picking blue side here, if we have a different set of bans, might end up being a big boon for them. Time will tell, of course, but getting that Jace final pick there against the Gwen was really instrumental, as was talked about on the desk. We discussed it to death here on the cast, and I still will die on the hill that I think that maybe swapping the Graves Gwen would have been the option here for Damwon Kia, but it's top of the damage profile, as chronically mentioned on the desk. Time, though, for game number 2. I expect the Rise and Twisted Fate will be the two bans that don't change no matter what. As everything else, you know, I think there's a few different ways you can approach this as Damwon Kia. I don't think you're going to ban Ari, for example, but I think you're going to try to...
Okay. Damwon Kia think differently.
Not going to pick red side, not going to ban Ari, I suppose. Oh, no. They're going to ban the Ari this time. Okay. Well, that's an interesting one for sure, because I don't think that was the main problem at all.
Yeah. I think they could have easily drafted around handling the Ari, or just, you know, handle it, as a lot of teams have.
Just maybe not pick Veigar into it. Anyway, that's banned. Twisted Fate banned away means that KT will have to ban the Rise if Damwon Kia leave this one open, which will be the expectations. And we might go back to that Aphelios Karma discussion we started in the first game that didn't come to fruition with the Aphelios ban we did see from KT Rolster. Damwon Kia will ban it themselves here. This now means that I think the opportunity will be that handshake again for KT, like, okay, take your Aphelios, we'll take the Karma, for example. It's Duck Dom Aphelios, so a scary thing to do. Well, we have seen other teams shut it down already. If you ban it here, you leave open the Jinx, you can also, as Damwon Kia, freely take the Karma. They will ban that Aphelios once again.
Yeah, Aphelios denied. And what is going to be the choice here? Could opt into something in the jungle if you wanted to go for something like a Xin Zhao, try to take that away. But that canyon was relatively, you know, much like the rest of Damwon, just kind of invisible in that first one, as this is a great portrait of Duck Dom.
Yeah.
And he did just get Jinx as the first pick for his team.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting Damwon Kia to do here. Just try to, again, put Duck Dom in a position to carry the game later on. He was given all the plates last game, but it's really easy to just pick Karma Xin Zhao here if you're KT Rolster. You have strong jungle presence for Cuz again, and you could push in the Jinx early, maybe force her to have an early back, grab a call, as we've seen so many times. That is the expectation here. I mean, we've seen teams pick Yuumi in this situation. You don't want the Lulu with this one because the Aphelios is already banned away.
Yuumi, you called
Yuumi.
it.
Yeah.
It's actually great because you just pick Jhin at the end, right? You just have a fantastic bottom lane. You have so much synergy in the jungle. This is why I was like calling for the Xin Zhao first, because I'm like, you're giving so much power again over to the side of KT. But let's see what Damwon have in store this time around.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench also not great into this, you know. You feel pretty bad about picking that one up here, as you're just going to get battered in lane.
If you're an observer, yes. If you're an LCK team, they might have other feelings about that. They love their Tahm Kench.
Lee Sen will get locked in here, and they'll actually prioritize the LeBlanc here for Showmaker, which gives him a lot of agency, a lot of power in all stages of the game. He's one of our scariest LeBlanc players here. Notice the win rate on LeBlanc has plummeted quite a bit, actually, down to 42%. Was doing a lot better earlier on this season, and has really quite, you know, risen in priority, and so the win rate falls with that, right, as both teams, both stronger and weaker teams play it. Follow-up here, I think the Jhin is the easy call. And will it be that, or will it be something else? Nope. Just waiting to figure out what they want to ban. I think they use that timer to think about what this next ban is going to be.
KT uses their time well in the ban, is something, or rather in the pick ban, is something I've noticed.
Yeah. It's a Hirai thing, right? You can see him, he's right there on top of Cuz's PC looking at these calls. I expect this will be, the Tahm Kench is the safe ban, right? They'll take away the Jace first. And this really limits the range and the amount of poke that Damwon Kia can have with this Jinx comp, because even though Jhin technically can outrange Jinx with her very consistent poke damage with a Jace as well as a LeBlanc that can harass, can be a big problem. Damwon Kia here, I mean, Arya has a pretty wide set of champions he likes to play, so it's very difficult to target him, although teams usually
Target
try.
Rascal.
Yeah.
Take him off of as much comfort as possible. It's where you're going to have the most issues, I think.
it's a bit of a handshake, right? Like they ban the Jace, you're feeling like they're looking towards the Gwen. The Gwen gets banned. So the Thresh will be banned, leaving only the Tahm Kench, which, you know, I don't know if Kellen will play it or not here. It's so common. I'm personally not a big fan of it in this composition. And in terms of top lane control here, you might just want to ban out the Graves. Be a great blind pick here for Rascal. Could build early Hullbreaker and become unstoppable. Could survive through a lot of that early game extremely well and become a very big menace in the late game. But they decide to take away the Camille here, which is really interesting because there's nothing yet in terms of mid control or mid prio to pair with that. And I don't think it'd be something that KT would be interested in picking up blind.
Silas considered, Zoe also considered. Stuff you can pick into the LeBlanc in the mid lane. Zoe getting more and more popular. This is something that you and I were calling for, the Vex. I think it was yesterday. Yeah. And it will be locked in once again. I feel like it's a great neutralizer pick into the LeBlanc. Has a lot of proactivity that you can do yourself, especially in team fights. And Arya will play it here in game 2.
Yeah, it's a really nice soft counter to LeBlanc, but has a lot of long range gauge. Plays extremely well with the Yuumi, as Chovy showcased.
Yeah.
That was kind of an eye-opener for me in that particular Gen G series a few days ago. Was this does leave the Graves to Birdall, and that's one thing you lose with picking the Vex here, because in terms of counter picks to Graves right now, there isn't a whole lot of opportunity, right? You don't have a lot of champions that can really stomp on him. Tryndamere is open. We see this picked into Graves. We also see Graves picked into Tryndamere. I think that will be KT's choice, because you have the Vex that can engage from long range. You have Jhin and Tryndamere on top of any of these backline targets. You can blow them up very quickly. So this will help mitigate some of that, the Rakan pick to come through. If it's not going to be the Tryndamere here, I mean, there's not a whole lot of other options, and it will be the Tryndamere. I was going to say maybe Gragas for some strong engage, but I like this pick a lot more.
Yeah, also quite good with the Yuumi if we do have Tryndamere coming into the team fights. And we have seen that more and more. You know, in the past, I think when Tryndamere was first coming up, it was a lot of, okay, well, he's going to be alone in the side lane. He's going to be very annoying to deal with, and we'll just leave him there. But nowadays, looking for great flanks and stuff like that, even without teleport. So we've seen a lot of Tryndamere plays like that. We'll see what item he goes for.
Yeah.
Will it be Hullbreaker versus Hullbreaker?
Probably.
I would assume so.
Probably. Just to break down some of the win conditions here for Damwon's comp, I think that their composition is a lot more well-rounded than last game. It does feel like a more traditional comp, and Damwon Kia taking this draft very much seriously. Not that they didn't take the last one seriously, but they're piloting around the meta and what's strong. They prioritize the Jinx early. That's going to be a win condition for them. LeBlanc's threat later and the side laning that Graves can give you is a big strength. But with the Tryndamere coming in as the final pick, right, and it is Rascal against Birdall, there is some kill pressure here with the Xin Zhao Tryndamere on the top side of the map. And once again, this could be a KT Rolster game where you have bot controlled because you have the Yuumi Jinx, and then you just put all of your jungle pressure top, get Rascal a kill or two, and then he runs away with the game, gets such an early lead. That's what I'm afraid of here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to jump on to the Rift here for game number 2. Damwon Kia versus KT Rolster. And, you know, coming into today, I think a lot of us were expecting Damwon to take this one. Shout out to Atlas. He said KT 2-0.
Yeah, that was his prediction. Is serious or not? I don't know, yeah. But he did say that right before we came into this series.
Offhand banner, but, you know, it still counts, at least when it's, you know, a good one.
We'll give him credit for it if he's right, you know?
Yeah, and after game 1, I'm like, you know what? Maybe he was right. I think Damwon Kia definitely underperformed and KT overperformed. So this is where we're at. KT proving that, hey, I mean, Damwon Kia aren't all that strong nowadays, and we are a strong team. We deserve to stay here on the west side of the bracket, and it definitely could happen after today, that is for sure. DRX lost their last game, so Damwon Kia trying to catch up to them and try to get into 3rd place if they do tie, because Damwon Kia have better game score. But not looking too good so far, because if they're going to win, they have to win in 3 games, and they haven't won a 3rd game yet.
Yep, 0-4 in that regard. Those are all of their losses, in fact, were in those game 3s. So I don't believe in curses or jinxes, but again, 3 of those losses were against really, really strong teams, right? And I mean, I guess you could put DRX in that basket now too, because they seem to actually be a really strong team. We'll see if KT can actually keep the momentum up, because that's also something that we haven't been able to say about them. Is Jinx is on a 6-game losing streak at the moment.
It's a very sad.
Def 2L.
Yeah. Deft, he had, I think it was 47-4 is what he got to, and now I think it's 47-6, unfortunately.
Still incredible win rate, but
yeah, I mean it's insane, and he's still a fantastic Jinx player. I was watching him a lot in those team fights because he was trying his hardest, but it was basically only him, and that was about it. League of Legends a 5-person team game. But we'll see if he can raise those stats. But yeah, Jinx not really on a great spree this time around. Doesn't mean that she's bad, just the way it's going nowadays.
I want to point out Cuz is 4-0 on this Xin Zhao, which has had such an incredible win rate, and it feels like his priority has not matched how powerful he's been. Like you were talking about in the draft, ㅣ2022 could have picked this for Canyon. And Canyon just seems to play what he wants, right? You know, we saw the pick last time where he was able to pick up the Graves, didn't go so well. Speaking of Graves, 2-5 in this matchup, but Birdall's 3-1 on the champion. The way that ㅣ2022 have drafted around Canyon has felt, in some ways, like a strength, but in their last few losses, somewhat like a crutch in a few ways. So we'll see how he performs on this Lee Sin. I think it's a much better pick for the draft than like the odd Dianas and Graves we've seen the last few games.
Yeah, it's important to get something that mixes well with the draft, for sure. Showmaker has played actually a pretty hefty amount of LeBlanc, considering his career. So that's pretty nice. 27 games total, 19-8. Not half bad. Trying to raise that LeBlanc win rate you were talking about before.
LeBlanc's on our 10-year anniversary. You know, he's a very big LeBlanc maniac. And he's, I mean, the guy is just so incredible at such a wide variety of champions, but when you have a champion that he's really good at that's also extremely meta like this and it's given to him, this game might just be defined by the fact that he is one of our strongest LeBlanc players. Like players like Chovy, right, BDD, they get this champion, and the game could be entirely about a pick they get at 30 minutes because their game sense is just so much better. Here's that Xin Zhao roam we were talking about, the gank for the top side.
Oh boy. Ghost already used, and Bertle's going the wrong way because he knows that there's a very low chance that he's getting out of this one. Over the wall comes Cuz. Bertle with a really nice dash back over the wall, but there's the flash as Rakan comes in. Kellen's here from the bottom lane. It's not going to matter.
He loses his flash, too.
Yeah, that is a huge win here for KT Rolster.
You cannot, this is exactly what I was talking about in the draft. This is exactly like, the problem that happens is you have bottom side controlled. You got the Yuumi Jin lane. You identify, okay, Kellen's missing. He's gone, so we have complete control over this lane. There's no way they're going to be able to make a gank happen here, so you can keep pushing here. If Canyon Path's top pre-6, you can walk away from that fight. You don't care. Doesn't matter. And if Kellen shows up, it's going to be so late it doesn't matter. And the only way this goes wrong for Rascal and Cuz is if Kellen is here way faster, but they knew exactly when he left. So they knew that if he is going to show up, it's going to be too late, right? And Birdall, this is not being communicated to him. As we talked about last game, the team is not telling Birdall, like, yo, stay back in lane, play it passive. We don't know where Cuz is. I'm not here on the bottom side, so we can't make a counterplay. Like, there's no, 3v2 to be had down there against that Yuumi Jin lane. So even with the heroics here from Kellen, its up backfiring. It like buys time, but then he loses his flash. Meanwhile,
yeah, okay, we didn't get a look at that, but I would assume that Canyon just had a read on where Cuz was going to go next, and he was able to take him down. So Canyon trying to win this one back for his team. Actually going to stop the backs here as he is backing himself.
How close is he to 6 is the real question. I'd like to see Rascal clicked on.
Yeah, looks like Rascal trying to survive here. Canyon is going to take that last shot. Even flashes after he was out of range. The damage is not coming out here. The Q will go in, and just barely they are able to pull off that dive.
Rascal outplayed that so hard, though. I was like, ㅣ2022 did not look clean on that engage. They do force it to happen, and at the end, they do juggle that aggro as aiming. Scary moment there for a second for the bot duo. But Rascal absorbed a lot of pressure here, and the bot pressure that continues with this is still immense. So we have to go all the way back to Cuz getting picked, because that's what starts this off, and we will get a replay of it shortly, probably right after he takes the streak. Because my estimation is that he didn't back after he got that kill and was just punished, as you were saying, by Canyon identifying where he was pathing to. Because that puts Rascal into, you know, this awkward spot on the top side of the map. Is he's going to go over here and take him when he's on Raptors.
This is not what I expected to see.
Yeah.
Cuz is like desperately trying to start this fight and get the Raptor, and Canyon just, he's like, no, I'm just going to skirmish better than you. Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin, obviously with the Q execute damage there. So obviously now Rascal is stuck here. He couldn't really complete his back because it would have been shut down, as Canyon has have to flash, doesn't end up hitting the Q. If he doesn't hit that Q, like the way the Tryndamere is going to be feeling is amazing, because then he hits 6, he's going to be fine. He just sits up there on the top lane. Speaking of, he has now gotten that level 6, but he's a little bit behind in experience because of the death. So still not a good place for Birdall to be in. Not the lead you would have liked to have.
It's a great read from Showmaker. He's going to hold that ult, is able to mimic Distortion away. And, you know, Showmaker's doing a great job in the mid lane at the same time, right? Arya has been, quote-unquote, neutralizing, but, you know, even if you don't die, if you go down 20 CS, that's also losing. So we'll see if he can handle it a little bit better. We talked about a lot of the synergy that the Yuumi will have with this composition, and Arya, Life has come up here to help fight for this first Rift Herald.
This is really cool for KT because they threatened the bot plates. They forced Damwon-Kia to respawn here, and Damwon-Kia already started this, so they were kind of trapped into this situation, and now Jhin is rotating up very slowly, albeit, but he will be here in time to contest. Tryndamere still has ult. This is a great fight for KT's comp if they can set up the engage. Here comes Rascal.
Rascal is getting chunked out as we speak. Showmaker and Kellen doing a good job of zoning away aiming as we speak as well. Cuz trying to get on this fight, though. He gets on top of Duck Dom. The Jinx left all alone as Showmaker tries to get the kill onto aiming, but they cannot return it. Finally, the burn will go down, and they do get aiming, but there is just so much that is going into the pockets of KT. The one saving grace, Damwon did pick up the Rift Herald, and they'll look to push it down the mid lane.
Yeah, they will be able to drop that one right away. So that's a huge win here for Damwon-Kia. I think at the end of the day, this favors them quite heavily, even though I think the risk of this decision was extremely high. Is going to see the Rift Herald dropped here, of course. It was picked up by Showmaker. We'll just grab a ton of solo gold here in the mid lane, as Cuz in more danger than he realizes.
And they're right around the corner. The knockup comes in, and Cuz is dead. No flash, no crescent guard, no anything. So actually, a huge set of plays here for Damwon-Kia, as they will get a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, so they get the Rift Herald, they get the plates for the LeBlanc, who's already 25 CS ahead, as you were pointing out. They're really hurting Arya's ability to grab gold. Then aiming also died, so lost control of his lane. So he's also now going to lose a plate over to Duck Dom. Comes over there. He died first, and is going to be able to return to the lane faster. So just wins across the board here. Even though KT Rolster traded back some kills, their team fighting composition at the first Herald should be good enough to actually dominate this and win it. But unfortunately, they're a little bit late to the party. And as you mentioned, Rascal was extremely low. He does finally close the gap onto Duck Dom and take him out. But if he's able to come in here at full health and be relevant throughout the entirety of the fight, it's a very different story. So Birdall really hurting his ability to come in to the fight on time.
In live, yeah. Rascal's going to get this kill, add another solo kill onto his record, as he just can't get enough of those solo kills.
Just gets another one. Nope.
Would not have killed him anyway.
But we like to watch those soar. Well, you know, as I was saying, Birdall put Rascal down, eliminated his ability to team fight perfectly there. He had to be a little bit more passively heal up before he came in. Not in the 1v1. He flashes on him, will take him out. Birdall just now respawning, and the side laning a Tryndamere could do versus a Graves can be extremely deadly. Birdall is thinking his Lucky Stars. He has teleport at least this game. That's going to keep him relevant later on as Arya finds himself the target here. Respect being shown like crazy here for him, though.
Yeah, he knows he's under pressure, and Cuz is there, but that's not enough to stop the three of them getting on top of him, especially Lee Sin and Rakan. and LeBlanc from the mid lane. Now, every single kill has gone into the pockets of Canyon, except I suppose the one that went to Bertle. But 4-0 Lee Sin, it's going to be a lot of early game power.
And that's why you use it, right? I mean, that's why you non-stop put the pressure on these fragile laners. You put it onto Arya in this case. He goes down because he's just not able to survive if he's dove upon with the Lee Sin that is so far ahead. It's actually even in levels with him right now. And the follow-up Rakan. Like, Rakan, when given the opportunity to roam with a Lee Sin against anybody who's, doesn't really have an escape in the mid lane is so problematic. As Rascal, he has ult, and he's going to go for it. I love the Tryndamere gaming.
탑 가.
Got him. That's what he said.
Yeah.
This is a little bit more complex here. I like Showmaker's follow there towards the left side to make sure there's no out whatsoever. And even though Cuz was there, and even though Arya showed the respect, just too much damage, and he's really getting shut down in this early game. Once again.
Yeah, this is not the Vex versus LeBlanc gameplay that you want to see. Actually, the biggest lead is there over to Showmaker. Of course, he did get a lot of plates with the Rift Herald, and that was all solo gold, so definitely filling the pockets right now of Showmaker. And yeah, he knows how to carry, that's for sure. So
it's just starting to become a little bit of a worry for KT that their strongest point is a Tryndamere, who, yes, will be relevant later on. But if you compare where the gold leads are here, Showmaker is going to be relevant all game long, but right now he could start turning great fights. Like, they've already matched it 1-for-1 now, and he's in a position where he can threaten Arya, he can threaten Life when he's detached, right, if he's trying to roam. But basically, he can kill aiming or Arya if he finds them, or he can put them so low that they're irrelevant before a fight happens. And because he's winning this hard, to hold that thought.
Oh, he's going for the kill. You can see Bertle, he misses the dive over the wall, and the ultimate will just barely get Rascal to safety. Make that 2 solo kills in the 1 game.
Well, he bought a Hullbreaker now, but he's unfortunately 2 solo kills too late for that one to get the maximum amount of value. Forget everything I was saying about Showmaker right now. The whole focus is going to be on Rascal, and this is what I said before this series started. You were talking about it's been like one of our points of the match, right? Is, okay, Rascal, biggest solo killer in the LCK, our best top laner right now, versus an inexperienced one who often struggles in the laning phase. Rascal has been given 2 games in a row an opportunity with these matchups to dominate. Yes, there was the error, as I talked over what he said, so I don't know what he said before this, but and I believe Jason just told me he thinks he should be able to get the kill here.
탑 싸우고 있고.
Lee Sin should be
around top. Okay. And yeah, he messes up the going over the wall, and Rascal just walks out. You hear the casters in the background. But this Tryndamere is now, a big threat for Duckdom. And the positioning will have to be very, very safe as has Showmaker nearby.
Rascal's like, yeah, I'm not going to face check that one. I think I'll hold on to my lead and not give over a shutdown, as no flash, no ghost, no ultimate available for him. As aiming on the chase has a lot of help down there. Just a little bit of a trade of turrets, as we do see here. That first Hex Tech break is going to be very nice for the side of KT Rolster. Have a decent amount of auto attackers there, as Arya once again is getting dove upon. This mid lane matchup still not pretty.
I'm a little bit worried here for KT because of the Vex situation, right, versus Showmaker. And this is what I was kind of getting at before Rascal got another solo kill, is that Showmaker will be able to do a lot of things. He already is online. He just gets scarier and scarier later. Vex can't catch up very well. For the same reason that Veigar can't. Remember last game, Veigar couldn't farm very freely. If they end up losing this mid turret early, as it looks very likely to happen, then they are not going to be able to have a Vex farming to catch up. I don't know about this one.
That's okay. Stop the backs.
And so the gold lead that Tryndamere has is great, but is it as valuable as the gold lead that Showmaker has on a champion that will be able to threaten kills, will be able to harass with this Ludens, The answer is no. So they need to use Rascal's lead to get kills elsewhere. They need to set up kills for Arya, set up kills for aiming around these objective fights, and it feels like now KT have a choice between side lane forever for Rascal and try to control how much gold goes into this Tryndamere and how much structure damage he gets done, or bring him to every fight because he doesn't have teleport and fight on every Drake 5v5 and hope that you get enough gold on your carries. And I think neither choice is very great. Damwon Kia can play around whatever choice KT makes, right? Because they have teleport on their graves, so they can side lane if it's going to be a fight they don't want to take. And then if it's a fight that, you know, Rascal's not there for, they just 5v4 it, right? So Damwon Kia have a really nice amount of flexibility with what they can do with the small lead they have. It's a big lead on the LeBlanc. Small gold lead, but big lead in terms of comp. Now that turret's down.
Yeah, really trying to punish anyone that is sticking around here. KT as well, they need to figure out how to deal with this amount of intense dive. You're going into Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and Rakan, so not much you can do if you're out of position, right? A Yuumi can only do so much to stop all of that. As here comes Rascal, he's already in the pit, and he doesn't care about the Drake at all. He's just trying to chop down Canyon. And it's overall not too successful. I mean, he does a little bit of damage, but Damwon Kia, they get that one. And the teleport to the top side for Showmaker just to refix the lanes.
Arya's got a Yuumi attached to him. He has some extra mobility, but his damage isn't there yet to threaten, as aiming has to be so careful about playing this far forward. Like, Canyon is around, had vision in the river, but they did not know that he could pop over that wall at any time. But in fights like this, you could see that they made the decision to bring Rascal. They wanted to look for the 5v5. Damwon Kia just zoned out the carries with a LeBlanc alone. And then Trinimir's like, I'm doing something, and Lee Sin just walks away. He's like, I got the Drake because you don't have Smite, and I'm going to walk away.
Smite Tryndamere, the next meta pick.
Oh, please. But seriously, Damwon Kia they have all the choices they can make, right? And KT's going to have to make some tough calls. And that last one, I think was the right choice, but Damwon Kia played it better.
Yeah, it is Mountain Soul that is coming up here, and yeah, you're going to be building a decent amount of resistances on the side of Damwon Kia. Not an intense amount, but definitely some to get the value out of those Drakes, and then potentially the Mountain Soul that will come through. KT, I think, will have to eventually fight into that. I mean, you're already a little bit low on damage with the Jhin. Obviously, Rascal is going to be chopping down alone in the side lane, but in terms of like the team fighting, you have a lot of burst damage, but a lot of that can be negated from the Mountain Soul. So would expect some fights over that objective.
Oh, 100%. Like, KT, I think, needs to fight nonstop now because all their gold lead is on this Tryndamere, who, I mean, he can be shut down pretty easily, especially when all these turrets keep getting removed from the map. Damwon Kia looking for the third now with this Rift Herald crash. Rascal, I mean, he's got nothing to sit on.
And they're going in on this one. It is a Tryndamere, and so at the end of the day, he will get away, but the rocket does sail wide, and Rascal just barely going to survive through the Ignite. Thank you, Yuumi, once again.
But, you know, I mean, he survives, but there's no trade back, you know? Like, right now, Duckdom is getting farm in the enemy jungle on the other side. Like, he's taking the enemy red buff because they have so much control over the map. And everybody runs over to make sure that Rascal barely survives, but the turret still goes down. The map control goes over. And this continues. Yes, I mean, this is just disastrous for Arya. Last game he played the Ahri, played it very well. They had an early lead. They could play around the pick potential. It was into a Veigar. But against Showmaker on his LeBlanc, right? We've talked about how famous he is for this pick. We looked at his win rate, how many games he's played. I think it was, what, 27 across his career. Against one of our weaker laners here in the LCK, that lane gap matters in a matchup like this. You have the counter pick, but you can't perform. That's all the Vex. Just kind of meaningless in this comp for KT, and not a champion, like I said, who can sit back and farm and be relevant later. She's just going to be behind forever now.
Yeah, still waiting for, you know, the Chovy-esque pop-off of something like, what was it, 13 kills in that game, where the Yuumi just sits on the Vex and you go in and blow someone up, and you final chapter them for good measure. Could happen, but again, it's basically you're going to be looking for only Jinx in that case. Not a lot of resistances or survivability on that character specifically. Everybody else has a lot of mobility, a lot of resistances, a lot of ways to get out of that kind of combination. So not really getting much value out of that pick, that is for sure.
I mean, the other thing too is that Damwon Kia have so much disengage for this Tryndamere. They have the kick, right? They can chain to root. They have Kellen on this Rakan, who can knock up and lock him down to really slow down his ult. He might have to use it. He will.
Yep. There it is. It is going to be used, and Showmaker once again just going to get a free lane in the top side.
Ignoring the gold lead that the jungle has and that the bot lane has, like, one of these two soul laner leads is more important than the other, right? And I think that's really going to be the story of this game here, is Damwon has so much prio. LeBlanc is pushing an inner turret freely with no threat of anybody punishing her. That means that Damwon should be able to secure a soul point here easy peasy without even KT getting a fair fight. Rascal doesn't have teleport. He can't be here. Guess who does? Showmaker. If he wanted to be here, if he needs to be here, he can teleport there in a moment's notice. So, problematic here. Damwon also have the ability to give this up if they don't feel like they can take this fight. But they should be able to.
Yeah, I think Damwon are like, sure, let's go, you know? And both teams setting up aggressively, assertively on this objective. As you can see, a bit of poke damage going out. Kellen just looking for his angle. Rascal already going to be zoned out to the back.
He has no ult, but it's coming up soon. If he can buy enough time to get that ult back up, then he can actually try to dive onto the carries. Again, well, only one carry is really diveable, as you mentioned. LeBlanc, not so much.
Aiming is frontlining while tanking the dragon. Not sure about that, but
he's got honey fruit.
Yumi.
He's all right.
There's a Yumi too. I mean, there's ways for him to sustain up, as there is a bunch of damage already being done to this dragon about halfway down. Aiming going to open up, but Bertle is ghosting in and looking for it, but they burst down Canyon. Down will go the Damwon jungler, and they do pick up that Mountain Drake and maybe a bit more. Here comes Arya on top of Bertle, and all of a sudden, 2 kills and a Drake. KT, they are back in this game.
And the KT knew exactly what they wanted in this team fight. They wanted to burst down the jungler, grab a Drake, and walk away. And then Damwon, instead of being willing to give it up, actually decided to force there. Bertle's death at the end is the really big cherry on top here, because he's like, well, I'm screwed, guys. I can't get out of here. This is how it is. But the way that was played from KT was so safe, and they played around the fact that Duckdom knew he was going to be the target if they go for a pick, if they go for a play with a Tryndamere. And because he's so far back, but look at where Duckdom is standing in this comp. Like, it's incredible how much respect he's showing. Like, he's like, I'm not even going to be in Jhin ult range. But unfortunately, because he's not here, there's not enough damage to threaten. Bertle's on the backside here, trying to look for aiming by himself, and Showmaker was not healthy enough to actually look for a pick 2 during the Jhin ultimate. And so, because Duckdom was playing so safe, there just isn't enough damage to burst on the Jhin. This is Aiming's first-person view here. And look at how they zone away the Rakan, who could be the best turn opportunity, and then turn on to the Lee Sin. Like, I want to get the streak, I want to get the streak. It's just a very big split.
This is a great play, actually. I love that they focus this. Just to be calm, even when the ghosting Graves is sprinting at you, you're like, no, I'm just going to get a couple more shots, you know, land one on into Canyon, and then we'll turn around. I've got Yumi, I'll be okay. And he's able to get out of that without even using Flash. Like, he was totally fine. Excellently played there overall, and just a great team play as well, as you were talking about, from KT Rolster. So now both teams, 2 dragons apiece. They've both got pieces that are fed. This is getting pretty interesting.
I know everybody's eyes are going to be on the 1 in 5 Graves, who's Bertle, who got solo killed several times this game at 4 deaths early. But, you know, I think this was really just a Damwon team mistake. Showmaker,
well,
greedy.
He might just die to Ignite. Red buff. Yep, down he goes as Vex is going to pick up the kill, and that is just wonderful. I mean, you're a Vex. You're so far behind. You get a successful team fight. Then you get a free pick onto the enemy mid laner. I mean, what else would you want right now?
I mean, you're not supposed to be able to get these kills, but you are now, as Damwon don't need another one over. They don't have the threat of this LeBlanc anymore, but they're still looking to group up to deny this early Baron take. It's very greedy what KT are doing, but they're setting up for a pick, right? They have Arya over the wall here. He's unseen. He knows there's no vision.
And they're trying to get on top of Rascal, who is level 15 in this game. Nobody else, you can see all the numbers, like he is 2 levels ahead of everybody else in the game as, well, this is just Canyon, I suppose, trying to get in onto the Baron and maybe get a kill, but that is not going to happen.
So, happy story, though, for Damwon. Happy news is inner turret goes down, they deny the Baron, right? So, it's a fight that is unreasonable to take or win without Showmaker, but the way they played it was actually very nice because Canyon's threatening on the other side to potentially get a steal. As we're going all the way back to the Showmaker pick here, as he looks for the route onto Arya and is just punished, and you know, Everfrost is the new build here across basically every mage.
He saw Cuz.
Yeah.
I thought Cuz came in after behind him. That's not what happened.
So Canyon here is trying to make a play to shut down anybody who goes across, maybe even get Arya, because he knows Arya is looking for a flank. That's the one player that ㅣ2022 didn't really have any track of. Decides to go on top of him, but he wasn't alone. Does end up getting picked.
Yeah. And Arya has a stopwatch and an Everfrost, and he's Vex. I mean, this is a strange decision.
And you know, I said
it's like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed today.
yeah, it does feel that way to a certain extent. And you know, I said Vex was never going to catch up. Well, if given 3 kills, 7 Dark Seal stacks.
It's like Christmas over here
Yeah.
for Vex.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. Suddenly, you give a few freebies, and then Yuumi Vex is actually a thing again. And Showmaker didn't actually maintain his lead because he wasn't able to secure kills. He's actually sitting at 0 right now.
Yeah.
He farmed very well, he laned very well, but then he started getting a little bit greedy in the side lane. And a lot of the gold lead that ㅣ2022 has is washed away. Or had, rather, I should say.
As Showmaker, you know, he's trying to get some poke damage. This Mountain Drake is coming up, and every single one is extremely important. Look at the itemization of the mid laners here. Looks like Showmaker's going to finish Morella Nomicon. Like, I guess against Yuumi, the Oblivion Orb makes sense, but he's going to finish that. He has Shadow Flame into, you know, Mercs, Force of Nature. There's Mountain Drakes on the map. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think he should have just gone for the Void Staff. Arya, he used his lack of gold very efficiently. He has a Void Staff already, and he's going to be ready to chunk some people out now that he's been given all of those nice Christmas presents.
Now, the position here for KT, though, is pretty tough. Arya is down at just under half health, so this is going to be a really difficult fight to win. They may just have to give this up, but looks like they think otherwise, aiming with the ult.
Yeah, they still want to go in for this, but now Showmaker and Bertle are threatening aiming, and it is more difficult. But at the same time, KT have poked a hole in the defense. They have made their way into the river, as Arya is still on the top side, and he is all alone. Doesn't matter what items you have if you're there, as they're trying to burst down the dragon now. Let's see if KT can do it. It's going to come down to a smite, and Canyon will get it. Huge knock-up comes out there in the pit. As KT, they're still trying to fight here. Rascal's still on the run, aiming left all alone. Down he will go, as Cuz, he will have the cat on his back, but I think the both of them are dying.
Canyon lives too. KT get nothing. 0 nilch, not anything at all in this fight. Single kill, not the steal, and they get aced. Big overextension here. I think the call is definitely to walk away after you get hit by all of that damage. The fact that they were so low and still decided to push the issue is actually why looks like we're going to game 3.
Yep, they're going to try to end here, especially with all 5 members available against only Rascal, who does not even have his ultimate ability. As I suppose Christmas this year wasn't very fun for the side of KT, as they threw it all away. DK will pick up the win here in game number 2 and give them a chance at redemption in game 3.
Was not a soul point situation for ㅣ2022. They didn't have Mountain Soul to fight for. And yes, as you mentioned, every Mountain Drake matters a lot with these two compositions. But you've already had a pretty decent comeback. You have kill pressure with this Vex if they make a mistake or if they try to chase or control the choke point too much. But you just walked in and said, we're going to go for a smite fight. It's time to flip. As that was one of the flippiest turns that you could have looked for as KT with a very fragile composition, with Rascal not in a position to threaten any of the carries. And ㅣ2022 were like, we'll just walk away, and if you all in on the Drake, it's a 50-50, and if you get it, so what? Because you also aren't on soul point. And if you overextend to try to get the Drake, and even if you get it, we turn on you and kill you. If you don't get it, we kill you. It doesn't matter. Like, it was a very rough call here for KT. It was decisive, which we do like to see from this team that has often been very slow. But it wasn't the right move in this moment. It ends up costing them the game. And it's a bit of a awkward feeling here because this was not the cleanest game from either team. Like, KT was starting to come back a little bit. ㅣ2022 were messing up their lead, falling a little bit behind. But then they had a more decisive play around the Drake, and KT threw their opportunity to get a comeback away. And now we're going to a game 3. The series is delivering.
See that polar bear?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, we are going to have a game number 3. Let's take a look at the breakdown here. Of course, even with all of those presents that Arya did receive, did not matter. Showmaker was able to heavily win in that mid lane. And just overall, Dom and Kia were able to play out that last team fight. I think that was really the straw that broke the camel's back. We could have had a much longer and closer game, but KT kind of flipped it over everything, and Dom won a bit more ready to handle those kinds of team fights, and they did it extremely well. So
yeah, looks like
yeah.
Looks like the answer here for Dom Kia, at least in this best 3, might just be give Showmaker a top tier pick and let him outlane his opponent, because that was a lot of what this game was about.
Well, guys, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, analyst chairs and game number 3.
오케이.
나 유미공 때문에 지금 못 들어가고.
팩스 궁으로 밖에 없어. 얘 갈렸어. 트림부터. 봐줄게. 얘 징크스 봐줘. 징크스 봐줄게. 준비 볼게. 싸워볼게. 싸워봐줘. 백스 오플.
백스 공은?
백스 유미 중에 리신한테 썼어. 백스 노공이야. 백스 오플.
네.
잡을만해?
백스 잡으면 끝날만도 하고 생각해봐.
노플이야 백스. 잡은 듯. 내가 잡을게.
야, 이차 없다 얘네.
수 있어?
끝낼만해. 30초야 30초.
아 오케이.
트린 노공이야. 트린부터 점수하면 돼 오면. 우리 타워 먼저 쳐. 견제할 생각하지 말고 타워 먼저 쳐볼래 계속. 시간 보면서 해야 돼.
17초. 내가 포탑 맞을 생각도 할게.
아래 거 먼저.
필드 줄게. 트린 노공이야.
위에 거 그냥 타워만 쳐보자. 타워만 치자 타워만.
이제
나이스.
재밌게 하자 얘들아. 네. 저도 어차피 뒤에 애들이 와서 이겨줄 거야. 오케이.
나이스. 아질 오플. 아질 오플. 레넥 텔로 왔다.
테스트 오플. 테스트 오플 공. 할만한데 이거? 하자. 렉 봐줘.
다음 니달리 오플.
아질 오플. 바로.
오케이.
아질 오플. 나 안 죽어.
아지로 만져.
나는 갈 듯. 세트 이빠놓고 할만해. 야 칼리 봐줘.
나이스.
쭉 가자. 이거 끝낼만해. 레넥 죽여. 얘 죽였대. 얘 싸우자.
야 나도 껴줘.
나이스.
이겼네요.
잘했다 얘들아.
나이스.
야 나 적응이 안 돼.
그냥 실시간으로 적응해야 돼. 어쩔 수 없어 이거.
어디서 환자들을 데려왔어. 다 마스크 끼고 있어.
아 집중을 해본다. 야 어디로 가?
위로.
천천히 쪼여.
야 나 투표 쪽 붙어줄게. 기다려봐. 천천히 해. 조심해. 폴로 보는 것만. 천천히 해.
우리 물렸어.
얘 노플. 얘볼 수 있어 천천히.
이겼어.
나 2호초. 봐봐. 천천히. 3조요.
야 끝내.
나이스. 아 이거 다시 죽이자. 3, 2, 1. ปุ๊ DRX 코로나 게임단 승리. 나이스.
지금 17분에서 20분 사이 조심.
위기인데?
범부야 나 세니까 내 쪽으로 해줘. 들어가지 말아줘.
절제해줘 절제. 아크샨이랑 뽀삐가 먼저 가 아까 위에.
나 그냥 풀속박 볼게 이거. 잡은 거 같아 잡은 거 같아.
빨리 해. 빨리 하고 빼야 돼.
잡았어. 나이스. 미대 뽀삐.
불안 안 보여.
잡았어 뽀삐 잡았어.
나이스.
탑미드 초식에다 탑미드 초식에.
그래 끌고 해보실게.
지금 살짝 앞으로 들어갈게.
내가 여기 시야 뚫어줄게.
르블랑 봐.
오케이.
빨리자.
연막 잘 들어간다.
르블랑 잡았어.
잡고.
이긴 듯?
천천히 볼게.
앞으로 가자 이건.
펜타.
펜타.
되냐 이거?
못해도 괜찮아. 펜타 안 해도 괜찮아. 잡았어. 펜타다.
덕담.
이게 나야.
방해 중이다. 이거 좀 크다.
나이스. 나 그냥 버릴 생각할게.
이거 자르면 망했거든?
자르면 망하긴 했다.
나 이거 바텀 3렙 각 볼게.
바텀 이거 딜교 좀 빡세게 했고.
나 크게 돌아갈게. 럭스 노플?
럭스 높여.
럭스 볼게.
힐 없어.
나이스.
미드 할게.
이러면 캐틀럭스 좀 망했고.
큐 빠졌고.
내가 위에 있을게. 이죠.
싫어.
앞으로 갈래?
스턴 걸었어.
야 이제 야
나 빨았고 자르만 노공.
아칼리부터 볼게. 아칼리.
이제 지켜.
볼게.
이제 지켜.
나이스.
뒤에 다 스턴. 안 죽어.
야, 그거 안 죽는다.
나 무적이야.
나 이즈리얼 아무것도 안 했는데. 나 저거라도 할래. 기다려봐. 끝내지 말아줘.
무조건 끝낼 거야.
제발. 이거.
어림도 없어. 야 넥서스.
나이스.
지지.
어금니 왜 이렇게 아프냐?
게임할 때 너무 깨무는 거 아니야, 근데? 너 너무 이해약 물고 하는 거 아니야, 벨리마?
아니 사랑니 뺐어? 사랑니는 한 4달 전에 뺐어.
나 사람한테 빼야 되는데 오른쪽.
빼줄까?
아이.
이거 재밌어. 소리 들어. 소리.
운동 프리스 준비 완료되셨나요?
네. 제가 따해볼래?
근데 지금
다이브 돼?
좋긴 해.
잡았어.
나이스.
집 갈게.
야, 내 전령 깔게 이거.
레오나 보인다. 신드라 아랫 무빙 찍어봐.
나 돈 먹어야 되는데.
오케이.
다 어디 갔어?
천천히 하자.
못 먹었어?
여기 누구 어디 했어?
야,
리신 큰 거로 하자.
이거 미드 오는 거 찰게 이거. 맞아.
얘 노플
온다. 빅토르. 잡았고.
그래. 나 위로.
야, 살짝 봐. 봐.
그럼부터 보자. 야, 빅토르 빅토르. 나 이거 죽이고 싶은데 엘리마? 왜 못 맞췄어?
나 미안하다.
엘림이 음파가 안 맞는데?
야, 근데 이거 잡으면 안 되냐? 장영준 한 번만 죽이면 안 되냐? 제발.
형 근데 이거 너무 예의가 아니야.
근데 몇 년 만에
빨리. 나 장영준 죽여야 돼.
몇 년 만에 이기냐?
잘 가. 와, 이거 김해도
와 근데 진짜 형 악질이다 우성이 형. 그럼 왜 그래?
땡큐.
야 우리 인사해야 되나?
나가서 해야 되는 거 아니야? 기억도 안 나.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a game where a certain polar bear got a bit mad.
Yeah, it was a battle really of two players, and there were other members involved, allegedly, but in the end it was who can carry harder? Is it Rascal or is it Canyon? And in the end it was Canyon, but it was a wild journey, and let's take a look at the draft here. I just want to commend KT again. I think that while the Jhin Yuumi lane is a really big risk, and even though they didn't get punished that hard, could have been a karma pick, could have been something that outskills the Yuumi, right? Things like Any Enchanter, really, Soraka, Sona, Seraphine, all could have been options there. But giving over the counter pick consistently to Rascal is really a stroke of genius. Definitely keep doing that, because that was their one angle that consistently finds pressure into Damwon.
Yep, exactly right. Of course, KT have kind of realized it that Rascal is 100% their pressure point there on the top side of the map. And of course, both of those top laners know each other very well. And there was a reason why Rascal was starting over Bertle, especially towards the end of last year. He's been absolutely fantastic so far, and that Tryndamere was very dangerous. But the thing was, yes, the Tryndamere managed to get things done, but they shut him down this time. And then Cuz, unfortunately, walked straight into the bear's lair, as we do, I believe, have the highlight ready of Canyon just honestly mowing his way through. Yeah, we don't actually have it just yet, but we will have it very, very soon. In fact, right now, as I managed to stall very poorly, waiting for this moment. This was Canyon just knowing when he needed to get his invade going, and Cuz walking into the trap.
Yeah, it's even Cuz like, oh, I can do this, I can do this. Really nice sidestep from Canyon there. Gets the smite as well to make sure that he's a level up. And then this was a really good read. We don't see this, but actually took red buff, and they sat there waiting for him because they knew that he was taking Krogs.
Yep.
And these repeated kills from Canyon got him so far ahead that even as Damwon hit like kind of a snag in the mid stages of the game, by the end of it, he was still fed enough to carry.
He was. There were definitely some hiccups. We are going to skip over those because they don't necessarily make the Damwon win look as good. But just to be a little bit honest here, there were some problems around the Baron Pit. We are going to go into our second highlight here, as we do have a little bit to get through as we check out the soul fight. And I think that Bertle's positioning, great, aiming's not so good.
The key thing here, though, is that with KT picking over this, they actually deny the soul point of Damwon Kia, and this is really where like the really big problems start.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so the team fights are not being won anymore. Yuumi is obviously skilled into a huge nuisance, which, yeah, the laning phase isn't great, but if you get out of lane and you have a Tryndamere that's fed and a Xin Zhao that, even if he's not fed, can still have a lot of dueling power, it becomes a really big problem. And I honestly thought it was going to be a quick KT 2-0, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
That didn't happen either.
That didn't happen. Unfortunately, the Christmas presents were taken away at the very end, as we do have the final highlight to bring up. I really like that analogy by the boys on the desk. As, yeah, Canyon coming over here manages to secure the soul, and then, unfortunately for KT, they were just a little bit too disjointed.
Rascal spending his ultimate either kicked by Lee or in chompers, neither of which are preferable if you are a Tryndamere looking desperately for a target. What we don't even see here is that while this was happening, Arya actually hit a Shadow Surge on top of Canyon, and Canyon with the Maw Shield and a Q onto a nearby minion wave barely mentioned to stay alive.
Yeah, he stayed alive, but also made sure that there was no Vex in the ensuing fight that was actually able to help out. You actually, like, watching that replay, you're like, what's Arya doing? He's trolling. Well, he went on a magical journey to find Canyon and didn't even manage to do so, and was then out of position to help the rest of his team. But it was a very swift victory in the end. Very decisive by Damwon. They win that one fight, and then they run it down the mid lane, as we do now have the polar bear of the game on your screen. 900 points. Can you believe it? I was so confident that I was leading in whilst all, yeah.
He doesn't actually know, everyone. This was a leap of faith, and if there is a leap of faith to be taken, it's in Canyon. Man has 900 POG points for a reason, and even when Damwon Kia doesn't really seem to quite have it together, Canyon generally can be counted upon. He has moments, the Jarvan game that of course they lost against DRX comes to mind, but overall I do think that he is without a doubt the most consistent member that we have right now on the entirety of Damwon Kia. And if he didn't put out as much pressure in the early to mid stages of this game, when those Christmas presents were giving over, that might have just been the end of it. KT might have said, thank you for the cocoa, we're gonna have a great time, unwrap the presents, and that's the end of it. Instead, with one good fight, they fight their way back into it, but I don't think this is going to be a game that either team is going to be particularly happy with. For Damwon Kia, I don't know how, but Bertle somehow needs to either find a little bit more respect. Nice, classic 12 out of 13.
Classic media situation. I mean, I can't get too mad about Showmaker getting, like, because he managed to get that Flame Horizon, but I mean, I think everyone knows that It was, you know, Media Keck W.
We'll take it.
We got to fill the chat with something, right? And it may as well be Media Keck W. Thank you so much, though, for your time here on the analyst chairs. Let's throw it over to the gentleman on the desk for game number 3.
Media Keck W, indeed. Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for breaking that one down. And Damakia, yeah, I mean, they get the win. Not the easiest road. Some freebies given along the way, but a win is a win. And they'll go on to a game number 3. Once again, they are 0-4 in all game number 3s so far. So they're looking for their first game 3 win.
Yeah, it's been domination or, you know, just not able to close it out for Damwon Kia. And I think that has kind of been the name of the game for a lot of how their games go, too, which is not something we said about them last year. Well, last year, down and out, 0-8 in a game, you know, 4,000 gold down, they will get that clutch team fight. They will win the late game. We even saw it in that Gen G series. It's been several weeks now since we actually had that one come through, but for that game where they had Canyon on the Diana, they were super far behind, and just one team fight with him and Duck Dom, that's all it takes. We haven't seen as much of that recently here for Damwon Kia, as KT will choose red side because they agree with my assessment of, and also Chronicle's assessment of the counter picks that we're seeing for Rascal being so critical.
Yeah, just pick for the guy that keeps dumpstering lane. I kind of like that. It's a good strategy. Especially when, as a team, I feel like it's pretty... okay, it's mediocre on the side of KT. Like, they looked good in game number 1, but then game 2 was just, you know, they got boomed a bit there. As we are going to move into the draft here. Once again, Damwon Kia blue, KT red. The way it's been working out, and we'll see how these bans will change up here, if at all.
Yep. Again, I think the only non-negotiable bans are the Rise and the Twisted Fate for both of these teams, as we will see the Ahri banned against Aria. Once again, TF gone. Now, I'd be really interested to see if Damwon Kia leave the Rise to KT so that they can, if it's banned away, take the Aphelios instead, you know, or take the Rise if it is given over, because Showmaker has been our best Rise player. We've talked about this a lot, and Rise is really strong right now, as they'll ban the Aphelios, so they are going to make KT make that tough choice. And I think KT need to ban the Rise. I don't think you want to give that one over to Showmaker. He's already shown that he will lane well against Aria. And if he has the ability to just push that lane in non-stop with the Rise against almost any champion right now in the meta, it's going to be a really bad time. And I think that's why the camera's on Aria right now. Like, will he ban it away, or will he have to weather through?
Nope, there it is. Rise denied once again from everybody on the Rift, as Jinx will be first pick here. Was the same first pick they went for, with the same bans in game number 2.
Well, last time we saw the Karma, or rather the Yuumi Jhin, I'd rather see something like Karma Ezreal again for KT. Is we've talked about Showmaker's LeBlanc. It's a famous pick for Arya as well from his LJL days, and so a bit of a hover here early on in this game. We'll be locked in. I think the Karma here is one of your safest bets right now as KT, but they are turning this draft big time away from what we've seen in games 1 and 2. Looking for the Jarvan pick over the Xin Zhao, which is still open.
Yeah. Cuz has played his fair share of Jarvan, and with all this discussion going on, it really does feel like they will lock it in. As there it is, Jarvan the 4th will be coming back to a Rift near you.
Means that Damwon Kia have their pick of the litter in terms of supports right now. And the question is, will they take something like Jinx Karma just to have a really easy lane, or will they kind of wait it out and see what KT show first and then respond? That might be the better of the options. Canyon can take the Xin Zhao or the Lee Sin. Both are available. You don't have to deal with the Poppy. Poppy has really fallen out of favor here in the LCK this week. We are not seeing her prioritized at all. And so Lee Sin does rise up to the top with that. And do we see the Vex counter pick? Yeah, because this is the other thing you can do, is just go, oh, well, you've picked a LeBlanc early. I'll pick a counter and lane into it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of choices here for Showmaker. I don't think you want to go for something like a Zoe, especially when you're looking at the Jarvan. So Gwen is going to be the choice. Obviously not for Showmaker, but for the team. So they get this pick very early on. Now the problem with this is that KT still have a pick before the bans come through, as Ballista is coming out.
We're pivoting super hard. It's the Life Jarvan coming through. Now you got the Callista. Now the other option was to take the Jace here, right? Which is what you were kind of leaning into. You have the Gwen face up, give Rascal that same opportunity to carry and get a lead like we saw last game. But now this game turns on its head, and you're banning out the scaling. You don't want that Victor in your game. You probably don't want Nazir in this game either, because you're just trying to snowball it super hard, remove some of the Damwon-Kia's late game power. You want to shut down the Jinx early. And the Rek'Sai ban here makes a lot of sense because it's one of Cuz's favorites, and it is going to be a pick that you could snowball the game with, because that is the name of the game for KT right now. And you know, I'd love to see an Azir ban here, to be totally honest with you, even though it's not a strong matchup into LeBlanc. You just want to remove two of the best scaling mid laners. Jace also, you know, something that you want to ban here is Damwon-Kia. Like, you can't let that go through, I don't think.
Yeah.
Vex, also a great choice.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Vex away for that mid lane matchup. I think that everybody knows that it was more of a player diff rather than a champion issue that we had in game number 2. And the Vex definitely still viable in that case.
If Jace gets ahead early, builds lethality, you have Callista, yeah, you just can't let this through. Like, if Damwon-Kia let this one through, I would have had some serious questions about their ability to see drafts ahead of time.
Yeah.
Now, what's cool about this, too, is guess what's also open is the set, right? So they could actually pivot back to having Jarvan as the jungle and play the set bottom lane, too. So there's a lot of options here for KT to really try to snowball this game.
The Tom Kench, of course, going to give you a lot of survivability for the Jinx, and that's essentially what you're looking for. Try to hit level 6, try to keep her safe. If a lot of focus is shown down to the bottom side early, they can get on it, as Malzahar is going to be the choice, as Damwon-Kia are really not messing around. I mean, putting Showmaker on Malzahar, of all champions, like, yeah, we haven't seen it in a while, but, I mean, there's a reason for that, you know? Like,
it's super strong at locking down the hard engage of KT and turning fights. It becomes so easy to pull that off. It looks like it will be the Graves to come through here as the final pick right now. Viego jungle, Jarvan support, and the Graves top lane will be the setup here for KT Rolster. Graves going to do fairly well against the Gwen. You build the Hullbreaker early, your survivability goes up, and it's going to be about really how much power the Graves has around the early Rift Herald that you're most worried about as Damwon-Kia. And later on, you should be able to scale up very well. You have Jinx, you have Malzahar, who could single target blow up anybody. Positioning is going to be super hard, though, you know?
Ra the Iron Wall Skull.
That was like one of the best ones ever. Oh my god. We're going to have to call him that from now on, I think.
Ra the Iron Wall Skull.
Well, the Malzahar is always a fun one here, right? And I do like to see Showmaker play these, because Showmaker is one of those players who will pick the unique pick when he feels, I don't know, sometimes when it feels like his dominance has been tested, sometimes when he feels like he really has a cool counter matchup in mind. And against the LeBlanc, you know, great lockdown. We've seen this so many times. His passive is going to be great for this. He's going to have his own side laning power against the late game of KT Rolster. Late game for KT Rolster, very weak if they do not have a massive lead hitting the 20-25 minute mark.
Yeah, they're going to try to get ahead with this one. We'll see how it does go as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 3. Match 49, we're past the halfway point. 90 matches in a regular season of the LCK. 90 best of 3s. Lots of League of Legends.
Not my favorite skin, but, you know, just reminds me of the Cheerios bee. You know?
Yeah, it really does. Especially this one.
Yeah. Showmaker's just telling everyone to lower their cholesterol.
Yeah.
That was one of the responses I got. I posted what I ate for lunch today on Twitter right before the broadcast, and someone was like, I'm really worried about your cholesterol cream fat. Okay. Maybe that's what's on my mind. I'm like, you know, I don't eat it too much. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf very famous for his budae-jjigae addiction. But you don't actually eat it all the time. Not every day.
Especially when we're doing LCK, I just don't have time to eat budae-jjigae every day. I got it today, though.
Yeah. Budae-jjigae is like some kind of stew.
Yeah, it's, I mean...
The actual name is like army-based stew,
yeah.
But it's kind of hard to explain.
I don't
You're
know.
the guy. I'll leave it to you.
I mean, I don't want to get it. I don't know if I want to get the whole budae-jjigae explanation right now. We got Malzahar in the game. It's like way
That's
more
okay.
interesting. But you know, if we get some downtime in this game, we'll come back. We'll visit again if there's a pause or something.
The last time Malzahar was played, Fly lost to Showmaker. So Showmaker's trying to turn that around, I guess.
Yep. Well, Malzahar is such an interesting pick because it's so fun to see this champion in pro play, because in solo queue, it feels like a pub stomp champion if you get ahead, and then it's a very easy champion to play if you're not very good at laning yet, because you just kind of press all of your abilities and then you chomp through the lane and you just push waves in nonstop and you have unlimited prio. Against bad players, you know, you're going to have a great time. So, you know, play it at home in your low-level games because it's super easy. But in pro play, the ability to lock down one champion, basically no matter what, all the time, against a composition that is pick-based here and momentum-based on KT's side, means that even some of their miraculous turns in the late game, if we do go to late game where they're like, you know, only 2,000 gold ahead or something like that, and ㅣ2022's comp starting to turn, some of those miracle engages, fates calls, big explosive play from Aria could just be instantly locked down by the Malzahar, and then that champion dies and the ㅣ2022 have the better scaling, right? So it's a really cool pick into this comp for that reason.
KT able to spot the Lee Sin. Looks like down there in the tri-brush. Ward is going to expire. And Cuz has that time to just pop in, take some of the Raptors down. Very nicely done. It's just going to be power farming here on the Viego to start things off. The Malzahar in the lane against the LeBlanc early on, not too fun. You need some levels in your abilities, a couple items, you know, Lost Chapter, and then you can kind of just press your buttons and get on in there.
Yeah, you can AFK the wave, basically,
yeah,
once you do that.
But for now, he's just going to get bursted down and just going to have to deal with it.
He'll be watching his passive cooldown very closely at all times. As this is a matchup where we've seen both the Gwen and the Graves do well. It's fairly volatile. The early part obviously going to be very favoring towards the Graves, but later on really just depends on summoners that Graves took, how much value he's going to get in side lanes, as Canyon's waiting.
And he is Lee Sin. He's down a level, but getting the jump on Rascal here, he should be totally fine, as now he's got Gwen coming down from the top side. He's just going to hop away. Obviously no pry out from mid for ㅣ2022, so Canyon just trying to be annoying there, as the chains will land. Arya does get a nice amount of damage down.
Yeah, Arya really landing quite well into this in the early phase, and we've talked about Arya's champion pool a lot, and some of his picks he's very famous for is LeBlanc, right? His Akali, a lot of these assassin picks where he really does excel. You know, his Orianna was super famous back in the day, his Twisted Fate, right? He has a really wide champion pool, but when he gets on something like the LeBlanc, and he's up against a weak laner against it early, it's very fun to watch him at work, right? Like, because Arya has had kind of a bad rap here in the LCK because it's a tougher region than the LGL for being a bad laner. But in moments like this, you can see that he will push his advantages, right? And I do appreciate that. In a matchup like this, we actually get to see Arya 10 CS up 5 minutes, you know? These types of things where he's been the brunt of many a KT fan's woes. He's doing well here in the early game. See how long he can keep it up is the real question.
Yeah, feels good, especially because he's offering so much to his team by having this matchup. Keep in mind that ㅣ2022 are the ones that opted into picking Malzahar early on, and I mean they know what they're getting themselves into, right? This isn't the first time this has ever happened in League of Legends history, anything like that. And you know, Showmaker's finally getting some levels. It's gonna slowly feel better and better about this, but you can see like all of the vision around this area is potentially because Cuz can enter the jungle like this because he knows the mid lane just cannot punish him.
Yeah, this is the mid 2v2, basically turning into a 2v1, where Canyon cannot function in this game, and he's finding himself 10 CS down as Raptor camp, stolen once, like 1.5 times basically, stolen away from him, and now, you know, he doesn't have a lot of power to stop Cuz from just getting in here and stealing camps, being obnoxious, threatening Showmaker. For now, right? This will change. And at the moment, it's a small 600 gold lead. Some of that in the CS and the bot and mid lane. And KT need more than this. But the fireworks are really going to start in 90 seconds around that Rift Herald. And that's when, you know, in this early game, the ult from Rascal is going to be extremely powerful. Like, we've seen Rift Herald fights decided by big ult hitting everybody on the enemy team, especially fragile champions like what ㅣ2022 have towards the bottom side of the map. And I wonder if ㅣ2022 will just simply avoid taking the Herald fight and try to farm elsewhere instead, because I think that might be one way you weather the storm. As Kellen almost getting caught here.
Oh, he's going to be knocked up as well. There's a lot of damage, and the respect is shown, the respect you need to show, just to make sure you don't get booped down there by the Kalista. And especially with Cuz down here on the bottom side, this allows them to get aggressive and make plays because they know they will have some safety. Don't have a full lockdown on Canyon because a lot of that vision has been cleared up.
The level 6 being hit here for Cuz with all that stolen farm is also like really, really huge for a timing like this. And the respect is shown, as you mentioned. And unfortunately for KT Rolster, the bottom duo hasn't gotten any kills, haven't been able to push a big advantage. Like, they are winning, but that's a function of the lane and the matchup more than KT finding that proactivity successfully, right? Like, they are being proactive, but ㅣ2022 has shown so much respect that they don't actually get those early kills. Rift Herald's up in 10, and you see the back here from aiming. Looks like he's planning on rotating over to look for the fight. KT,
they're going for this at 8 minutes.
Yeah, they're like, as it spawns, Cuz is hitting it.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up the red buff right before, right? Otherwise, he would look to clear his other camps on the top side of the map. And I think as ㅣ2022, you just have to give this away. I mean, you're not really in a position with the prio from top and mid to fight over this, as KT will freely pick this one up, and you're late to the party. And it looks like KT do want to fight this, though. The stopwatch available there for life, kind of baiting his team into this one. He's just going to flash away. As KT, you do not need to take this fight, but it feels like they want to, as in goes Rascal. Big knock up over the wall, as that is just going to give ㅣ2022 a chance to win this one. They take out the Viego before he can get the resets, as a double kill will go into the hands of Canyon, but at the same time, KT pick up 2 kills of their own.
Still think this is a pretty big win for KT. The one thing that really hurts is that you have Duckdom on the bottom side, still able to grab a plate or two here with this push. It's a Canyon wave. Cannon wave. Canyon's nowhere nearby.
So after Canyon retires, we'll just change all the cannons into canyons.
Just put his face at the front like Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh my god, that's horrifying.
Dun, 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 dun.
Just make them into polar bears instead. I think that's a lot less scary.
What's the difference between Canyon and a polar bear? I don't see any.
That's true.
But KT, they end up having a bit of a sloppy engage here, but they still secure the Herald, right? They still secure the eye here. And Birdall actually absorbs a lot of this pressure. Life has to stopwatch early. And once he's out of this fight, ㅣ2022 feel very confident to actually collapse left. You know, Arya's out of the picture here. And yes, over the wall here you go, and then you're right into the meat grinder. Not the greatest fight here for KT. I think they could have been happy with the exchange they had, but they wanted to just say, okay, well, what if we get all of the kills? What if we snowball this even further? And that's what their comp wants to do. But I think they probably would have been happy with the eye and the exchange there, because the trade-off was a little bit of extra gold for ㅣ2022. Still good for KT. They still need this eye, right? But ㅣ2022 are pretty happy probably with how things turned, considering how badly that could have gone if they had not gotten those extra kills there at the end. So 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Duckdom only was able to pick up 1 plate in the bottom side. Not even sure if he was there for that gold. I would assume he was, based on, you know, just the situation in the game at that time. But yeah, KT, they're really getting everything right now. They have Cuz, who's really far ahead. The mid lane went really well for Arya. And they're getting every objective. They got the Rift Herald. They have both of these early And look at that. They have both the early dragons, and it's Infernal Soul that is coming up. So if KT want to snowball this game, which, by the way, they got these 2 Drakes extremely early on, they will be able to.
Remember, in game 1, the first Drake wasn't taken until after 11. This game, the second one before. As here's the lockdown.
Lockdown. Can they burst down the LeBlanc? That's the question. He flashes away. Ignite and the E from the Malzahar coming in. They're trying to now combo onto Cuz, who will heartbreak away. And no kills are going to come in, but definitely not the most comfortable position for KT.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a heartbreaker there for Damwon Kia. Not able to get either of those kills, but still will, for the first time, give Showmaker a little bit of control of the lane. And notice with this, he's actually starting to even up the CS difference. Those skill points you were talking about and his abilities where you can push super hard, starting to come online.
Dugdom's alone. Just going to lose his flash. As Canyon waited for the teleport back. That's so obnoxious.
Yep, waits for it.
Going to have to chug that pot.
I mean, Showmaker now in a position to actually start threatening, side laning, start threatening plates in the mid lane if Arya is back. And so I respect Canyon's decision to just hover the mid lane and give a lot of gold over to this Malzahar if possible. Only picks up the 1 plate here. And as he is, of course, forced out of the lane, the Rift Herald will be dropped. Canyon's got to be really careful. He's playing so greedy this game, and this is not, I mean, he got 2 kills early.
It's really aggressive.
Yeah, he's not the 4-0 Polybear he was last game.
He's trying to make like every single play that's available. And I mean, it is Canyon. So, I mean, after what happened in game 2, like you say, I mean, he's not as fed, but maybe he's feeling it now. You know, game 1 was very slow for him, I think. So perhaps he's really trying to turn it around, try to carry his team. But that does come with some risks, Wolf.
Yeah. Now, the KT lead is not massive in terms of goal, but as you mentioned, the objective lead is so important with this Infernal Soul. And so they're just going to continue to try to control vision around the Drake. And the second Rift Herald would be nice for them to take 2 in 90 when it's up here, but it's not a must-win objective anymore. They've done enough with what they had early to feel pretty good about the damage they have on the map. 1 plate left here in the mid lane, a lot of extra gold to the LeBlanc, who is going to be one of the better scaling aspects of this comp for KT, because this game is not so one-sided that that's not going to be a thing. Okay. You and I were mauling about this yesterday, too.
Like, why are you back in there?
Yeah.
You only do that if you're extremely scared, and he really doesn't have much vision, so I guess that makes sense, but at the same time,
he got it, though.
Feels free, you know? He's got flash, too.
You want that 160, and it's going to be big. And, you know, I mean, we're going to have these moments, like these, it's almost like a heart rate monitor, where we're like, every time KT has an objective, they like spike for the fight is life.
Yeah, life is alone. Not too much to say about that. That is a free kill over to Showmaker. Looks like he walked over potentially the Rift Scuttle. That is gone now, but they also have a ward there. Maybe that's a new word, but either way, they saw him coming, they knew where he was, and a very nice engage by Kellen.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, because, I mean, now you give a bunch of extra gold over to Damwon Kia. Like, the gold lead you want, like I was saying, as KT hitting the 20-minute mark is at least like 2,000, 2,500. Now you find yourself at only a 1,200 lead as Rascal just walking forward, no vision.
He's just like going for an afternoon walk. Like, what is that?
Bit of a jaunt, will you? Will you just walk right into the river there, or face checking bushes?
I'm Hullbreaker Graves. I can do anything I want. Yeah, definitely not the cleanest play we've ever seen. Definitely looked a little bit silly.
Well,
and, yeah, that's a free kill to Damwon.
2 free kills to Damwon. They will lose their turret. But it means that they have control over second Rift Herald. Something that KT didn't necessarily want to fight over because they wanted to put more of their focus on getting this Infernal Soul point set up. And so it's not the end of the world, but all this extra gold, all this extra money to Damwon Kia just means that, you know, your lead is shrinking as KT. And it's a lead that's timing based, right, with this composition. That's what I think we really need to continue to stress to you guys watching this at home, is that KT aren't going to be able to compete with Damwon's comp at 20, 25 minutes with even gold. And so as that gets closer and closer to being a reality, like your goal as KT is to get Soul before Damwon are online. And now, you know, with the timing of this, it's a little bit lucky for them that at least they're going to be able to group up for this Drake, as Life just walking over that ward, which is very close to where the Rift Scuttle would be, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And, yeah, gets punished.
Here we go. I mean, Damwon, after last couple of kills, they're not that far behind as Canyon goes in, takes a pretty big chunk of damage, trying to eliminate his fellow jungler on the opposite side. But yeah, Damwon, they're definitely gonna...
They can fight for this.
Yeah.
Which means KT, I mean, they missed their win condition. They should be dominating this. Damwon Kia should be scared to fight this, but they're actually like, no, we win this easy. That means your comp is falling apart. You missed your window to have the lead you needed.
KT still have an opportunity to take this one. You can see that Rascal is very far on the opposite side, not around his team, though. He doesn't have Ghost either. He's finally going to jump in. Life gets that big engage with the Zhonyas. Pulled back with the Fate's Call. They get insane amounts of value out of all of those knockups, and DK, they're kind of scrambling now.
Arya, he needs another one of those big distortions.
Oh, that's a big smite that comes in from Canyon, as now Bertle, he's trying to lay in the needles, but it's not really working out. And Arya, he's looking for more. He might just be able to take out more than one. Not going to land that chain, though, as Bertle just barely going to go down. Life able to take him out with that flag. As the slow goes down onto Duckdom, he's looking for that big ren set. Not quite going to happen. As KT, they lose the Drake, but this is a pretty big swing in their favor.
Now, Damwon Kia lost a lot in this in terms of gold going over to KT, but they do slow the game down by, as you say, denying the sole point. Because now as Damwon Kia, if the next fight looks poor, if the setup is too good for KT, you can give this up and feel good. As watch Life's engage here. He used his stopwatch early, but now has Zhonyas. He put all of his money in this, then gets Fate's called, and look who's trapped in the Cataclysm. Then Arya comes through to hit the big blast here with the distortion, but it's not enough damage here for KT, and you can see the longer the game goes, because like even in the situation where you had the best engage you are ever gonna get, like the best Fate's Call you were ever gonna see this game, and they still couldn't decisively win the fight, that's where you see the sun set on this composition. And yes, they did get some kills here, but they couldn't get the Drake, and they couldn't win the fight decisively. And so Damwon Kia, yes, you do lose a little bit of gold here, and KT get a little bit of an edge in terms of the team fight, but you're still feeling pretty good about how you're going to be able to function here 7 minutes from now when we're looking for what will be the actual soul fight against KT. Assuming KT can get the third Drake, which is not an easy assumption to make at this stage.
Yeah, I think that Damwon Kia are definitely sticking in it for sure. And as you mentioned, it's a very important point. Like, slowing down the game is exactly what you're trying to do in this scenario. And yeah, I mean, Damwon Kia, they can kind of go back to farming, you know, trying to get some items here on the Jinx, try to get some items onto the Gwen. Malzahar, he's just going to, you know, suppress the enemy jungler. It's what he does. He'll be fine, regardless of the game state. You can see the big gold difference is, in fact, in the bottom lane. It's mostly into the hands of Aiming, who is 1-0-1. He already has 2 items completed. And it's a big lead that can even surpass, you know, meta expectations, right? Of like, okay, Kalista's not going to scale that well, but if you're like a super fed Kalista and you get that good team fight, you can still do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, and we discussed like how Showmaker is starting to come online, and with the Leandries and with his kit, like he just burns down minions so quickly. He can push turrets really safely because of his passive, because of his ult, and whenever Bertle has teleport too, like he can basically push ad nauseum, and if he has a suppression and Bertle teleports in during that time, like that's just it. Like you actually either escape or get a kill. And KT don't have a comp that can really chase and punish split pushing Malzahar anymore, right? As long as the map control is there for Damwon Kia in that lane at that time, which Showmaker, he got his turret bottom side. Now he can just really farm on the top side of the map here. You're feeling really good as Damwon Kia right now, despite the gold deficit. And I want to see another great engage like what we saw from Life. He does have, you know, obviously Zhonyas is something he can repeatedly use, right? He used the stopwatch early, then bought the Zhonyas, so he has another opportunity for one of those big ones, but I mean, it doesn't get much better than he got in the last one.
Guys, as you may know, 20 minutes is when the Baron spawns. And KT say, well, that's as good a time as any to just go for the Baron. And they're going to do it. There's zero vision here. Damwon Kia have no idea this is happening.
Look at the sell, too, from Aiming and Life. Like, they're selling this super hard.
They saw it, though. And I think with 20 minutes, Baron, you're not going to stick around for this one. So they go over the wall.
But this goes back to KT doing every objective on spawn because they need to push their lead. And they almost get away with this. would have been a great way to actually kind of shore up some of the lost momentum they had actually after losing that soul point fight, or losing the soul point Drake, that is to say. 45 seconds to go until this next one, and Damwon Kia do not feel absolutely pressured to take this fight. And they still might be able to do so, but they're not set up for it faster. KT will have the clear here on mid, and actually will have prio. But this means that ㅅmaker could split push top. He has his teleport available. Or Bertle has teleport available, right? Like, you feel very comfortable here as Damwon Kia to give the soul point, because it's not the soul. The soul, you don't give that one away ever. But that's why that one Drake they get is so critical. It gives them so much breathing room here.
Yeah. Can still fight over it. We got 10 seconds, and you can see they are milling about here in the mid lane. Zarya is trying to get some poke down. And you can see now we are actually going to have a fight over this. Damwon about 2,500 gold down as Duckdom shows, or rather not Duckdom, Bertle shows in the bottom side as this engage will not come through, as there's the engage. Life gets into the backside as the huge knockup with a Fate's Call. KT tries to burst them down, but they fail as 2 kills go to Duckdom. The front to back is set up for them. And there you have it. Rascal's on the run. Aiming's on the run. Duckdom not quite able to take him out, but that's 3 kills for Damwon Kia.
Life was in the perfect spot to look for this. Like, that's why I was shouting for it. He was covered up by the UI there. The whole engage is on this Jarvan, and Damwon Kia get caught by it. He had a sweeper. He knew Damwon didn't know where he was. And it wasn't the miracle engage he had last time. Like, it wasn't even as good as last time. When last time he did it face up, this time he didn't flash. He only got 2, really, with the Fate's Call knockup. But they still crushed the fight. Like, it's not even close. And that's why I said last time, like, with the perfect engage, how close it was means that the sun has set, right? He ends up getting 2 with this, pulled back after the Zhonyas, and they collapse in. But look at the follow-up here.
Where's the damage?
Tom Kench is like, I knocked you guys up, and I have insane damage now. Duckdom is like, give me more.
Yeah. So true. They're already there. And the amount of counter CC that they had, and the Devour to come in there as well, like, nobody's going down. You kind of missed your chance, KT. As Damwon Kia, they take a minuscule gold lead. But the gold does not tell even a tiny portion of this game. As Bertle is going to face check here. No vision, a very nice little gank brush as they somehow snuck around all this. The Needles like nearly kill 2 people, and a third one there as well. But that's okay. I mean, Damwon Kia are still getting a big push down with this Baron buff.
Yeah, they have the Baron buff, and you know, this is really unfortunate because it does give KT the opportunity to put Rascal in this top lane, control a lot of vision on the map, and this Baron buff gets quite hindered, to be just totally frank, by this. Still big gold here for Damwon. The problem is, like, how can you win a team fight as KT? You got the soul point. You know, that was something we kind of glossed over in that last exchange because Damwon bopped the team fight so hard that it felt like, I mean, do we even have a game to watch here anymore? Like, if, like, it gets harder and harder from here. But how do KT have a better setup, you know? One way they could theoretically win this game is by the LeBlanc picking somebody early on, or catching somebody like Bertle here out in the jungle, grabbing his stopwatch is also something that's pretty huge for them. Moments like this before an objective, like the timing of this isn't great for KT, but if this happens again or repeatedly for Damwon, maybe a miracle happens here and KT steal this series away. But otherwise, like, look at the gold. Damwon Kia about to crest with this Baron buff and the turrets they take down. KT's gold. They do. 100 the lead now at 25 minutes, and this is the 25-minute timer I've talked about so much all game long. This is where you start to really, as KT, feel the pressure. And the Malzahar continues to just run around the map and push things. That's what he does. Look at the graph.
You know, it's been a while since we've had Malzahar in a game, but you got to pay the tax, right? Aiming had to go for the QSS as his 3rd item, so that lead that he had, it's pretty much gone. You know, you have to pick that up just so you don't die to a Malzahar. We see Banshee's Veil 2nd on Arya. He doesn't go for like a Zhonya's or a damage item, right? That's a lot of damage lost just trying to survive by picking up a survivability item. So you're already behind in terms of composition at this point in the game, but then you have to spend money on items that just, you know, they're not going to help you in this position.
Yeah,
like, yeah, you survive, but then you die anyway because you're up against Jinx and a Gwen.
Yeah, it's like you're paying the tax, you're going bankrupt. Like the fad, it feels like KT's comp was a fad. You know, it was like really cool in the early game. It was like really great. I mean, you see that Fate's Call, man? That was so cool. But that's so 20 minutes ago. You know,
Yeah.
like that's so 17 minutes ago on that first Rift Herald fight. This comp, it's not cool anymore. KT, you spent all your money on this. You're bankrupt now. How do you win against Damwon Kia? It's not going to happen. I mean, unless a miracle occurs, right, or some sort of crazy pick happens. Is at least they're side laning really well. You know, like we've got a LeBlanc in the bottom lane. Rasco's trying to get this inner turret. That's going to be some extra gold. But the gold isn't going to make your comp better, unfortunately. But it can give you a third item here as Rascal, right? It can give you a little bit more pressure on inhibitors.
It's a good time to go for that kind of split push because you have teleports available on both of your solo laners, Rascal and Arya. Damwon Kia, they have to group up here because they cannot give away Infernal Soul, because crazy things can happen when you give away souls like an Infernal, right? If this were Cloud, Damwon Kia, they might be pushing top right now.
Yeah.
Probably not, but you get my point. So Damwon Kia, they're here, 5v5. We're going to have a showdown once again.
Always watch where life is before these fights break out. He's silenced now. If he can get the angle here, that would be the big win, right? I mean, that's the hope.
Yeah.
And then maybe you see a Rascal layered on top. These are the ways this could work out. Arya's like desperately trying to poke.
You can see how they're trying to get this out as Hold That Thought aiming goes into the back line, and down he goes. Bertle just going to sweep him up with the needles, and that's all they needed to do. Once the Callista's out, you're losing so much of your damage, and that will be KT giving up on the fight. Damwon Kia pick up the second Drake, the Infernal Drake, as KT, they're trying to get something else pretty tricky going here.
Yeah, I like this play, considering that Bertle just doesn't have any opportunity to escape here, and even with Ultimate will not be able to trade anything back. Buys a lot of time. ED for sure.
Yeah.
But he's down, but what do you do next as KT? Like, Damwon Kia kind of like, yeah, so what? Because it still doesn't make your comp better at all. If Rascal starts threatening inhibitors, we can have a real conversation about what this side laning means. But at the moment, he's just getting gold, which unfortunately serves very little function in these team fights. Like, watch this fight again, and notice how it breaks out so quickly. And aiming is the whole crux of this. And he has to be in a spot like this, because he has to be close enough for life to actually face call life when life goes in. So he's in a vulnerable place. He's just instantly blown up by a sick play from Canyon.
내가 발로 차줄게 이번에.
This is not easy to do.
Yeah.
나 봐줘.
And look at him go. He just goes straight onto the board, gets behind him,
괜찮아.
taxis
천천히 해봐. 천천히
over.
해봐. 나 뺄 수 있어.
And like,
Land a Q, hop to a ward that's nearby, and then kick flash. You guys are trying to get that down?
then obviously Bertle, you know, buys some time here, does go down. But eventually we will get to another Baron fight where Damwon Kia can, if they win Baron, push down inhibitors and probably win the game, or the Elder fight, you know, later on. As KT, like, the pendulum can swing back in some ways, like the pick potential I was talking about, or maybe KT, like, suddenly we get to the extreme late game, and then one pick and the death timers that come with that can actually win you the game. But it is, you know, you're feeling really depressed if you're any of the 5 KT players right now trying to figure out how to win this game. They've made great calls, right? They punished Bertle twice. They've looked for picks in the jungle. They're trying to clear vision away of these objectives.
Yeah, more picks, please, is what they're saying. They just want more choices, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't think Damwon Kia is going to give them many choices, any more picks here in this game. And you can see Damwon Kia now, they're very aggressively positioning around this Baron because they know that, you know, at any point right now, like, they don't have to do this, but you can if you're feeling very comfortable, very confident in your position. But for Damwon, you can wait it out. Maybe you're feeling a little bit apprehensive because your Gwen is getting totally rocked in the side lane multiple times in a row. So maybe you want to accelerate it a little bit, but at the same time, I think they could take their time, but they are going to go onto this Baron.
This is a little bit greedier than what they were doing before, but they're going to commit either way. Graves does not have teleport, and they know it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here. 5v4 as the jungler's here, though. Cuz is going to get slowed down, and nothing is going to happen. KT not willing to flip over that one because it is not 5v5 as Cuz still getting locked down. Here's the engage, and Life just gets 100 to 1 on the backside of that. Fate's Call will save him as the rocket nearly takes him out on the backside of that. But at the end of the day, as Damwon, you're like, well, free Baron.
Yeah, free Baron, and you also pulled Rascal out of the side lane, so he's not able to further push towards those inhibitor turrets. And Life, you know, these engages, they get harder to pull off, right? Like at the beginning of the game, he had the bestest Estes ever, like the greatest, like that you could ever see. And then here in this one, he's like waiting for my moment, and here we go. And then he gets kicked away instantly and then blown up by Cannon. He has to stop watch, and then there is nothing you can do as KT anymore. There is nothing. You don't have an AD carry. You have a Kalista who has 3 items and a BF sword, but won't be able to fight into this. And if she does get suppressed, or if she does get kicked, or if she does get collapsed on by a Gwen, she's dead. She can't fight the long fight. She has no range. There is no front to back here.
And against Baron, you can't even use that kind of split pushing shenanigans we were seeing before too much, at least if Damwon grouped up as 5 and pushed a lane, actually, as I thought they were going to do in the mid lane. But with this Infernal Drake coming out, looks like they want to set up vision and protect that. As now Rascal is with teleport, so actually he will be able to put on some pressure here for the next 30 seconds.
And also I love that he did this with Cuz too, because Cuz is in a position to where if somebody came alone, they could actually get a kill and then start to threaten a lot more. This might be enough to pull Damwon Kia away from Drake Cryo.
Bertle's going in on this fight, but as you mentioned, Cuz is here. The needles miss as the stun and the flash come in. They're trying to get on top of Bertle. He has a Zhonya's, and he's trying to hop away and do the damage, but he cannot. As the Drake is coming up, Damwon are left wondering, you know, what do we do? We got to burst this down, but we got to save our base. It looks like Showmaker will be here to stop the push.
KT really looked like a little bit lost as to what to do in this moment, because they're split up, right? 3v4, they can't win that fight around Drake. I mean, the 5v5, they're going to have a hard time, right? But especially 3v4 without all the pieces, without that Graves damage, it's so difficult to look for a fight there. They can't push to end either, and they still, despite the pick onto Birdall, are unable to get the inhibitor. So this is that duo I was talking about, where Cuz is here, so Rascal can do this, and if one comes to answer, you kill the one, right? 2v1 here, and they handle this so well. Birdall buys a lot of time, and because Baron is up on these players, they actually have empowered recalls, and so that's what allows them to come back quickly enough here to stop the inhibitor. Rascal's like, please, let me get it, and they're all calling like, no, you gotta back out, man. They have empowered recalls.
Yeah.
It's like KT are doing, they're making all the right choices despite where their comp is at right now, but at the end of the day, there's big objectives coming online that they will have to fight for, right? The Soul, actually, finally for 3 Infernal Damwon Kia, who already scale better.
Yeah.
You will have to win a 5v5 at some point.
A little bit of an issue, you could say. The Hex Drinker is completed for the Jinx. And I think it's because Doc Dom says, well, I have enough damage. Let's get some more survivability and just make sure I don't die to LeBlanc, which is definitely one of the choices, one of the people that could take you out.
The itemization here is really good for Damwon Kia. Maw early for Canny, but that's super early, as you pointed out. Now he has a GA. And total damage to turrets here is an interesting stat to look at, because you pointed out already how much the Kalista did early on, but is unable to do so now. And Rascal, you know, obviously has been sidelaning quite a lot, but it hasn't led to an inhibitor. Because if you get an inhibitor, then suddenly you get map control, so you can make tricky plays. Suddenly you're pulling one player from Damwon Kia around the map, playing a little bit of tennis. But
yeah, Damwon Kia are trying to take a Baron, but you're like pushing to end. Yeah. It can get very, very tricky in that sense, especially with all of the mobility that they have, like Viego, Graves, LeBlanc. Those are hard champions to lock down.
It's crazy how this third Drake for KT, the one where they lost the fight but got point, actually bought them enough time to like maybe side lane their way into some sneaky plays, right? Like it's still not there yet, but Damwon Kia are like, well, we're getting a little bit outpaced by you, and Damwon Kia are just not going to mess this up. Like, they're playing so passively and so safe. I think Damwon could also be a little bit more aggressive on the map and try to punish these plays. But the volatility of doing that is so high, and this is game 3, right? Might be their first game 3 win of the season. So what he's doing right now is staying in this lane. So what I mean, it's actually a smart move here from Cuz. So what he's doing is he's actually threatening a side lane. If they show, he can actually push. And if they don't show, then he just backs, right? So he's kind of waiting it out a little bit longer. And then if they show on the other side of the map, or they are grouped up, then he actually tries to push down for that inhibitor. That's the idea here.
It feels like he's waiting for an item as well.
Yeah, what is he buying?
So maybe he like wanted to get to the top side and farm, but like couldn't. So Blade of the Ruined King will come in and yeah, I mean, it's a good item to have here for this moment in time. We have Cleanse Ghost right now for Showmaker. Not trolling, just Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah, Unsealed Spellbook and actually really strong to this comp. Both of these right now for the final fight, which will very likely be on the Soul. KT have vision control here, and they know Gwen's bottom. They just pinged her, but she has Unsealed or Unleashed Teleport. She can come over here.
Canyon waiting, always hunting.
Rascal also trying to threaten an inhibitor, going to force Gwen over here.
Yeah. This is great. I mean, you still have Teleport, you still have Ghost. You're going to be very safe. You have tons of vision over there as well. So the second that Dom and Kia begin to threaten your side push, you can just back away, or you can teleport away, or you can do whatever you need to do to win your team the fight. As the Infernal is coming up here in 50 seconds, and the Baron is available. So
yeah, this is actually really, unfortunately for Damwon and Kia, the fact that these are so close is really frustrating. Like, you actually have to deal with both here, and that means that KT have an opportunity for a surprise engage because they have vision control around the one that's active now. As Damwon would be willing to trade 1-for-1, but the timing is not there, right? Like, there's 30 seconds left.
It's a pretty thick wave down there in the bottom side.
This is Damwon and Kia just really slow playing this.
Oh, they got the Banshee's Veil out of Arya. It's actually really important to do that just so that if he does hop in and, you know, try to get some damage down, you can just immediately ult him.
It's
because
crazy. Yeah.
Arya opted into the Banshee's Veil rather than a QSS of his own.
It's crazy how difficult it's been for them to do the same to Showmaker, who's just with his shield all the time. They will get the soul. KT a little bit too slow to punish.
Yeah.
And, you know, now they can't even stop them on the rotation over to Baron. The ability to pilot what KT are running with this comp, this stage of the game, is so difficult because you have to have the great wombo combo, you have to hit all of your damage perfectly, and you have to position well, and you have to play around the suppression, you have to play around the Jinx poke. Like, the fact that KT haven't died yet is actually a testament to how good this team has played this composition and clearly how much they've scrimmed it from behind. Because teams will often just straight up run a scrim where they're like, all right, well, let's try to see if we can fall behind this comp and how do we play it there. Like, that's a scrimmy run with early game comps. And KT, they're not ahead and they're not in a position to win this game by any means, but the fact that they're still in it, I think is really something to note here.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, there is a lot of catch on their side, so Damonkey, I think, are playing overly safe to potentially even a fault, where it's like, we're just going to get every single objective. As Arya does a great job there, still has that Banshee's Veil available as the TP is coming in. Canyon pretty low. You see Arya over the top once again, the engage from Life, as the rest of KT not really getting on in there, as the flash comes forward from Showmaker, but he's getting burst down. He's going to have that Zhonya's, though, and Duckdom is so safe on the backside the entire time. Perfect positioning. Koz is trying to get on top of him, but he will survive. As a triple kill here for Duckdom, and Arya will be the last one to go down. Dom and Kia, they will end up with the victory with the Infernal Soul and push down mid.
Their first win in a Game 3 of the season. It took 5, but they will finally close this one out. They had the better composition for the late game. KT's composition had a few great engages early, but they weren't able to hold on to the lead. They did their best. They played around a slow and patient Damwon Kia in the side lanes, but it is Damwon who take the last Baron and take the game here in the end. Great block there on the Fate's call as well to make sure it couldn't actually blow up Duckdom, couldn't blow up Canyon. Positioning was everything in that last fight. And Damwon Kia, they crossed their T's, they dotted their I's. They were not going to lose that game. That was a very clear theme for them post 30 minutes. It's like, all right, just group up as 5, play perfectly safe, don't take any risks, not even one. And they will take the best of 3 in the end.
It's important to do that too, especially when you know you have the ability to play very well. But on days where things aren't quite going your way, you don't want to drop Game 3s over and over, because those are series you're dropping, those are games you're dropping that you could be taking if you were just a little bit cleaner, a little bit more patient. And that is what we saw to an extreme here tonight from Damwon Kia. Sometimes it was forced upon them by some of their drafts, but other times, just making sure 100% they can get the win.
And and I mentioned it earlier, we've talked about it a lot this season. It was Damwon Kia who played this style of comp around, not the Callista, but around early jungle control with Canyon, right? And then KT adapted their Callista set version of it, then the Callista Jarvan, which is very reminiscent, of course, of life on Gen G last year. And it feels like the tragedy of KT is that they play great macro games. They can get ahead early. They sometimes fall apart in the late game, to be fair. But in a best of 3, if things get hard, they always fall back to this crutch of the what's life gonna Fates call in with, and what are we gonna like? What are we gonna do when we, you know, if we can't win the game early? Like, how do we play? Like, it feels like KT is so reliant on this, and it's something that really holds them back. At first, it was cool. It was stylistic. It was fun. It was a throwback, and now it's like, this one again? We doing this? Like, set flashing in at level 2 again? We doing that one again?
Yeah,
like, I've seen this move before.
It works. It works sometimes.
But to push into the upper echelon, right?
Yeah.
To beat the bottom 4 teams.
I mean, they beat Gen G, but maybe that just wasn't Gen G's day. KT were a lot cleaner on that day, I have to say, compared to today.
I thought KT's game 1 was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And game 2 was okay. But game 3, you know, you put yourself into such a polarizing comp like this against a strong team who knows how to deal with it, and it just feels feeble. Like, it feels like there's never any moment where you go, oh, KT have totally got this, right? Against a team like Damwon Kia who just knows how to fight around it. And Life had so many good moments. Those first 2 engages for him were so great, and it just still wasn't enough. And that makes you wonder, like, is this comp dated? Yes, I think it is. Is this comp figured out? Yes. And guess who was one of the best teams at shutting down Gen G running this last year when it was common? Damwon Kia, they know how to play around this, right? And I think it was KT, once again, just falling back to what has worked in the past, but won't necessarily work against a 3-time back-to-back LCK champion.
It's kind of interesting because you see him Cataclysm there. One guy gets devoured, the other guy is Lee Sin, who hops out.
Yeah.
So it's like, what exactly are you Cataclysming anyway? You know, like, if you had caught Tom Kench, maybe you keep them in the same place, but he still gets devoured? Like, I don't know. You know, some things, as you're mentioning, do go back to the draft. This was a really nice engage from Canyon, and the second we saw that, we're like, okay, put the stamp on the book. Like, this one is Damwon Kia's win.
칼리 투어 넣었거든?
Yeah,
칼리
these
봐봐,
are the
칼리
final
봐봐.
moments here.
형나 빨리 겠다 이거.
징크스 발라, 라스트 발라.
이긴다.
Just watching how systematic they handle this and like how clean the comms are just shows that Damwon Kia knew this. There's like no way they lose this fight as long as they play it slow, right? Like,
다행이다.
다행이다, like basically, oh, thank God, like I'm so relieved. And I think they knew that, like, this is their first time winning a best of 3 that goes to game 3. Like, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of volatility.
라인도 세다. 세긴 하네.
A little bit of coughing.
They don't really say anything. They're just like so chill.
고생했어.
Good work. Everybody did a good job.
I feel like Duckdom's trying to clear like the awkward silent air, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, like, good job, guys, you know, it's good. Like, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was okay. Game 1 was a little bit of a weak one, but still got the win.
I think the atmosphere in Damwon Kia is definitely not amazing right now, right? You lost to DRX, and KT kind of bopped you in game 1 pretty hard, so you're not feeling like, I am the dominant Damwon Kia that's about to take the Spring Trophy. Not yet. You've got a lot of work to do. I think maybe that's why the mood is a little bit more somber in comms there at the end.
Yeah. You know, Damwon Kia, they are on that bit of a streak in terms of LCK wins, but the way we're looking at it now, like, they are not the favorites by any case. So I like what you're saying, Wolf, where it's like, this is kind of Damwon coming back down to reality, and we'll have to see if they can dig their way out of it, because there are a lot of teams right now that are way ahead of them in terms of play style and how well they're playing and all that kind of stuff. So definitely, it's going to be a challenge. We'll see if they can make it through and make it back to that excellent Damwon form that we have seen in the past. But for now, guys, we will have the analyst chairs ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Max and Chronicler for the breakdown.
Hello, everyone. I am Atlas. This is Mal, and welcome to the analyst chairs and analytical carpet space. Also, that was pretty intense for the majority of that game. The fact that we had KT stay in it for so extraordinarily long when it felt like it was flipping away from them. Slipping. I said flipping because there was a lot of flipping yesterday and it's still in my system. It was slipping away from them, but they held on, they held on, and in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Looking at the draft here from Damwon Kia, I think the early priority in the Jinx is great. Really liked, as the cast did, the Jarvan pivot, of course. When it is specifically live, you have the opportunity to do that.
Yep.
And they utilized it well. When the Kalista locked in, you kind of know. The one thing I was a little bit sad about was that we didn't get to see the Fresh here. I think that the Kench did okay, but I think Fresh, specifically into Jarvan, is just always going to feel really, really nice. And if you know you're going to lock in Malzahar in the same rotation, you might as well. And the Malzahar, while I think that Showmaker mechanically didn't have the best game, is actually so good into both the Kalista and into the LeBlanc, because so much of what Arya wanted to do, even post-Banshees, was denied just by the existence of Showmaker being able to press his R button and then clicking another champion.
There was definitely a lot of gameplay going on there. We do talk about Syndra's gameplay button quite a lot, but Malzahar had the original. He's had it for definitely a whole lot longer. So very fun seeing the Malzahar back. And I really like that, you know, Showmaker demonstrating that he's got so much LeBlanc experience that he knows what one of the worst possible matchups to have ever is. So really, really cool to see. I believe we do have our first highlight on the way, and we're going to be dipping a little bit later into the game here because the early game was a lot of KT retaining control, but not really getting massive leads, as here we are in towards the Soul Point fight.
And what you'd expect here is that it's looking good, but it's not. And even with the engage being found, a key thing here that you can't see because the fight is happening so fast is Arya did no damage, because this is pre him having the Banshees. The moment he jumps in, Showmaker uses the ultimate on him, and then without that, the damage is actually kind of lacking. So even with a 2-man knock-up, Showmaker just presses Zhonya's, stays alive for a really long time, and Gwen and Dom both just sit there, are able to do a lot of damage, and this for me was really the big turning point where Damwon slowly started to take control of this game.
Yeah, and that was when sort of that range advantage of things like the Jinx start coming online, right?
Yeah.
And this like Phalanx, the Death Ball that you see with this this Damwon composition is going to work out. Not to mention the fact that they once again had Canyon on the Lee Sin. And this guy, I have a feeling, I'm sensing 1,000 points in the waters. This guy really did take what was a series that was looking pretty dicey after game number 1 going so well in favor of KT, and then really picking it up and putting it on his back in this series.
Because Birdle having so many issues in side lanes, we saw Kalin, who was okay, but Tom Kench, unless you carry, has not the highest impact carry, barring some great devours that he was able to find. And as we mentioned previously, I think Showmaker is still not on the form, still kind of searching for it.
Yeah.
The Canyon, man,
it's pretty nuts. Let's jump into our second highlight here, as we do have the Baron fight, where basically these Flame Trumpers stand in the way, and you know, Cuz doesn't make it in. Like, the timing was just so good here for Damwon Kia away from when Rascal was able to enter the fight.
The key thing here is that Damwon Kia identified, one, they have an incredibly quick Baron with Liandry's on Malzahar, a Jinx, as well as a Gwen. And then to add to that, Rascal is on the other side of the map with no TP, and at such a small moment, you know, Damwon Kia, they're not playing the cleanest, but if you give them opportunities like that, they will make great use of it.
Yes, and now I want to bring your attention to Flame Trumpers. This is what secured Damwon Kia a Quadra Infernal Drake Soul, and pretty much just got them the game, right? Yeah. You get Infernal Soul on top of 4 of those Drakes. It is definitely ridiculous. He places that in a choke point, and you know, Powder's got all of her stuff together. She's figured out how to make him work, and
just sitting there like,
yeah, like, what do we do? Like, this is it.
He has flash. He has ult. Yeah.
Sometimes it just works out for you.
What you gonna do?
Just ridiculous. It's okay. Sometimes it works out. Let's have a look at the POG and see who manages to pick it up. Whether it is going to be that 1,000 points or not, I'm not personally sure. It is. So we've seen players win the POG of the split with 1,000 points. Canyon's there by, you know, approximately the middle.
And I'd attribute the current placement of Damwon Kia honestly solely to Canyon. I think that Showmaker, he's had okay series, but moments like here where he dies because he gets a little greedy with his flash, gets last hit by a Viego, giving unnecessary gold over in what should have been basically a completely won skirmish. But Canyon, I can't even fold him for things like walking into the charm, you know, like in the late game against DRX, because this guy has to do so much heavy lifting. This kick right here might actually turn out to be the game in play, right? Because this gets him the objective. And Canyon on Lee does these things more consistently than any other jungler, and that's the reason why in a lot of other teams, the POGs are spread. Look at Gen G, like,
Yeah.
it's Chovy and Doran. But for Damwon, it truly feels like Canyon is the only one that's playing to his level, and I think this is normal, but also Canyon can't keep doing this all the way to playoffs, guys.
No, it's not enough. And honestly, like when you do see that, it is a little bit of a worrying sign because you need to have everyone behind him to make things work. It is going to be 13 out of 13.
Yes.
Everyone figuring it out, even the media vote, understanding.
Repent.
This is about polar bears and making sure that they're going to be okay. And speaking of which, we have Canyon alongside. So here is Ji-sun with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG of Damwon Kia, Canyon. First win of the second round, and your contention for the top spot is still going on. How do you feel? You really had to win in order to get back on the third place. But that was our goal, and I'm happy that we were able to make it happen. And this is only the beginning of the second round robin, but you already collected 1,000 POG points so far. Did you see that? I had no idea, to be honest. Your highest record was actually 1,000 points in 2019 summer. Are you looking forward to getting more POGs and winning the award? I've never imagined that I will be able to make it happen so fast, so it feels surreal. But I will keep working hard. I also wonder how far Canyon will go with the POG points. And this was your first Game 3 victory of the split. This is our first 2-0 victory, I know. So I'm happy. Yeah, even Deokdam mentioned that this is our first 2-0 victory, 2-1 victory. So were you guys a little bit worried about your Game 3 win rate? Not really, but you know, as we got into Game 3, we really wanted to make sure that we all stay calm and we don't get nervous. So I think because that was the main reason why we lost Game 3 so far. Let's get back to game number 1. Rascal played Jace after 2 years. You see that coming? We actually didn't, so we kind of excluded that as an option and rounded out our draft, so we didn't see it coming at all. How did Damwon Kia react after seeing that Jace lock-in from KT Roaster? We were like, yeah, like, he's playing Jace, let's do our best, something like that. I guess Damwon Kia was not too worried about Rascal's Jace. In game 2, Canyon, you were able to get some solo kills in the jungle, and that was very decisive for the victory. Do you remember that kill around the Raptors? Yes. So it's not that easy to get a kill onto Xin Zhao as a Lee Sin. So did you calculate everything and like for sure you're gonna make it happen? If Xin Zhao flashed away, I would not been able to make the kill, but he actually took the fight, so I was able to get the kill. In game 3, we had Malzahar from Showmaker as a counter into LeBlanc. Well, this is not a champion that wins lane hard early on, so what was the plan in that pick? First off, you know, as Malza is level 6, he is a very effective counter into LeBlanc, especially heading into the team fight stage. So post level 6, we wanted to play around the mid and jungle synergy, and we were able to kind of get the best value. Game 3, you know, another pop-up performance from your Lee Sin, so we have a replay to watch together. Let's take a look. Do you remember this moment? Yeah. You exactly delivered that Kalista on the side of KT Roaster. I mean, even at this point in the game, the team fight didn't, you know, look that easy for us, so I was feeling like I have to make something happen. I have to make a kick for us to win the team fight. Yeah, I mean, I thought we could just easily outrange them and win the late game team fights, but we were not. So I was kind of desperate to make something happen and set up for plays to find the breakthrough. And we did ask you about Graves jungle, but this time around it was Bertle playing Graves. Do you still think that Graves jungle is a good option? Yeah, because that's a flex pick. That's the reason why we locked it in. And the biggest strength is that this champion can go either top or jungle role. So if you can kind of pilot that like really good, it's still very viable. Your next opponent is T1, the only undefeated team in the LCK Spring. T1 is really strong, you know, they're doing a great job. It's gonna be a rough one for us for sure, but we will do our best in order to win that series as well. And this is the end of the interview from Kenya, from ㅣ2022, Kia, and back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as per usual, for the exemplary translation of the interview. Great to hear from Canyon. It feels like we've spoken to him almost every time that Damwon win.
25 out of 26 POG votes in the wins tonight. Only
Just
for
ready.
Media.
Thank you so much, Media, for making sure that Canyon stays a little bit honest. Let's have a look at the
Stay
standings,
humble.
though, to see what this has done. As DRX, unfortunately, will move down to 4th place. KT retain 5th, but Damwon move up to a 3rd place that I think a lot of people were expecting them to land in a little bit sooner than this.
And this, of course, comes off the back of DRX's shocking upset against Humble Life. They could have otherwise secured themselves a great place. But now Damwon overtakes them yet again. But was a bit of a shaky look for KT. I think that what they showed in game number 1 was amazing.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough for the whole series.
It certainly wasn't. They still did make it very competitive, though. Great series, but we do have another one of those coming up. Nongshim versus T1 will be after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you there.
프로씬에 어울리는 모드는 아닌 것 같아요. 네. 전략성이 좀 많이 깎이게 되는 것 같고.
그쵸, 워낙 이게 뭔가 가위바위보 싸움이랄까? 뭔가 운이 너무 작용한다고 생각해서 좀 꺼렸던 것 같아요.
상대방이 주로 하던 픽들이 다 정해져 있었어서
그 당시에는 좀 정해진 것만 하는 느낌이 없지 않아 있었어서
미러전은 눈은 정말 즐거웠거든요. 보면 계속 야쏘가 에어본을 막 날리고 궁극기 쓰고 그렇게 하는데
여기는 굉장히 상황 좋고 그러면서 아니 이런 플레이가 그냥 되는데요. 예, 이거 반대로.
이 게임은 다른 의미로는 블라인드 픽의 종말을 고했던 경기가 될 수도 있다고 저는 생각을 해요.
KT 에로우즈는 어떤 팀이에요?
구멍인 라인이 없고 한타를 잘하는 게 이제 강팀의 조건인데 그 조건에 되게 부합한 팀이었던 것 같아요. 미드 정글이 되게 강했고 바텀도 라인전도 잘하고 한타 때도 잘하는 선수들이었고
썸데이 선수가 굉장히 공격적으로 해서 게임을 이끌어갔고 저희는 이제 바텀 쪽에서 이제 좀 세게 해서 하는 팀이었어서 제 입장에서는 살짝 벅찼죠. 그래도 뭐 우리 밑에 팀원들이 더 잘한다.
에로우즈는 카카오를 제외하면 뭐 썸데이, 에로우, 하찬이 그때 루키 다들 사실은 물음표가 좀 붙어있는 유망주들이었었죠. 보여준 건 좀 없었고
솔직히 처음에 모였을 때는 스크림을 거의 한 번도 이기지 못해가지고 강점? 처음에 그냥 좀 어린 애들 많이 모여 있어서 패기가 좀 좋다 정도만 있었던 것 같아요. 삼성 블루는 파괴적인 라인전 능력을 보여주는 팀이라기보다는 한타 때 훌륭한 팀워크와 한타력으로 극복하는 그런 느낌의 경기를 많이 보여줬던 팀이에요.
우선 저희 기본 연령대가 매우 높았거든요. 그러다 보니까 라인전 요즘 말하는 체급 자체는 솔직히 엄청 높은 편은 아니었거든요. 근데 한타 구도를 짜는 노련함? 좀 그런 게 상대적으로 좀 뛰어나지 않았나. 좀 불리하게 좀 덜 먹더라도 잘 싸울 수 있지 않았나.
사실 그 뒤에 또 다른 장점이 있었어요. 이 팀의 메타 해석력이 굉장히 뛰어났습니다. 뭐 미드 소라카나
고고모? 오 웰정도 댐프. 하지만 야 이거 좌쏘나 우쏘라카. 예. 너무 든든한데요. 이거 리신 잡기 힘들어요. 리신 잡기 힘들어요.
급성장으로 한번 고구마 잡아야 되는데요.
이레리아가 등장했어요. 자 이제 쓸어담기 인프 전자 터집니다.
완승입니다. 삼성블루의 완승이에요.
미드의 소라카, 서포터 소나, 그리고 원딜의 코구모 이렇게 완전 시팅 조합을 구성을 했었어요. 사실 이런 거는 뭐 좋아서 한 번 써봤다라는 식으로는 통용되지 않는 멋진 계산의 영역이잖아요. 그래서 삼성블루가 좀 한타는 물론이고 메타 쪽에서도 굉장히 좀 스마트한 팀이었지 않나.
그러니까 KT 에로우즈가 만만치 않은 전력을 가지고 있는 건 사실이었지만 그럼에도 불구하고 상대적으로 또 난적을 많이 꺾고 올라온 삼성 블루다 보니까 그래도 경기력 면에서 조금 더 위에 있지 않을까라는 생각이 들었었는데 결국 5세트까지 가는 접전이 펼쳐졌고 또 블라인드 모드의 변수가 저는 좀 크게 작용했다고 생각합니다.
일단 저희가 블라인드는 어느 정도 당연히 준비를 하고 가서 자신감은 있었고요. 아마 서로 똑같은 챔피언 할 것 같긴 했거든요.
왜냐면 생각하는 티어 픽들이 다 비슷하다고 생각했고 어느 정도 상대가 뭘 할지는 다 알고 있었고 그래서 막 엄청 어렵거나 그러진 않았어요.
이제는 뒤가 없는 경기예요. 마지막 한 판입니다.
그렇습니다. 이제는 블라인드 모드 픽만 있습니다.
네.
그렇습니다. 지금
아무래도 사실 블라인드 픽은 저희가 얼핏 생각해보면 변수를 기대를 하잖아요. 좀 새로운 픽이 많이 나올 것 같고. 근데 오히려 블라인드 픽은 앞서 말씀드렸듯 서로의 뭐 픽을 볼 수가 없기 때문에 또 밴도 할 수 없기 때문에 가장 첫 번째 옵션이 그 메타를 선도하는 1티어 픽이 될 수밖에 없는 거잖아요.
와 삼성은 진짜 소나무 메타. 소나무에 야쏘까지 덮어준다면 그것만큼 좋은 게 없죠. 카카오 리신.
카카오 역시나
루키도 야쏘, 리신 야쏘 하면 또 엄청나죠.
마오카이 겹치고 야쏘 겹치고 알리스타 겹치고.
자 미러매치 3라인 나오나요?
이거는 정말 진검승부네요. 이거는 그냥 예상 그대로였어요. 그 당시에 저희가 티어 정리했던 게 있는데 그 티어 정리 그대로 그냥 쭈르륵 뽑았어서 그냥 저희는 그때는 부스였잖아요. 그때 그냥 말했죠. 야 이겼다. 우리 하던 걸로 하자. 야 제대로 다 준비 잘했다. 이거였는데 졌네요.
조금 아픈 질문일 수 있는데 그 5세트는 져버리게 됐잖아요.
네네.
왜 졌다고 생각해요?
제가 이제 성장 룬을 들었었잖아요. 그래서 제가 이제 밑에 확실하게 나 몇 분부터 스펙이 더 좋고 그때까지 반반 가면 그때 싸우자, 그때 싸우면 무조건 이긴다 했는데 아마 그 전에 뭔가 그 관영이 형이 뭔가 그 미드 밑에 쪽에서
제가 탑으로 수업을 하고 탑에 가 있었는데 이제 하트 형이 제가 없는 이제 바텀 용 앞쪽에서 4대5 상황인데 오히려 저희가 먼저 싸움을 걸어서
아마 용에서 꾸준히 낚시를 했거든요. 코치님이 몇 번 일러주신 건데 얘네 특성상 용에서 대기를 하면은 얘는 무조건 용을 체크하러 오는 애들이라 계속 엄청 대기를 좀 오랫동안 했죠. 했더니 막 그때 딱 마침 상대가 체크하러 왔고
자, 코르키 말고는 정대면 먼저 들어갔고 바람장막 에어가 있죠. 근데 이쪽은 전체 숫자 싸움이 이기기 때문에
나 탑이니까 싸우지 마 약간 이런 뉘앙스의 얘기를 하고 있었는데 대답도 들었었거든요. 이제 관영이 형이 알겠어 뭐 비슷한 말을 했었는데 갑자기 각이 순간적으로 나와서 나 이거 볼게 하고 들어갔거든요.
아직도 생각나는데 그게 4천만 원짜리 알리스타 플래시 큐라고 그 바텀에서 관영이 형이 플래시 큐를 3, 4렙에 찍은 게 있어요. 거기서 이건 아닌데?
그 뒤에 저희가 아마 거의 다 죽었던 것 같은데 저는 이제 탑에 있었던 입장에서 내가 얘기를 더 세게 해줬어야 됐나? 뭔가 그런 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
그때 막 상대방 잡아 먹으면서 용까지 먹었던 게 아마 기억이 나요. 딱 뇌리에 박혀 있어요. 왜냐면 좀 정기한 설계를 그때 처음 했던 것 같아요. 엄청 정기한 설계. 우리가 계속 심리전 주면 무조건 올 수밖에 없겠구나 이 생각을 많이 했어요.
아마 제압키를 당했고 제압골도 먹었죠. 영혼의 1대1 컨트롤 싸움. 영혼의
다대는 그때 당시에 한타에 있어서 극강의 캐리력을 보여주는 그런 미드라이너로 손꼽혔던 선수죠. 야스오가 역시 다대의 시그니처 챔피언 중 하나였고 다대 야스오는 뭔가 특별한 것이 있다라는 극찬을 팬들 사이에서 선수들 사이에서 많이 받았던 선수입니다. 다대의 야스오.
기가 막히죠. 다대 야쏘. 혼자서 2대1로 슈퍼플레이도 만들어내고 불리한 상황인데도 솔직히 야스오가 혼자서 뭐 하기는 쉽지 않은 챔피언인데도 막 혼자서 해내고 아직도 기억나는 게 그 바텀 쪽에서 트위치 은신하고 있던 거 그거 맞추는 그 장면도 기억나고 대단한 선수죠.
KT 에로즈가 어린 선수들로 거의 구성이 된 팀이었는데 그래도 크게 흔들리지 않고 일정 수준 이상의 경기력을 유지할 수 있었던 건 미드에서 루키가 라인전이면 라인전, 한타면 한타 다 준수하게 역할을 했기 때문이라고 생각하고요.
루키의 야스오는
엄청 잘했죠. 자신도 있었고 그냥 알아서 냅두면 얘는 무조건 1인분 이상, 2인분 이상 해주는 친구구나. 어려운 부분이 있으면 그것 정도만 도와주면은 알아서 잘해주겠구나 이 생각을 많이 했죠.
그리고 사실 야스오 대 야스오 미러전은 야스오의 능력만큼이나 조연들의 역할이 더 중요하거든요. 그런 쪽에서 KT 에로즈가 아마 판단을 하지 않았을까. 우리 하찬이가 알리스타 더 잘한다.
여기서 반대쪽에서 반대 제대로 뛰었어요. 탈진까지 계속 때리고 빼버리네. 제대로 잡았습니다. 한찬이의 롬이 기가 막혔습니다.
탈진을 든 이유는 뭐예요?
야스오 마킹하려고 들었죠. 야스오끼리 서로 붙었을 때 탈진 들어가면 딜이 그때 엄청 안 들어가는 시절이었거든요. 그래서 그거에만 잘 신경 썼던 것 같아요. 마우스를 미리 올려놓고 있었어요. 이쯤으로 궁 올라오겠다.
있긴 합니다. 들어갔어요. 들어가는데 자, 루키 이제 막
에어본 맞은 시점이었거든요. 저랑 아마 루키가 같이 에어본 맞은 시점이었는데 그 자리를 예측해서 궁극기가 올라오자마자 바로 눌러줬죠.
뭔가 상황이 너무 빨리 나버려서 그때부터는 사실 챔프 구성이 다 비슷하니까 아무리 뭔가 교전을 잘해도 이길 각이 안 보이더라고요. 그래서 그냥 그다음부터 허무하게 그냥 하다가 졌던 것 같아요.
경기가 딱 끝나고 부스에 앉아 있는데 이제 상대 팀이 막 세레모니를 하고 막 되게 좋아하는 게 다 보이더라고요. 그래서 되게 복잡한 감정이었던 것 같아요. 분하고 슬프고 부럽고
기념사진을 함께하고 계십니다. 자, 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 축하해주시기 바랍니다. 준우승 삼성 블루입니다.
끝나고 관영이 형이 우는 걸 처음 봤어요. 저는 미안하다고. 저희가 그만큼 준비를 되게 열심히 하고 다 설계를 했던 부분인데 그 당시에 그렇게 됐죠. 근데 결국 또 금방 또 풀렸어요. 저희들끼리는 그날 회식 자리에서 또 형 4천만 원짜리 플래시큐 뭐야 하면서 그렇게 하고 놀리고 막 그랬었던 기억이.
아무래도 그때 당시에 제일 잘하는 두 팀이 거의 비슷한 챔피언으로 맞붙게 되니까 그건 제가 다시 돌려봐도 그때 너무 재밌는 것 같아요. 이제 그런 장면이 다시는 안 나오게 되잖아요. 그래서 좀 더 의미 있지 않나 싶습니다.
신장 헥스장 개업. 뭐야? 이거 받아줘야지. 네, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 핵가족입니다. 저희가 헬스장을 오픈을 했는데 이제 경기 시작 전에 간단하게 스트레칭이나 몸풀기를 해서 경기에 좀 더 집중할 수 있게 좀 도와주는 헬스장이거든요. 가시죠. 혹시 페이커 선수도 같이 보실래요? 건강해서. 건강하세요. 알겠습니다. 이런 말 하면 너무 부끄러운가? 약간 실력도 너무 좋고 외모도 너무 잘생기시고 좀 귀여우시고 해가지고 평소에 운동신경은 좀 어때요, 캐리아 선수?
이제
약간 몸 푸는 거 보니까 느낌이 있어 보이네.
트레이너 선생님들이 이제 운동으로 빠졌으면은 되게 잘 있을 거라는 이제 그런 스타일 많이 듣긴 했어요. 그러니까 눈 쪽이 뭔가 타고났다고.
눈 쪽이 타고났다고요?
중체 시력이나 그런 거. 중체 시력이나 그런 거.
그러면 이거 안 할 수가 없겠다. 여기 있잖아요. 내가 양양 펀치를 한다고 생각하고 쿡. 혹시 구마유시 선수랑 평소에 사이 좋아요?
네.
사이는 좋아요? 근데 가끔씩 때리고 싶은 애가 없어요?
네.
없어요? 그러면은 마음속으로 조금 이거 좀 아쉬웠다 이런 사람 없어요?
그러니까 살아가면서 한 번쯤은 있죠.
그 사람을 딱 여기에다 대입해가지고 이제
그 사람 얼굴이다.
그 사람 얼굴이다. 뒤통수다 생각하고 이건 잘해요? 이건 잘할 것 같은데?
최대가 2개?
아까 운동신경 좋다면서요?
그러니까 하면?
꾸준히 하면 목표 몇 개?
3개.
3개? 4개?
3개.
4개?
4개.
4개, 오케이.
4개. 바로 할게요.
네. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 저 그리고 개인적인 약간 바람이 하나 있는데 혹시 핵붕이 형이라고 한 번만 불러줄 수 있어요?
지금 바로 그냥 핵붕이 형. 핵붕이 형. 핵가족.
마무리했으니까 T1 오늘 경기 파이팅 하길 또 바라면서 저는 또 이제 쉬러 가겠습니다. 몸 풀고 가세요. 몸 풀고 가세요. 근데 진짜 편하게 하시면 돼요. 캐리아 선수보다 운동신경 좋아요, 안 좋아요?
저는 좋죠.
오.
뛰어난 편이기 때문에.
그럼 캐리아 선수가 제기차기를 4개까지 하고 자기는 운동신경이 진짜 엄청나다 하고 갔어요.
아, 그래요?
몇 개 가능해요?
제가 10개? 그럼 될 것 같아요.
와, 10개? 아, 근데 잘할 것 같아. 딱 체형도 지금 너무 좋아가지고 잘할 것 같아요. 떨리죠? 떨리죠? 갑자기 이렇게 카메라도 있고 하니까 떨리죠?
사람이 너무 많아가지고.
저도 그랬어요.
너무 부끄러워요, 지금.
네. 와, 일단 첫 타에 근데 4개야. 이미 달라. 도전 안 해쳤죠? 아, 도전 안 해쳤네. 아, 도전하고 하셔야 되거든요. 아, 연습이었구나. 오케이. 도전! 캐리어 선수보다
계세요, 여러분.
이거 그러면 딱 15번? 외치세요. 도전! 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷.
장비를 정지합니다.
이 시대 마지막 낭만 리브.
아, 근데 진짜 기분이 좋다. 저희 헥스장을 지나쳐간 선수들이 오늘도 좋은 모습으로 경기해가지고 나이스! 축하드립니다. 클로저 선수 헥스장 어땠어요?
이긴 것 같아요.
롯데 이겼어요? 역시. 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다. 감독님, 헥스장 효과 어때요?
좋았다.
굿. 이따 혹시 크로코 선수랑 카일 선수 잠깐 모실 수 있을까요?
막 써도 돼.
막 써요? 크로코 선수 혹시 헥스장 잠깐 같이 가실 수 있을까요?
어떻게 하면 됩니까?
그냥 이게 앞으로 또 이제 경기가 많이 남았잖아요.
아, 네.
앞으로 경기하려면 뭐가 중요하죠? 많은 경기를 치르려면?
체력이 많이 필요하죠.
그렇죠. 체력을 기르기 위해서 준비했습니다.
제가 지금 하는 건가요?
딱 하나 고를 선택권 줄게요. 나 이거 진짜 자신 있다. 제기차기. 이거는 훌라후프예요.
폴라프는 뭐, 네. 기본적으로 할 수 있죠.
기본적으로 할 수 있다고요?
그럼요.
쭉 할 수 있어요?
하면 되나요, 이거?
이거 의외로 못 하시는 분들 많던데.
뭐 그냥.
뭐야? 왜 이렇게 잘해? 와.
이러면서 밥도 먹고요. 게임도 하고.
이게 게임이 오늘 이긴 비결인가요? 아까 카일 선수 훌라후프 안 했잖아요. 한 번만 혹시 볼 수 있어요?
좀 뻣뻣해서.
아니, 아까 봤는데 제기차기 2개가 끝이더라고요.
아이고.
오! 근데 너무 뻣뻣해. 저희 마지막으로 이거 근데 좋아하시는 분들이 많아. 핵!
아죠.
축하드립니다.
원래 분석 데스크 쳐다도 안 본다고.
제가 그랬었나요? 분석 데스크보다 핵가족이 더 잘 될 거예요. 앞으로는 별 일 없을 것 같아요, 저쪽은 사실. 제가 그랬었나요?
근데 입꼬리가 되게 올라가시네요, 지금.
제가요? 기억이 잘 안 나는데.
쳐다도 안 보고 핵가족으로 성공하신다더니.
힘들 때 도와야죠.
되게 많이 달라지셨네요.
변신했죠. 지금 이제 리허설 가야 돼가지고 리허설 바로 갔다 올게요. 네, 안녕하세요. 주클리어입니다. 앞돌풍으로 이니시를 해주면서 뒤로 빨아들이는 장면이 둘이 하고 인터뷰하고 끝인 거죠. 네.
오늘 리허설 한 거 어땠어요?
오늘 리허설 한 거요? 이게 생각보다 막 긴장이 되네요. 이게 손에 땀이. 나 긴장 안 할 것 같았는데 방송 안 들어갔는데 생각보다 손에 땀이 많아요. 아이고. 아프세요?
잠깐만요.
네.
촬영 중이에요?
네. 제가 분석 데스크 오랜만에 왔잖아요.
네네.
발음 같은 거 조금 연습해 보려고 의자 잠깐만 돌릴 수 있어요?
등 이렇게요?
아니요, 등 그렇게 말고.
이렇게요?
네, 이렇게. 제가 아까 해봤는데 한번 하는 거 들려드릴게요. 경찰청 이렇게 막혀요. 발음 평소에 너무 좋으시던데.
이렇게
네.
하면 돼요. 여기를 이게 자음이거든요.
네.
경 이러면서 경찰청 철창살이 쇠철창살이냐 철철창살이냐 이렇게.
와, 확실히 다르다. 엉찰청 철창살이 쇠철창살이냐 철철창살이냐.
오, 좋아요.
오.
레슨비.
아, 다음에 제가 맛있는 거
그럼요.
커피 사들고 올게요.
커피.
오늘 정현님한테 레슨을 받았잖아요.
네.
어떠셨어요?
평소에 보던 거랑 조금 약간 다르게 느껴지네요.
어떤 게 다르게 느껴졌어요?
좀 더 전문적으로 느껴지시네요. 안 그래도 근데 그 영어 프로그램 있잖아요. 그 무슨 월드 클래스? 아 레어 클래스.
저도 핵가족 잘 보고 있습니다. 아무래도 핵붕이 가족 같은 느낌이 들어서.
뭐라고요?
아, 또 뉴클리어만한 인력이 없어요, 진짜.
아니 연기 톤으로 좀 하지 마세요.
아니에요, 이거 카메라 꺼지고 하는 얘기잖아요.
여기 지금 카메라가 지금 앞에 바로 지금 몇 대가 있는데.
아니에요. 오늘의 분석 데스크는 빗돌님, 뉴클리어님 함께합니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. 뉴클리어입니다. 반갑습니다.
네. 아니 핵가족을 보란 듯이 성공시키고
네.
군대 따위는 다시 찾지 않겠다고
그러니까요.
선전포고를 하더니
어떻게
거절하기엔 너무 큰 액수였나요?
누추한 분이랑 귀한
그것도
거네.
있었고 이제 또 서로 힘들 때 또 돕고 살아야 되니까.
아 그래요.
네.
왜 그랬어요?
네?
어떠셨어요?
저 첫 멘트 때 좀 떨었는데 그 이후엔 괜찮았던 것 같아요.
괜찮았다고? 우리 F4는 기대치가 낮구나.
아 오늘 좀 아셨습니다.
아이고 생방이어서 긴장을 좀 많이 해가지고 좀 떨렸는데 아쉬웠던 부분도 조금 있었고 리라님이 조금 생각나는 하루였던 것 같아요. 리라님이 이럴 때 나였으면 어떻게 했을까 약간 그런 생각도 나고 전화라도 한 통 해볼까요 그러면? 아 나 남자하고 영상통화 처음 해봐. 뭐야? 안녕하세요. 아이고 리라님 몸 좀 괜찮으세요? 지금 얼굴이 아파 보여요.
네, 분석 데스크 하는 거 잘 봤어요.
아 그래요?
근데 첫 경기 할 때 떠시는 거 보고 귀엽던데?
제가 별로 위협이 되지 않았나 봐요. 그럼 분석 데스크에서 한 명이 빠져야 된다면?
이해가 많더라고요.
컨디션 안 좋으실 텐데 통화해 주셔서 너무 감사해요.
채워주셔서 감사합니다.
아 아닙니다. 네. 리라님이 사람이 참 좋으시네. 이제 저는 일 다 마쳤으니까 쉬도록 하겠습니다. 아휴. 저 어디로 가요? 여기 아니에요? 혹시 오늘 메이크업 몇 분 받으실까요? 뭐야?
유클리님 일하셔요.
아 네. 아니 근데 진짜 뭐 하세요? 빼 내 옆에 붙지 말라고. 뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second matchup of the night. Nongshim Red Force up against T1, the undefeated team, and the team that is on top of the standings right now, of course, with a record like 9-0. Going into their second match of the second round here of the LCK Spring.
That's right. Nongshim, a very tough opponent for them here, though, tonight, because it is the proper Nongshim, so to speak, with all of their players back in their proper roles. And it is, of course, going to be a special night for Faker hitting his 700th game. There's a lot going on tonight, but I think we'll see a close series here between these two if Nongshim can play like they did at the beginning of the season with this roster.
Yeah, really interesting to see how Nongshim are going to bounce back, and it's going to be their hardest matchup yet, I think. We're going to take a look at the points of the match here and talk a bit about these two teams. 5-loss streak slump after 3 wins, Nongshim on the edge. Again, it's been a while since this lineup has played all together, though.
Yeah, Ghost is back in the 80 carry role, and Effort is here because Peter was sent down this week to Challengers. We'll see if he ends up getting called back next week or not, but not available for play tonight. As, yeah, this is going to be the main roster, but how can this synergy be developed? This is what we were talking about earlier in the week, is Nongshim had a big problem because of COVID, but they already had synergy issues before the rosters change-ups, and yes, they can still scrim online and stuff like that with the players, but you missed a window to actually build that synergy, whereas T1 are just like going up and up and up, right? They've just continued playing together. They've been on the Cloud9, basically, in terms of how well they've gone through.
Yes.
Not to mention the team specifically. Yeah.
Yes. Last KT match, Karya scores a solo pog, and it was the shortest game in spring. That was in the Telecom War, of course, against KT. Perfect round record for T1, the first time in 6.5 years. And I cannot overstate just how long that is and just how hard that is to do in a league like the LCK. They're on full momentum towards a 10-win streak, and honestly, I am heavily favoring them coming into this matchup. Yes, we know Nongshim have their entire roster back. They are a great team, but T1 just feel like they're on another level right now.
Yeah, I think for T1, that's the expectation, is a 2-0. So on his 700th game, he will hit it tonight, and will be his second one. So regardless of the map score, he will hit that one. 698 in total, but will he win the 700th? That is the question, as Faker's recently crested quite a bit of games in his career as well, outside of LCK, passing 1,000, 698 here. First one to hit 700 in the LCK.
Yeah, just take a look at these numbers, just try to absorb them all. Starting from 2013, April 6th, he has he's had quite the career. He's nearing 10 million gold earned. That's a pretty cool one. He's played 70 different champions. Nearly half the champions that exist in the game right now in the mid lane.
Is it fair, though, because he played in winter, you know, that he gets those extra 15 games in?
Yeah.
Is that fair? Some of our players didn't have winter to play in. It's not fair. Like, the race to 700.
Wow.
Maybe one day we'll get a winter season again here in Korea. I can only dream. But here are the team stats, Valdez, and as you mentioned, this is a very one-sided affair, and based on what we've seen so far from Nongshim. There were some strong points from him in the early parts, but the coordination that wasn't there was a big issue until the COVID split of the players, which then was another issue. So I think the most exciting part about this is we get to finally see the Nongshim super team again with a 5-man roster in the positions they were intended to be played as. And for Nongshim fans, hopefully they can make a bit of a dent in T1 tonight, regardless of whether they take the win in the best of 3 or not. You're hoping that you see a better look, and it's hard not to with all the issues they faced.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Nongshim. One thing not mentioned in the points of the match is that there's a couple of former T1 players here, Kana and Effort, on the lineup tonight, and they'll be going up against their former team in T1, at some point in their careers, not exactly the last team that they played on. At least in Effort's case. But either way, definitely will mean something to them if they can get the win tonight.
Yeah, certainly. I think Kana in particular, someone who was somewhat cast out by not only the T1 org, but I think by a lot of the fans for T1, and was one of the highly contested free agents. I know we're talking about some old history here for 2022, but Damwon Kia and Nongshim had a big fight over who was going to get him, and Nongshim got him in the end, and now he has to face off against his former team here, against the rookie player who stood behind him in Zeus. So very excited to see how he performs tonight. BD is back. Ghost is playing AD carry, and there's a lot of discussion to be had about Ghost on the AD carry position. A lot of people are saying that Vital actually looks much better than him, and I tend to agree, but I think that both Effort and Peter look way better than Ghost in the support role, and so we do see some changes here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Ghost, obviously, is experience playing on a world championship team and stuff like this. He'll have that over Vital for a very long time, right? So even though Vital, he's a young player, he's got some great mechanics, I think it's okay to have that consistency in Ghost as well. As here's T1, again, in terms of roster, this is what you're going to see every single time. They have the best bottom lane in my mind, and the best support in the world, in my opinion. And I think that, maybe Mako can challenge him, but that's basically it. And to be honest, he's a big part of the reason why this team gets so many wins, is that he can play anything, literally anything, and he can carry on it. And he got both player of the games in the last time this team was out.
The thing about T1 is that, the big standouts, like the obvious ways to describe this team as greatest player of all time, sits in the middle of the bench, right? Where he's got 2 sets of 2 players on the sides of him, but then the bottom duo is the best in the LCK, and the top duo is actually very quickly rising up, right? And Zeus and Owner, Zeus is looking better and better as time goes on. Owner also really came into his own in summer and has looked very, very strong ever since this roster became the main starting roster. But beyond the players, right, is actually how well they play the map. And we'll talk about that in a little while here. Let's take a look at this key player matchup here. Kana, despite some early losses here, does have better overall stats than Zeus here.
Yeah, it's impressive to have stats like this when your team is currently 3-6. Definitely very difficult, I would say. Zeus at the same time, even in their last matchup against Rascal, Rascal was having some moments where he was getting ahead, outplaying Zeus and stuff like that. So if there were a weak player, Zeus is a good player, but if there were a weak player, because the team is so strong, it would be Zeus. And I think that if you are an Nongshim fan and you're hoping that maybe they have a chance in this matchup, you will look towards the top lane. You'll see Kana up there, Dread back. He was here the entire time, but now he's back with the main roster. That is a point for Nongshim to play around.
And for Kana, the pick ban phase here, the drafting phase, is going to be his greatest enemy, I would say, because he has really pigeonholed himself into very few picks. His Graves being the standout one, and that has risen in priority so much that it wouldn't even be out of the question for T1 to ban it in the first phase against him. And these are things that, as great as his stats look, he was given his comfort picks, his Jace, right, his Graves, and you take that away from this player, he looks a lot weaker. And so something to really hone in on here in this draft for T1, as that is one way you can make Zeus' life a lot easier.
Yeah, it's very true. And if you're T1, I think that's a great idea to go for something like that. Nongshim are going to have the blue side, which means that they have a little bit more flexibility in terms of what you can ban away. and what you have to ban away. Oftentimes the red team is the one that feels like they have to ban away more of the OP stuff. We get BDD versus Faker as well. It's not the key player matchup, according to, today's production, but at the same time, it is a huge matchup.
Guma.
And, watch those eyes.
I love how Gumayusi has just kind of come into his own as a player who was in the shadow, I think, of his brother and was in the shadow of Teddy a lot last year, and now is very quickly becoming the best AD carry in Korea, has overshadowed Duck Dom in that regard, and he's kind of like quietly acknowledging like, yeah, I'm the best, and I'm gonna make this is gonna be my year, and you're all gonna get the expectations you had for me last year rewarded this time. Like, this is my year, I'm the starting AD carry. And you can just see it on his face, is he's a little bit smug, and he should be. And that's the attitude you're gonna have when you're laning with Keria and you're on a 9-0 team here in the LCK.
Turn that caster Sun sign upside down. 시작하겠습니다.
Everybody knows that one.
Yeah. We're not gonna attempt that here. I think there's only one man who has that ability.
He's gonna do it too right before we go into the game.
You think so?
I think he will. He saw that sign. How can he not?
I don't know. He might be saving it for the special moments. It is such an iconic phrase in all of League of Legends, not just Korean League of Legends now.
Yeah.
Caster Jun, a world-famous caster. I'm sure you all know him. And it seems like we are going to jump into this draft, so let's get it going.
Game number 1, blue side for Nongshim. A lot will be told, I think, in this draft about where Nongshim's form is and where they want to put their AD carry, right? Because Ghost has been a very slow-playing AD carry in the past, sit back and farm, play strong topside, which is why Kana pairs so well with him. It's a match made in heaven in terms of sit back on the bottom lane, don't make your plays there, give Kana his strong side picks, his Jace, his Graves, and put all your resources there. You have Dread, who's a great ganking player, likes to gank early. And it feels like we've talked about this a lot at the beginning of the season. Synergy wasn't there, then there was the COVID stuff. So we're going back, we're rewinding to the full Nongshim roster, and we'll see what they end up drafting here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always this talking point about how sometimes T1 start off slow and they have like strange drafts in game number 1, but I was actually relatively okay. There's that Graves ban you were looking for. It's I think it's a great idea.
Anyway, go on. I had to A that,
Good call out, good call out. But yeah, I think that over the last couple of series, they've kind of gotten rid of that. I think they've gotten a little bit cleaner, especially with their game 1 drafts. And it's been a good look. I think it's been a big contributor for how they do win a lot of these series 2-0.
Yeah, it's a really good point because it's hard to even nitpick T1 right now. And that's the only thing you could say is, well, there's been a few drafts that were a little bit sus, but they still won, but, it was a little bit strange. And then
they still won with a sus draft, but, like, anyway.
Yeah, I think that's where we are right now is this is not a priority blue side pick at all. The Rise was left open. Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you're picking Viego here, you better have a good reason. As the Rise will get taken. Not a big shocker. But now you have, as T1, your choice between the Aphelios, here, potential Jinx that you could pick, assuming that Nongshim would then take the Aphelios themselves.
I think they hovered that for Owner, right? He is a huge Viego player. And so maybe they're saying, hey, we might pick this. You might want to pick it early if you don't want us to steal it away. Viego Rise is definitely a great combination in terms of target acquisition, but also, finishing it off and just early game pressure. It is very good. We got a big smile on Owner's face as he hovers Nidalee.
He's been doing this a lot and then just picking meta junglers like Xin Zhao, so happens again.
Wow.
Wow.
What? That's crazy.
He's like, I will play Nidalee once again when they will say it's a bad draft and I'll still win. No, not today.
He's playing Viego in game 2. I know, it's crazy.
The Jinx will be the common response to this. And, the range that we've talked about with the Jinx is a really big thing into the Aphelios, but it's also the fact that she scales really well later on in a comp that is going to do very well scaling-wise. And then you give Kana your blind Jace because the Graves is banned, and you kind of have to do this. Like, if I see a game where Kana, plays a Gwen early on in the draft, like, I'll be like, wow, he's changing, like, he's evolving. But right now, it's kind of like, you don't want him on those. Give him the Jace, okay, give him the Graves if you can. And that's that's fine for T1 because they can just play a slow top side of the map, focus on getting the Aphelios ahead, focus on getting early plates down. They have the Xin Zhao, so they should, in theory, have control over bot side if they commit ganks there repeatedly. And that can give what is already such a deadly 2v2 lane for T1 a lot of power.
Yeah, very true. Zeus has been often relegated to kind of the Gragas, the Gnar, kind of these tanks in the top side. It's part of the reason why some of his numbers aren't super impressive as well.
Yep.
Just because of the champion pool that he is playing into, so. He's going to go for that once again. Gragas, I believe, it was on like an 8-game winning streak. I don't know if it's still on that winning streak, but definitely very valuable here in the LCK. We do love it.
Yeah. Tough ban here for Nongshim right now because you don't know the route that Faker wants to take here into this Rise. And Corki is a great choice, I think, given the already strong scaling comp that T1 have with good disengage. But the next question becomes, like, do you just ban the LeBlanc because it's Faker and he's great at it and he can threaten you a lot? It's also fairly risky to pick the LeBlanc into this Jace.
You know what's coming is Ahri 4th pick. We've seen it already today twice. I don't know why. Teams are just all on this. We already saw that Faker's played it, right?
Looks like
it surprised me at all.
Nongshim are more concerned about the scaling aspect of the mid lane more than, you know, the pick potential side laning that Ahri provides. The Thresh pick here is fantastic for Aphelios, also denies it for effort on the other side.
My God.
And it's Carius Thresh, so.
I'm like getting scared looking at that. I forgot that T1 is the one team that seems to remember that Thresh exists.
They also banned the Tahm Kench, so your safety is very low right now. And now effort, remember the very rough start he had on the Nautilus and then he never played again and Peter took his place? Maybe let's not do that one. Maybe let's do the Leona instead. And it is a lot sturdier of a pick into what T1 are running here. Kind of help zone out the Gragas, of course. You know, you can, you know, do a little bit of front lining to help prevent T1's engage, the Xin Zhao, the Gragas that are going to come through. So I like it a lot here. As the final pick here is a little bit unclear, and I think we have a draft bug as well.
No, this is just effort. He always hovers Nasus.
Yeah, but I mean the timer is no longer showing, and it's no longer flashing, so.
Whoa. I mean,
Okay.
Hecarim, we've seen this before, I think into the Xin Zhao. Definitely a very interesting pick, not something we see all the time.
The Ahri to close it out, I mean, it has a lot of side lane power. You're very, very happy about playing this into the Hecarim too, because he's going to try to run at your team. You have so much disengage. You can catch him too after his ult is on cooldown. You can charm him, body slam him, hook him. Like, I think the Hecarim is actually a pretty bad pick in this scenario because of all the ways T1 can deal with it very efficiently. But you didn't have a lot of great options, you know, here as Nongshim. The Jarvan was taken away, Xin Zhao was on the other side, you banned the Lee Sin. In terms of meta picks right now, Hecarim has been one that's been hovered a lot here in the LCK, by Dread in particular, by Kroko a lot of the time, but we don't actually see it locked in. Now, with Nongshim here, the idea with this Rise comp is always going to be playing around trying to get ahead early, use your Realm Orbs in conjunction with the Hecarim, because later on, all those disengage tools I talk about make it so difficult for Hecarim to actually play the game and actually do anything of relevance outside of having a big ult on a flank angle. And the scaling here for Nongshim is not abysmal because they have a Jace, right? They have the poke that comes with Jinx. They can chip out the Aphelios. So it's a more well-rounded version of the Rise comps we've seen in recent times.
Kind of wish we would have seen the Viego that was hovered a bunch, but it doesn't seem like Dread wants to hop onto that one once again. So, you know, can be hard into so much disengage to really have too much of an impact unless you do get ahead early on that pick. So just opting into the heavy engaged champ instead. Either way, guys, we are going to jump onto the Rift for match 50. Nongshim Red Force up against T1.
And, you know, there's so much to talk about for T1. And, like, they are by far and above our strongest team right now here in the LCK. And we talked about how great the players are individually. And I think the big standout for me with T1 is how well they cross-map. If they are losing out on one side of the map, they're always getting something on the other. there's almost never a moment where you see T1 net negative on a play. Whether it's a Rift Herald, whether it's a gank on the top side or the bottom side, they almost never trade down. And so their gold numbers are really fantastic. They get really nice leads. And a lot of people call this team an early game team, and a lot of people are calling them that in summer because they were aggressive once Owner was on the main roster. But I think it's just that they understand how to punish any sort of gank plays. And Owner and the communication with Faker and Zeus always means that they're tracking where the enemy jungler is, and they look for plays. As BDD takes some damage here, get that first electrocute proc.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think that's a mark of a team that's very difficult to defeat, right? Because you feel like you're getting a win, but actually you're just kind of going even, and then you get hands diffs. So diffed a little bit in the later stages, of course macro diffed as well. Note that there was only one Biscuits taker on the side of T1, and it was the Gragas up in the top side, and that's the lane where I think maybe you would want it the most, just to make sure you survive against the Jace. Other than that, a lot of other choices in the inspiration tree that are also very strong that were taken this time around.
Yeah. Take a look at some of these win rates here. Kana 0-2 on the Jace, but it has been honestly his most famous pick. You know, love it or hate it. I always say this with Kana because I feel like Kana has as many fans as he has haters for some reason. And I'm not sure why that is, because I think he's a very fantastic player. He's got a good attitude about the game, and you know, we have to give credit to the fact that this is a pick he loves to play, and he is so good at it. Despite the fact that it looks like, oh, 0-2 versus AS is 4-0, T1 is the better team. There's no chance. That's not actually really what's going on here, and he is going to dominate the early part of this laning phase. Speaking of early laning phases, Faker having a little bit more trouble in his here against the Rise push.
Yeah, especially early on. You saw that Faker was a little bit too close when BDD hit level 2. BDD did get a great trade. There's the hook all ready to start us off. So they're not exactly looking for the kill, but again, another fantastic trade here as Keria finds and threads the needle onto Ghost.
He does this at level 2, like every time while the minion wave is crashing, he makes it happen. Like, this is just like a thing that he does. It's not like he's the one putting the pressure on, they're winning the lane. He's just looking for these insane hooks under turret. As if you make a misstep against this player, you're going to lose the trade. You're going to have to back early, as now Ghost has to do. And if you mess it up a little bit closer to the turret, you actually just straight up die. And Keria has killed people, you know, at 3 minutes into the game with these hooks. It's why this pick is so deadly. It's a great denial pick, again, for taking that away from effort, because the Jinx Thresh is also very good. And, I mean, I don't think there's no way to overpraise Keria's Thresh. Like, it just cannot be done. Physically impossible.
I do agree with you there, especially this one champion. But we'll have to wait and see what we have in store for the play in this game. Don't want to overhype it and then have him fall flat on his face. Doesn't happen very often, but
we also
it is a possibility.
Yeah, and we also do very often see the Jinx push the first wave into turret, then go get a call. Effort's here.
Yeah, Faker's in a little bit of trouble. Keria is coming up first from the bottom side, and there is the Lantern. Gets him away from the Rise and the Hecarim. Dread and BDD, who were clamping down from the top side. So Keria with a very nice aggressive save play there onto Faker.
Yeah. Faker's not going to lose too much in lane, even though he got very far away from it there for just a moment. He's going to be fine. It's the Drake, you know, here spawns in 30 seconds. Bottom prio here going over to T1 for the moment. And they will go ahead and get that early back. Well, I say that. Looks like they're sticking around a little bit longer. I think with the wave here, definitely push a little bit harder.
Yeah. They don't want to lose this whole wave.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick that up. You do have Dread down here, but it doesn't look like he wants to go. Oh, as I say that, he is trotting down, not going to commit to it, though.
It's hard, you know, with Thresh on the other side to actually commit because he's got the flay, can hook you, can try to turn it under turret if you go far, and they had the ward there. So it wasn't really a greedy play. Push the wave in, like you said, don't miss those minions. Go ahead and back. Faker's Ahri last time he played it was, I think, the best laning Ahri we've seen. He's got a tougher opponent this time in BD. I jinxed him, though. He misses the charm.
I love how he was just backing in the face of BDD. Does not care. Of course, no skin on this Ahri, as is the Faker way.
Keria's here. BD respecting this. They do not know where Owner is. So he just really wants to secure this back here. And if BDD tried to force the issue, could be a hard punish. They're also putting a lot of pressure on BDD as he hits level 6. Notice also that Owners sticks around the top side, because that's where you see a lot of these Rise level 6 timings here to try to kill the Gragas before he's got his cask. Not going to happen this time, as take a look at Ari's win rate.
Yeah, 3-2 so far in LCK Spring 2022. Faker over the course of his career is a 75% win rate on it, 9-3. As you mentioned, very good at laning the last time around. Also taking the teleport, which we do like to see. Especially in pro play, it's so hard to get value out of that Ignite.
Especially against a Rise, to have kill pressure there is relying on your jungler, not really something that you're going to be able to have control over. Is still Owner hiding his position here very well.
They pinged it like 3 times though, so I feel like either they saw something or they have a great read on Zeus just feeling very comfortable.
Well, it's such a telegraph play from Nongshim with his comp. You hit level 6, you have the ability before Zeus hit 6. He now does have, of course. Before he has that defensive cast, you go for the Realm Warp in with a Hecarim, and then you blow up the Gragas, grab some plates for your top laner, and Kana's very happy with this, right? This is how Nongshim play around the Jace so often, and unfortunately for them, the Owner was there. Whether they saw him or not, they realized, okay, well, we don't know where he is, and they could turn this with the Xin Zhao if we mess this up. So they don't actually commit. And instead, looks like we're going to see this very aggressive Kara-style Realm Warp bottom side. We saw this from Hanwha Life Esports yesterday.
Yeah. We do have Owner on the right side of the map, but he's not currently here, as doesn't look like BDD felt comfortable to go in on that one. No level 6 on the Leona either, so just going to walk back up to the top lane. Or rather, the mid lane. No harm, no foul. I mean, he didn't really miss anything, so just seeing if there was an option available. Both teams playing this early game very safe, very slow.
Yep, he will clear this instantly because he's Rise. And
feels good, man.
Feels good, man. Oh, all the CS. 70-70, though, as Faker playing the early parts very well. What?
He's just like dancing, like, you know, stop moving right around the Raptors. Like, if that were solo queue, that mid laner is 100% just queuing all the Raptors, taking it away, and then they start fighting and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It just feels like Faker has a lot of fun when he's playing the game nowadays, in a good way.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Faker has looked so happy with this roster. And, you know, we've talked about how he is basically de facto the coach for this team. Even though Polt's on stage with him, Polt has a lot of his own esports experience. You know, they've got Moment, etc., backing up the stats. But, like, Faker runs a tight ship. And when he's happy and the team's happy with him, like, it's a 9-0 T1, right? And they have complete control over the Rift Herald right now.
Yeah, it does look like Nongshim do want to fight over this, though, as they have a bunch of guys in their Effort, though level 5 still. T1 have pulled it over to the right side. Effort and Ghost go over the wall. BDD's going to have to walk. Shock Blast hits, but it's not really doing too much damage this early on in the game. It's going to come down to the eye hit, and it's stolen away. The smite is there. Dread will pick it up and trot away with that one. There is no further engage for T1.
Yep. Really nice patience here for T1, though. You know, we talk about this a lot, but T1 in summer last year, right before Worlds, would have fought for that 10 out of 10 times, and even if they gave him a redo, they would have actually tried to force that. But in this case, patiently back off, use the prio they had around the bottom side of that Herald fight to just turn this into a great trade. Unfortunately for them, they will not be able to get those 2 plates for Guma in the bottom side of the map here, even with the wave there, because of the timing of Ghost and Effort coming over. Because we often do see Guma pick up these 2 plates, and it's like, oh, we didn't get Herald, but this is fine. But they grouped up as 5 here, as the positioning here for Dread is really nice. Surfing around the edge, and T1 can't get any closer because he can ult into them. Smite's missed.
Oh, he tried to hit the eye, but he missed.
Yeah.
And then he smited, and then Dread was like, thank you very much. I'll smite that at 300.
It's tough because Dread is, you know, standing right there, and he could ult you if you actually go any closer as the rest of T1's comp.
Also, I will say that it is kind of hard sometimes to hit the eye.
It can be very buggy.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's like you feel like you're behind it, but you're like inside the model, and it doesn't quite register sometimes. So that is one thing I will say. Not sure if that's what got him there, but either way.
I thought you were going to say I'm not sure if that's what God intended.
Yeah, true.
The Rift Herald, like, when it charges and then turns around on the wall and you can't get behind it and hit it with some jungle champions too, you're just like, oh, please. Just like, I just want to hit the back of it.
Good times.
We've all experienced this.
Yeah.
It's very relatable, what you described.
It's very true. And yeah, I mean, it's 11 minutes and nobody has gotten first blood just yet. They traded objectives, but I think objectively, Chim's one is a bit better with the Rift Herald. We'll be curious to see where they do drop. It looks like they do want to go top. But T1 are setting up for this. Zeus and Owner might have a little 2v2 action up on the top lane here.
Yeah, Faker can defensively teleport here to the turret to try to turn this if they extend hard. Faker, I don't think wants to do this. Obviously, just wants to hold the wave here and push BDD back down. He does not have teleport, but of course has the Realm Warp. And they do not commit, as they just don't have enough control over this just yet. And Kana is not getting the resources he wanted this game, unfortunately, so far. The Realm Warp plays haven't been topside. We haven't seen BDD Realm Warp bottom either, so this Rise early game has been very much, you know, passive, and it hasn't been getting Nongshim the leads they want.
Yeah. Keria took a little bit of a detour. Looked like he was going top, and then he started to go back down to the bottom side once again. And the bottom lane is slightly winning to the side of Ghost of Effort and Effort. They do have some more of those plates there. As it looks like this time around, Owner has successfully snuck into the brush.
Yeah. Faker off vision right now, as Perry will have to flash this. Faker hiding, and BDD is actually playing this game of chicken with him right now. Like, ooh, is he going up? Do I need to go up in Realm Warp? Okay, there he is. He's back. We're going back. As the more that T1 stall this and keep Owner up here, like, sure, he's losing some farm, but Dread is also staying here. And finally, they will drop this, but time was ticking down big time, which is a win for T1.
And is Owner going to complete that back?
Nope.
The answer is no, but there is a scanner. Look at this. Oh, he spotted him. I think he definitely saw him there.
He definitely did.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-on-3. The Rift Herald hits, and in goes Owner. Going to boot back the Rise right into the rest of T1. As the ult has to be used to get away here for Dread. But will he get away is the question. Lots of damage does come out there from Faker, but no follow-up. A lot of plate gold will go into the hands of Nongshim, but they lose tempo here on the top side.
They certainly do. And losing your Rise also really hurts. You know, he doesn't have teleport. Faker can go back here freely without any concerns. And Guma is going to get a plate on the other side here, split with Keria. So you're feeling really nice. You're feeling really good here about T1. It's a nice defense. Owner's rotation over was perfect, and the Crescent Guard knocking the Rise in is exactly what you want. And could be a little bit critical of BDD's positioning, but he didn't know where Owner was. And also, to Dread's credit, like, he saw him at the last possible second and was being very diligent about trying to spot this out. Like, they were not really caught with their pants down per se. It was just a really nice sneak from Owner to get over there.
Yeah.
And Nongshim, like, they were being really careful about trying to spot this out. They didn't in the end. But that's credit to Owner rather than mistakes by Nongshim, or we need like, oh, Nongshim just weren't aware. No, they definitely knew this was a strong possibility.
I really wish I had access to their comms in that exact moment on the side of Nongshim, because like the scan comes down, but then there's no pings, and it's like, yeah, like he saw him, but did he see him?
Yeah, exactly. Like he physically could have seen him, but were his eyes on that?
No pings at all. Just, I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced. Based on watching the replay once again, that they did see him in fact. But, I mean, especially with the setup, it was very obvious to T1 that they were up there.
Comms though, comms. Yeah, I don't think he actually saw him.
Yeah, like, he was on.
I mean, he said Moya at the end, like, he was definitely confused.
Yeah.
It seems like, so.
Okay.
That's exactly what we needed.
The question is answered.
Yeah, he didn't know. And that explains BDD's positioning. But at the end of the day, like, they still checked, right? And that's like so unfortunate here for Nongshim, because they did their due diligence. It's just still, unfortunately, wasn't looking at that because he's so focused on the play that needs to be made in hand. And this was like the highest level League of Legends right here. Like one small mistake like this, even though you did your due diligence, like actually gives you false sense of security.
Ghost, he has Cleanse and he has Flash. They're going to get the hook onto Ghost there, as going in here is Effort. The Charm is going to miss. Do they have the damage onto Effort is the question, though. They absolutely do. 4v3. They will collapse on down there, as BDD just going to stick mid.
Akana will get a little bit of pushing done here on the top side, but won't be able to secure this turret. So not a huge win here on the other side of the map here for Nongshim. And there's a cast.
Very nice setup. He's not going to have kill pressure, but that's a nice way to, you know, boot the Jace out of the lane, take some of that pressure off.
The really cool thing here for T1, even though they have, you know, a small gold deficit, is that they have the ability to threaten Soul Point very well right now. And with the composition they're running, it's starting to come online. The Gale Force is up for Gumayusi, right? And Ahri does have her Everfrost here, so there's ways to control vision very well and very safely now as T1. And making plays like this, you know, is very proactive. It's a really nice solar flare from Effort. He decides to engage in, but it's a war of attrition. You cannot win here 4v3 as Nongshim. And then they still, like I said, T1, they're cross map. Like, they still shut down the Jace. Like, they still were able to stop him from getting that inner turret at the same time.
Keria also buffing the hook on that play, very nicely, buffering, I should say. The hook on that play. This time, Owner's going to get the steal. It's on the less important Rift Herald, but he got his revenge. And, you know, we say less important, but it can still get some really great pushing power down wherever you did decide to drop it.
And with the group up they have right now, they just might look for mid. Ooh, Keria, though, has to flash. Thought a fight might break out there, but just kind of holding our breaths here. As Faker is going to get some side lane done on the top side of the map. Ahri can side lane so safely. And so Faker is going to be able to do this without pressure being punished. He does not, however, have teleport available, whereas Ryze has Realm Warp and teleport, so you know, he is going to be able to get here with less of a committal if he needs to, so T1 do decide to back off instead of trying to force the drop here in mid.
So we've had 2 kills in 17.5 minutes. There's been a lot of shuffling around the map and a lot of high-level play that we have seen, but not a lot of kills overall, and it might be a little bit of a product of that, of course, the high-level play. As we do see the biggest lead is in the top side, the Jace kind of doing what he does, kind of playing that very well.
Yep, going for the Eclipse build. Done are the days of the Hullbreaker Jace start, I think. We've learned how that went. In this matchup, you don't need it at all, so it would have been very silly if that actually went down. Now, Faker, once again, just going to come up here and try to harass this Ryze, continue sidling against him. The Ryze has push advantage, even with Ahri starting to get some points into her queue. But there is kill pressure if Faker gets a charm, you know, and there's a teleport available for Zeus, something like that. Like, can actually kill the Ryze, so you have to be respectful here as BDD.
CT1 are the ones that are being a little bit more proactive, just especially Owner and Keria moving together and looking for opportunities. There's the Hex Flash once again, very close on the hook onto Ghost, but he has Cleanse, so okay, looking for a little bit more as the charm is going to hit the turret. He hit the turret, not any of the champions though.
Yeah. Ghost, though, I mean, still gets slowed by the Everfrost and gets hit by a Q, and now he's down to 1/3 health. Like, you can see the pick potential is definitely there with the Ahri. Fortunately for Faker, it's not going to be the pick this time around, as Dread looks for a steal.
Charm is there, but you can see Faker, he is showing a lot of respect there to BDD. Ryze not one of the easier matchups for the Ahri. Generally, he can be a lot tankier than you are and kind of survive through your burst, especially even just picking up, you know, some health items and Merc Treads.
Yeah.
Should be enough, especially early on in the game when the Ahri is getting the Everfrost herself.
If the Ahri gets a charm with somebody else, you know, like I said, or if there's a Gragas coming up, things could be different, but ends up being just fine up here. BDD forcing Faker to flash, so that's a tool gone, right? He already used his ultimate, then he has to flash now, and so 20 seconds until this Drake, and look at how much vision T1 have on this. Faker going to be the one to push topside here, could teleport in at any time.
Yeah.
It's really tough for Nongshim to actually take this one away.
He's also going Rabadon's Death Cap, so not the Shadow Flame here. Just going to be stacking up as much AP as possible, as early as possible. And we'll see how that does work out for him. Generally, we see you know, a lot more of the Void Staff or
Shadow Flame, yeah.
Shadow Flame second. And with that route, I was expecting the Shadow Flame either way. T1 definitely grouping up as a team here in the mid lane. They have this Rift Herald. You can definitely try to drop this and then just go onto the Cloud Drake, but they're sticking around. I think they want to take a fight more than anything else.
They really do, and The Rift Herald here doesn't give them an opportunity for a clean one. So it's kind of lose-lose for Nongshim, though. Take this fight where you don't have prio and you don't have control while the Rift Herald is dropping, or walk away and then give over Soul Point to T1, which is exactly why T1 are in such a good position here. Despite, again, a small gold deficit, they have the objective lead. And this is what is going to be, and by that I mean a lead on the objectives, not objectively in the lead. That's up for debate. But
I made that pun earlier.
Oh, really? I missed out on it. But anyway,
it's okay.
What I
it was a bad pun, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do remember you saying that now, but it was like a little bit different. But yeah, you and I
slightly
are both,
different side.
Yeah, you and I are both making objective jokes, but anyway, my point is T1 get this for free, right? And there's no recourse for Nongshim, unfortunately. And we're already starting to get to a point where we saw in that last exchange Faker charmed the Hecarim, and it wasn't like to set up a fight. They could have gone for a pick if they had a little more damage. We're not quite there yet, as Gumusi's still working towards his collector right now. But T1 have great disengage. They have engage options as well. They have pick potential. It's very difficult for anybody to really go deep and clear vision outside of effort, right? Like, he's the one who can do it even better than the Hecarim can. He's going to be a little bit more safe at doing so. So it's really oppressive the way T1 are playing around the map right now, and Nongshim have very few options. Luckily for them, it is a Cloud Soul, so it's not the end of the world here, but once again, T1's macro is looking phenomenal so far.
Yeah, it's one of those games where it just feels like Nongshim, as you're mentioning, they don't have too many options, but they're definitely playing it very passively. And to give them the benefit of the doubt, I would say maybe in their minds they feel like, oh, we can scale into the late game, we can take better fights later on, it's just Cloud Soul, we'll be fine. And when you're looking at like Ryze and Jinx, you do have a lot of scaling. Even the Jace can be very annoying later on in the game, especially if he has a good early game like he has. But it's not like T1 are any slouch in the late game either.
I remember the crazy, Khalid flanks on the Hecarim, the Krako Hecarim flanks in the late game. We've seen games decided by a Hecarim just going behind enemy lines and having the sick wraparound into a big ult and trapping the entire team. You can't make that play if you don't have vision. So Nongshim actually using the Jace to push bot and actually sweeping vision across the entire midpoint of the map, across the top of the map to the bottom as well. Maybe a little bit of a hole here. But otherwise, from the top of the map to the bottom of the map in the river, look at all the wards they have down. It's really easy now to find where T1 are trying to wrap around.
It's a long spear, guys.
Yeah. And so I do feel like there are ways for Nongshim to win fights and potentially grab a pick. It's just going to be a bit of a lull here, though, in the scaling aspect.
Yeah, I mean, while we're here in this lull state, I think that, we talked a little bit about Faker's build before. Note that he has basically no magic penetration at this point. He's going into a lot of MR already, even in just 4 Merc Treads, but also the Tank Ryze build that we do have coming out here and the Hecarim. So I think absolutely next item has to be Void Staff if he wants to be more relevant for the next fight. Other than that, pretty stable, pretty standard. I think, same build for the Ryze and the Gragas is kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, Faker's build isn't terrible for side laning, so...
Yeah.
Another cast here on Nikana, but this time he's not alone.
Yeah, Owner is running on down. The Cloud Rift going to help out with rotations like that, but kind of just a little bit too smart.
Zeus like, if you guys were just a little bit closer, man, I've had 2 of these this game. But as you mentioned, too aware is Kana. He's going to get out of here just fine. It's going to be a bit of a slower mid-game here until this Drake spawns, but the question is, can Nongshim set up for this fight and win it? They have better vision, they have prio on it currently, and because T1 have, yes, they have side laning in this Ahri, but they don't have like real split-pushing, strong, powerful side laning. It's a Gragas on the other side, so the 1-3-1 isn't threatening. Now, T1 has a very limited approach to this fight, and that is that they probably just have to take it, right? Like, they won't be able to threaten any inner turrets here. Both outers on top and bottom are still up right now. So I think as T1, you don't have a great option besides fighting, but your team fighting comp is online. Collector's done here for Gumusi. And so if you can slow it down, you will get some value, right? Ahri is going to try to get that outer turret right now, and maybe able to get the inner if they can really, really halt Nongshim's setup.
Yeah. You know, you talked about the side laning for the Ahri with this AP build. It's actually great. You do more damage to the turrets, you know? You're chunking down the minions, chunking down the turrets. Makes it faster, and every second does count, so
yeah,
I like that point, actually.
That's what I was saying earlier, like it's a side laning build, right? You know?
Yeah. It's nice. He did go for stopwatch next, and you know, the Zhonya is a very strong item on the Ahri, especially you go in, you use a couple of charges on your ultimate, you stopwatch, then you come back out with a third charge, stuff like that. But again, you know, lack of magic penetration can hurt him as more stats come online.
So Drake started here for Nongshim. T1 are going to try to trade it for a Baron. They've got full vision control here. This is brilliant. Now they are spotted. And so Nongshim have some time here to come over here and stop this. They've already gotten the Drake, so that part is secured. But will they be able to set up for a team fight here? Remember, the Ahri can shut down the Hecarim's engage so very well, unless he finds a nice angle. You know, even after his ult, you know, the turn here is so good for T1. So I appreciate that they set up for this, but because Nongshim spotted out, they don't actually get the start off. And we're going to go back to another lull state here.
Yeah.
Back to farming.
I'm glad you mentioned that turn on the side of T1 because it's like one of the best compositions you could potentially have in terms of turn off of an objective. And I think that's really going to benefit them. I think that Nongshim's is pretty good as well, but just, I mean, you think about Gragas, you know, Body Slam and a Cask, you think about a Thresh, the Flash, even like a Gravitum, Moonlight Vigil can get the job done. Obviously, Ahri and Xin Zhao need no introduction there. So just to break that down a little bit further, I think it's a really good point, and T1 from ahead are going to be a scary T1. Kind of interesting that they felt like, oh, well, we don't really need to get that Cloud Drake. Let's just chill, you know, let's just keep scaling.
They weren't in a position to where they could, I think, grab hold of it. It was fairly risky. And when you're already on soul point, you had a little bit of control over Baron, you could threaten the Baron setup, or you could take a risky fight that could plunge you into a pretty big gold deficit if you botch it at this stage in the game. So I like the restraint here from T1, given the lead that they have. As, you know, we are now seeing the first part of that Void Staff come through for Faker. He is going to hit a big spike with that one later on. As no vision here. Again, the control ward coverage is super good.
Here we go, Australia is on in. The charm is going to miss. I like that they're going for it because you can see a couple of abilities and Ghost is gone, right? And, you know, I talked about this build for Faker so many times, but all of that AP is going to be fantastic against Jinx.
Yeah.
Not so much against the other players on the team, but against Jinx, hell yeah.
It's also just like the amount of disengage that we've talked about can be used aggressively here too. Like whenever he does this, carry his lanterns there, it's almost like Faker is spacewalking. You know, like he's out there with his ult and he's looking for the charm and he's got the lantern. He's got one hand attached to the lantern and the other hand's blasting out orbs. Like he's spacewalking across the map and he's got so much mobility. That's Ahri for you, and with the Thresh in this composition, Faker can fish really, really far. Like he's got the long cast line. And in this case, they almost get Ghost, right, as you mentioned. And still, unfortunately for T1, nothing they can do safely right now until this next objective. So we're just kind of sitting back and waiting.
Faker is going for Void Staff next, which I do enjoy. It's a great choice in this position. And Jace is becoming a problem, though. You're seeing this a lot. You know, it hasn't really come into a more obvious light because we haven't had big plays on objectives yet. It's a lot of like just trading objectives and not a lot of fighting. But, you know, if T1 take a long time to take an objective, you're going to eat multiple shock blasts that are accelerated. And there's a bunch of squishy members, especially a couple of your carries. You got to be careful about your positioning. Even Keria, like he can only take one or two of those before he has to back.
Look at Guma's health bar, right? And it's a good point. Kana wasn't given the resources to explode on this Jace in the early game, but he still side-laned extremely well and punished T1 for grouping up on these early Drakes. So got tons of plate gold as well as a few turrets under his belt. So he's now got his 3 items online and is ready to fight, ready to chip away at the health bars. Doesn't want to run into a Gragas necessarily here, but the rest of his team is nearby. And the setup here for this next Drake, I think, for Nongshim, could just simply be continuing to fight for this vision around Baron and forcing T1 to react.
Oh, man. It feels like T1 is trying desperately to fight, but Nongshim they want none of that party. They're like, oh, we're going
Well,
home.
I mean, the thing about Nongshim is if they just sit back like this, then you hit a shock blast, and then suddenly the enemy AD carries lost a third of his health and will have to back away. Nongshim not willing to pull the trigger just yet on starting the Baron, although I think they have such an insane amount of damage.
Yeah.
But they're just scared of T1's engage. Their pick potential, Ahri goes over the wall, you have this Gragas. It's so difficult to actually start it without heavy risk, and that's why these teams are playing it so slow. The risk of actually being the first one to start that is too high. It's easier to be the one who attacks those who are trying to defend their Baron take than to be the one to take it.
They saw that ability, the Q thrown out there from Faker. Here
Realm
we go.
Warp.
Realm Warp. See ya. I think Guma might have seen that they're on vision though, so T1 should know about this. And this is this damage you were talking about. Look at the Baron. It's already halfway done. They got choppers. We saw what that did in the last series. As Nongshim, they back off a little bit, but they have range. Faker goes in, but he cannot stop it from happening. As T1 now they want an engage, but they haven't been able to get one all night. As the damage is coming out from the side of Nongshim, the poke, you see what the Jinx and the Jace are able to do. As T1, they're going to kill only the Jace, but the Baron goes into the hands of Nongshim.
So the defense of this Baron from Nongshim and their retreat was phenomenal. The ult there from Dread to help everybody get out. He gets out safely as well. And then all they get with this delayed flash body slam cask attempt from Zeus is the pick onto the Jace. And yes, this does give T1 a little bit more control of the mid lane. Ahri pushing bottom as well, but won't be able to get that permanent inner damage. And now Nongshim have full control over the map. Now, denying this would have been a pretty easy first step, but they didn't have bot wave control nor mid. So T1 actually turned their Baron play into a Cloud Soul. Thank you very much. You took the Baron, you had to back out, you had to retreat, we killed the Jace, so it's no longer a huge win for Nongshim, it's a trade.
As owner, he does have Crescent Guard, but he does not want to use it. You know, going back to something you said early on in the game, though, it's Cloud Drake not as much. The Charm is going to land here as the Everfrost will not. Neither will the Q. Vickery's got one more charge. He's looking for it, but not going to. Well, here we go. The Charm comes in and a flash from Ghost. That is a great flash. No cleanse. And if that hits, he's probably dead.
Yeah, 100% worth. This Faker's level 17. Not the longest cooldown on his ultimate, so he should be fishing as much as he can at this stage in time. Then they're really slowing this Baron buff, right? I mean, this is so much resources committed to just get the outer turret mid, which they're still unable to do. They will eventually do so. There's like defending one cannon minion that Zeus is tanking. Burn down that Baron buff. 70 seconds to go.
I like how T1 are very aggressively posturing against this. And, you know, they have some long range of their own, right? You talked about holding on to the space station by one hand with the Ahri, with the Thresh and the Lantern and stuff like that, but also the Aphelios has some nice range, as this poke is really getting out of hand. As the rocket not quite going to land.
The follow-up here is so difficult to execute for Nongshim because the positioning for T1 and the disengage in the turn is so great. As we'll watch this play one more time. Look at how cleanly Dread and crew actually disengage here. The box engage from Keria, not fantastic. Dread's ult here is pretty good. And Kana actually looks for a turn here, but then ends up getting caught. Good play from Keria there. And then Nongshim have to back away. But it was actually a really nice get out and then use the Jace to re-engage from Nongshim. But going back to the point I was going to make before this replay is if you try to follow up on the poke, you're walking into an Ahri, a Grog. It's like all the turn that we talked about for defending objectives works well for defending a turret too.
Will they see this? And will he go for it? Nope. Good job by Jonas Strong keeping that suspenseful. Owner not going to go for the Omega flank, but it was a pretty nice flank. I mean, there's no vision over there right now for Nongshim, but not trying to force a fight, looks like.
T1 have so much mobility with this Cloud Soul now, plus the two solo Drakes. They have, you know, a lot of vision control here on the bottom side of the map. As we're going again, spacewalking.
Yeah, they're trying to catch effort, but again, it is a Leona. Got to be careful about that, especially when you do not have deep vision in this jungle. But as you said, it's relatively low risk because of the champions. But still, gotta be careful.
So T1 could just walk back to base here, set up, defend the Jace push, and wait for the Elder fight. But Nongshim are also in a pretty good position to fight for this. Like, it looks like, oh, okay, 4 Drakes here, dead even on gold, but T1 is ahead, right? They have 3 kills and they have 4 Dragons, but Nongshim actually have a comp that can win fights very well if it's executed correctly, and the poke that they have means that T1 won't be necessarily fighting at full health bars when they do decide to fight for that Elder. So this is still anyone's game to take. It's an incredibly close game actually right now here, the first one of this best of 3. Those items starting to come online really strong here for Faker. He now has the Zonias, so can stopwatch his way out of anything in any upcoming fight. Void Staff completed, one that we've been waiting for so much. It's a huge spike for him right now. And T1, right now, the whole goal here, I think, for T1, the main objective is going to be to make sure they have vision control around this Elder Drake no matter what, so that Jace can't actually chunk people down before the fight starts.
2 minutes ahead, and they're already clearing vision.
Yeah.
Should tell you a lot about how valuable this is. And, you know, you talked about stopwatches. We have 4 total, 4 stasises on the side of T1, whereas there are currently 0 actually on the side of Nongshim. So actually,
well,
no, there is
Rise.
one. Yeah, Rise just picked one up. But yeah, still, that is, you know, it's a one-time use item, but it gets you so much value in a lot of spots. So Nongshim might want to consider picking some more of those up, or at least an elixir or something like that, because this next fight could decide the game, especially because it's 3-0 at 36, 37 minutes. I mean, not much has happened in terms of kills in this one.
Well, this is also not the, you know, Frederick Brion Elder flip situation, right? Both of these teams are looking to hold that thought. Dread caught.
Man.
See how much vision matters. See how difficult it is for Nongshim to walk into brushes, because T1 have so much pick, so much turn. And so T1, because they have enough setup here to control both objectives and just push mid, Nongshim need the side lane. They need to pull T1 out somehow, but they're kind of running out of time. Like, Baron's up here, they've got the damage. Nongshim now have to just look for a fight. They're so slow to do this, and they had to clear mid. They have vision, they gotta go.
Remember what you said about turn as well. They're going to play that very nicely, and the damage is there too. I mean, the Baron's already down. Nongshim, they do not have the vision. They do not have the ability to attack this team that has this amount of fantastic turn. As you see, T1 trying to fight their way through, trying to grind their way through this mid lane and get more position on this Elder Drake. It's the next big objective. Faker, he's got the elixir, he lands the charm onto Faker, or rather onto Effort. He's got the damage. Dread is in the back. He's like, well, I can't really engage now.
Remember what I was talking about with the Hecarim flank? There's just too much vision here. T1 spot him. They know where he is. He walks over the scuttle on his way out. T1 have the best objective defending comp ever. They could start it at any time because the turn is real. The defense is amazing. And this is what they've been fighting for the last 2 minutes, and now they've got control. Even the box. Stay away from my Elder. That's what they're saying.
Leona's not here. I mean, Effort is going to have to get Realm Warped over, but the Elder's almost down. Dread, I think he might go for the flip, and he goes, and he's not going to get it. As Owner is going to take it down, and Dread will be executed. Finally, we get some more kills in this one, as the Moonlight Vigil over the top will miss. But Owner, he's got Elder buff and a Crescent Guard. He's going to go into all 3 of them, as this might just be the end of the game, guys. I mean, everybody on the side of Nongshim is getting wiped up as T1 finally get the job done.
Full ace here, and T1, they knew their win condition, they knew their objectives, they knew the turn they had. They fought for mid-prio tooth and nail, and when they had it, they got both. Nongshim couldn't walk into a no-vision Baron pit, and then when it came to Elder, they had to desperately try. They had to Realm Warp in, but it was not going to happen. Great team effort. T1 winning this game by their macro, their game sense. It's a low-kill game, but they take it in flying colors here with their ability to understand how to set up on objectives, which fights not to take. The first Rift Herald fight they didn't have control over, walk away, trade turrets, but don't actually give up vision over these critical objectives. Got each and every Drake to lead to a fast Elder, well, relatively fast Elder there. Yeah. It felt so early because the way they took it was decisive. It was an annexation, like, this is mine. What say you, Nongshim?
Yeah.
And Nongshim's like, I can't do anything. I can't say anything.
This
Fred's
is
like,
my land now. I will take the Elder. Yeah, it's very true. And I think we got the zoom in onto Faker because, I mean, there's a good reason why. He was very much enabled with the Thresh to kind of do like the old Ezreal Tom Kench thing where it's like, I can stand anywhere and I be totally fine. With all of that mobility and the Lantern to back it up, it's just way too much. And Faker playing an excellent Ahri makes you realize why, you know, pros are saying, okay, this is a great pick. It's blindable. It's just that good. And I think that Faker's play will inspire more mid laners to pick up this Ahri more than it already has been picked up here.
The problem, too, for Nongshim in terms of the final Hecarim pick was that there weren't very many options. You know, even a Trundle, for example, in this comp isn't going to be able to eat through T1's front line. The pick potential was on any melee jungle champion that was available, and there weren't very many. Like, the Jarvan was banned away, right? So, as Dread, 0.8k, he played a game, like, he played a game against an Ahri, against a Thresh, against a Gragas. What are you going to do? Like, your opportunities are none. You have no chances to engage. You have no chances to team fight. You could never find anything. But was there a better jungle option in this meta? I think most teams would say no. It was a tough call to make here. You're not going to pick something like Anili and go, well, we need more poke. I mean, maybe some teams would have taken that option, but they hoped they were going to get enough of an edge with this Ryze pick. Unfortunately, though, T1 absorbed all the pressure in every lane. And I can't fault them for the pick, but they got shut down.
Yeah, you can't really fault them there. I mean, it was a game where basically nothing happened, and then eventually T1 won the one team fight after controlling the space a bit better. Either way, guys, we do finish game number 1 off like that. Nongshim going to have to go back to the drawing board, but for now, guys, we'll have a break and then throw it over to the analyst carpet space.
헤카림부터. 오케이, 헤카림 잡았어. 뒤까지 끌었어. 그거 아니다. 나 집도 야 이거 봐주라. 바텀. 봐줘. 천천히 해봐. 나 무적이야. 좋아 보인다. 좋아 보여. 좋고. 나 라인 지킬게. 야 이거 와봐. 나 라인 데리고 올게. 야 라인 미드로 가는 게 빨라. 미드 탄다. 맞아 이거. 잡았어. 나 미드 탔다. 미드로 와. 오케이.
나이스.
나이스.
야, 개무섭네. 저렇게 강타성 들어 이거. 끈적하게 한 판 했다 이거.
그러게 상대가 잘 버티네. 아 정신없어. 무대 좀 얼어있는 것 같아. 편하게.
아 근데 첫 번째 전령 뺏겨서 그런 거긴 해.
인정할게.
그건 많이 했어 되긴.
인정할게 현준아.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a pretty glacial game of League of Legends.
Classic LCK. A lot of unfortunate scenarios for Nongshim mostly. I think that 4 out of 5 picks on this draft I was very on board with. I did want to highlight that I would have preferred if the Leona went for Glacial Augment because Aftershock into Fresh doesn't really provide as much value. But the T1 comp has a lot of ways to disengage, right? They're relatively short range, the pick potential is great, but they don't have so much range. So that Jace felt to me like a great answer. But then you pick the Hecarim. And the Hecarim has a lot of issues where, especially with this build of Viego Tank, if you don't snowball your lanes early, which according to the damage total, Dread clearly not able to do, then the pick does provide nothing, because Hecarim isn't tanky enough to actually go in, and I think that you could look into the direction of something like a Sejuani. Obviously, Zac would have been great, but playing into Fresh and Gragas is basically impossible. Or in an alternative way, you can go for things like Fiddlesticks, like Karthus, picks that actually punish the lack of range of T1, because T1 are going to have to move into you. You have Jinx, and you have the Jace as well, so late game that could have been a good way. Also means you have more AP damage, but Hecarim didn't do anything early and didn't do anything late either.
And we have possibly some explanation for this, as we will bring up onto your screen relatively soon. Some of the transitions that Dread has gone through in his career. These are the different colors of Dread that we've seen, the more gray style hair.
Yeah.
There as well, of course, has been blonde in the past.
Truly
Went
blonde.
back today to the black hair, and I just don't think it's necessarily working for him. I don't think that that is actually the hairstyle that makes him do the damage.
We really need to find what performance of Dread correlates to what hair color, right? Because we've seen weeks of Dread where he looked ludicrously strong.
So he had the blonde / gray blonde hair for when he was top of the POG standings. So I think that that might be the angle that we look at for trying to get the best Dread possible. However, the black hair does have another test. This is a best of 3. We're not doing best of 1s here, so he does have another opportunity to prove himself. But this was definitely not the look. He got banned out. Things didn't quite work. And let's have a look at one of the one positives here for Nongshim. It was their decisive Baron call that they made here with the Realm Warp.
Really enjoyed this. Glad to see teams actually utilize the versatility that the One World provides. And with their comp, they can also shred through Baron relatively quickly, right? The Jace, the Jinx both have a lot of items at this point, and crucially, Owner was nowhere near this fight. I want to draw attention to this cast from Zeus. Because if he doesn't find Kana here, I think that on a re-engage, the composition of Nongshim can actually be lethal.
Yeah.
They'd be perfectly happy to just disengage as well, but that pick means that the subsequent soul will go over to T1, and that mobility to actually utilize really well in the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. I think we can nitpick a little bit further as well when it comes to sort of picks and choices that were made. You mentioned the Glacial Augment there on the bottom side of the map. We also had a Kraken Slayer come through for a Jinx that had to deal with Cask, Body Slam, Death Sentence, Charm, like a plethora of everything else ever that you need to avoid. It's a pick composition. I think Gale Force would have been really good. Let's have a look at our second highlight here, though, as this was basically the game ender, as T1 just decided, yeah, we're stronger than you, we have way more options than you, and we're just going to take a Baron. And as we speed this up, no one actually really dies or overcommits or anything like that here, as we do see that the cleanse comes out from Ghost. When he gets pushed into the wall, it doesn't really do a whole lot, I guess. But the positional advantages here are just ridiculous.
Kana unable to do any damage. I'm pretty sure he shock blast the Raptor camp there. And the big difference here that I'm always going to go back to is Faker's Ahri is so much more proactive than a lot of the other players that we've seen. And you see the kind of chaos that it creates in these later fights. And here, it's an Elder Flip. We've seen this one before. Owner at no point
121 health.
Yep, and honestly, if you lose this fight, I don't think you lose the game outright as T1. There is too much of the base still available here, but that means that if the Elder buff goes over to Nongshim and Kana hits a single big shock blast, he might just one-tap people in the backline. And that didn't happen. T1 just gets it, and I do really have to say it did feel like T1, even with how kind of slow the game was, it was always T1 making the plays.
Yeah, it did kind of have that air of inevitability that sometimes T1 does have, especially this season. So we are going to have a look at the player of the game. I have a sneaking suspicion I know who it is, because I heard the rumble in Lowell Park's audience as Faker does pick it up. 3-0-2 on the Ahri, but honestly, I felt like this game was so slow and methodical that honestly, it felt like definitely a team effort here for T1.
Absolutely a team effort. The reason why I personally went for Faker is, again, just to highlight that I think that the innate mobility and pick potential that the Ahri has is not often utilized by a lot of the other players that we've seen her pick. It's more of the Blitzcrank style of Ahri, just sit in the bush and wait for someone to get close, fish for the one charm, but much more proactive gameplay. I hope to see some votes for Zeus as well.
Yeah.
You could give a lot of credit over to Owner. It's really just the entirety of T1 that I think deservedly get the victory here. Great objective control. Owner also finding a couple of those key pathings in the top side. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, just a bit of a spread and a share between the mid and...
I like it.
Absolutely fantastic. I think Owner was definitely doing very, very well there as well. He probably would have got my vote, but I don't have one of those anymore. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll do for the analyst chairs. Let's throw it back to Valdez and Wolf to take us through game number 2.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for your wonderful work today. And we're going into game number 2. Faker does pick up the player of the game. Very, very well deserved.
Can't believe they did the hair segment without me. Can't believe they did the hair segment without me. And I can't believe they didn't bring Kana into this, because he and Dread actually have both gone through some different shades.
Maybe they didn't do it as well as you would have, Wolf.
No, they definitely didn't, but I still appreciate the attempt, you know. More pro gamer hair awareness is always something I'm personally about. Let's see how this second game draft goes, because as much as it seemed like nothing happened that game. I think, as I told you off camera, like a lot happened that game in terms of how much T1 fought to control the map and how many times Faker looked for a pick. And yes, a lot of those times he came up empty, but he forced a flash. He put vision in their favor, right? Like he threatened Ghost so many times that game, even though he wasn't able to kill him in those moments. T1 never let up. Like that was the most tense, like on the edge of your seat, you know, 0-3 score we've seen in a while. And it does make you wonder, as Nongshim, you know, how do you respond here? How do you be the team whose macro grip is so tight? But I think it starts with the draft, right? The Hecarim was the last meta pick, right? But I think Chronicler gave some great alternatives for champions we don't see in the LCK, but the Karthus, the Fiddlesticks, we could have maybe seen, and other regions definitely would have gone that route.
Yeah, those are banned on the Korean tournament server, actually. Yeah, we don't have those yet. No, but we see it so infrequently that it feels like that sometimes. As we're going to start off with the Karma ban once again. I think that Karma's getting the respect she deserves nowadays, which is nice to see. She can essentially just by herself shore up a bottom lane, regardless of what's happening down there.
The ban on the Twisted Fate here. T1 dealt with the Rise pick very well last game, and I think that's part of why we did see the Dread Hecarim pick. As Chronicler was mentioning, you know, try to get ahead early, especially on the top side of the map, but it did not happen. And we did see high priority for Kana's Jace, right? And see if he gets the opportunity to get the Jace or the Graves this time around. T1 banned it last game. It is open at the moment, as is the Rise. Not anymore. See what this final ban will be.
Interesting. They don't want to play it themselves. Does leave the Lee Sin open, which was banned in game number 1 in that exact slot. And T1 on red side, they banned Graves and Zeri in the opposite order. We'll see if they do ban away the Graves here once again.
I would like to see it. You know, it's Kana's best champion. Take away the Yuumi instead here. Very interesting pivots for T1, leaving the Lee Sin open. But the Jin Chao is so strong right now, too, that, you know, both being open means you don't feel fantastic just blinding this. You don't feel fantastic about blinding this either, but I don't think that's the intention.
It's one of the champs that don't exist.
Nongshim is the only team really first picking Graves right now, although we have seen a few teams do it, but it will be the Lee Sin. And I don't think T1 will necessarily deny the Graves pick either here. By the way, Owner, the best Poppy player in our tournament, the first one to really pick it up. Even though it's fallen off big time, I'd say maybe he's the one to pick it. Jace coming through first instead.
Yeah, the Jace coming out is very interesting. I mean, if you're expecting the Graves, you know, Graves has dealt with Jaces in his time. I think he would be okay in that matchup. Looks like they want to pick the Jinx, kind of get ahead of if an Aphelios would get picked here. Doesn't look like Gumayusi wants to play that this time around.
I think this is a pretty easy Graves angle for Kana. And the question becomes where you go from there in terms of the AD carry. You're playing into long range with the Jinx here as Nongshim. Could see a Karma angle instead if they don't want to put the onus on to Kana carrying with one of his strong side picks. It's obviously an awkward matchup into the Jace too, very high variance. Although you mentioned being a little bit more comfortable than a lot of other picks. They'll take the Gragas, however. And Karma is banned, actually. That's something that slipped my mind there. So that's not the angle they will be taking. I was going to say there's a lot of ways to handle the Jinx lane if you do have the Karma, but they do not.
They cannot, indeed. Nope. And yeah, the Gragas is different, for sure. Means that they're not going to be playing around Kana. And this, with the Azir pick coming through, and a big laugh and a chuckle from BDD. He says, you guys better play around me this game.
It is going to be very dangerous, the amount of engage that Nongshim have between the Lee Sin, the Gragas, and the Azir. First Rift Herald fight, kill pressure into whatever Faker picks here very likely is going to be very strong. I still think there's an angle.
Zoe.
Yeah, I feel like there's an angle for Zoe. I think there's an angle for Ahri again, actually, here as well. Well, there's the Poppy I was talking about, into shutting down Azir shuffles to the, you know, Gragas, the Lee Sin. It's just a great pick overall, even though it's been less popular this week in particular.
Popular? Because her name is Poppy. Get it?
I don't know, I just have to do a little fake snicker every time we get puns here at the LCK. In terms of the follow-up here, obviously you're removing 80 carries. The ban here on the Aphelios can ban the Jhin. You can even like ban Xayah. You know, you just don't want Nongshim to actually have follow-up scaling here with a comp that already has good engage.
Yeah, Xayah would be interesting. I mean, the lethality Xayah we've seen, even when you're behind on range, can get work done. But against the Jace and the Jinx, I feel like I wouldn't be comfortable with it. But it's definitely an option, especially if the Jhin does get banned away here.
Yeah, I think the Jhin is the safest ban right now. Also, Ezreal is a good ban here too, I would say, because that's going to give you a lot of range behind this. Scales up very well. Won't be able
though.
Yeah, won't be able to compete with, obviously, the Jace poke, but as we saw earlier on tonight, sometimes it's just more consistent damage. Jin's taken away. It will just be the boring Tahm Kench ban, probably. Not the greatest comp to play Tahm Kench into, though. With all the turn that Nongshim themselves have right now around objectives. Corki. I forgot about this champion. And we always forget, like, when we get this late in the draft, like, oh, yes, that one is very dangerous.
Yeah, should be gone by now. And they do get rid of it, as this fourth pick Ahri that we've been seeing around here. And it is going to be locked in.
I like the Ahri into the Lee Sin Azir, because you can avoid that with your ultimate. You don't have to flash necessarily if you play it right, if you can react quickly enough. As this is a very unique pick we've seen a lot into Karma lanes. We've seen it into the Caitlyn, but into Jinx here, it's not a common response so far this season in the LCK, but it will be where Ghost goes with this one. Might just be an angle here for something like the Nautilus now. Rakan, also similar idea with this. You have a lot of kill pressure.
What about Nasus, though?
No, I don't think that'll be it.
Darius?
No.
Nico?
Rel, though, yes. Rel, yes. Yes, Rel. Rel is a good one. You have so much engage if you have this.
Yeah, it's very much for the lane with the Poppy around. I mean, there's so many supports that he would love to play that have engage, but Poppy exists, and it's like, like, what am I going to play? I don't know. They all feel bad.
There's been a lot of talk about this making its return into the support role, the support echo on the bottom side for Keria. I think he's just shouting out all those rumblings, but he'll probably play something a little bit more standard here. I don't want to jinx it, though.
See what he did there.
Is Leona.
Her name is Powder, though, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Spoilers for Arcane.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. For those of you who haven't watched episode 1 of Arcane, my bad.
Well,
watch Keria just play the Jinx instead. It's like, what? What does it mean? We might have a little swap bug.
Yeah, that's what it probably means, realistically.
I believe. I think that Keria could do it.
I mean, I think he could. I think Guma, he'd be fine, but...
Oh, there we go. Nice.
They just forgot to click on it. Somebody was like, oh, sorry, my bad. I need to click on the swap. But, look, in terms of these comps, the Tristana is going to be fine for lane. You have a lot of power there. But it doesn't... If it doesn't get ahead, it does fall off big time in terms of what your comp is trying to accomplish otherwise. And into the already very high-range Jace. You know, Nongshim need to have a lot of control over the map, similar to how T1 did, right? They need to be threatening nonstop, looking to force fights, looking to control mid-turret, for example. Because if you don't, with this composition to walk into what Nongshim, or rather what T1 are running here, is very dangerous, because it's got poke, but it also has strong engage. It has denial for the Lee Sin in this Poppy. And Keria can both attack and defend. I know there's always the he attack and he can defend, right? That meme, whatever. But with the Leona here, you have so many options as T1. I do like the final pick.
Yeah. Well, here we go, guys. We're jumping onto the Rift for game number 2. Nongshim up against T1. First one was relatively muted until about 36 minutes in. But we got there. Let's see what happens in this one. Definitely some fire lanes, especially the bottom side. I think we might see some action. Although Ghost not necessarily known as the most aggressive of AD carry players, and by that I mean he's definitely in the bottom 5 most aggressive, if you will.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he uses it. I feel like as Tristana, you definitely want to get value out of the rocket jump and trading and stuff like that.
Leona makes it a little bit tougher to do that, but if you use it as kind of a counter engage, can be very strong. And obviously it depends on summoners and how the early laning goes, etc. But it's interesting you mentioned that about Ghost, because we have seen an evolution of a lot of our top 80 carries from 2021. Like Ruler playing Ziggs, for example, earlier this season was just something we never thought we'd see, or something that we'd say, and how selflessly, I should say, he's been playing this season compared to last. Faker's just going for this Foxfire start.
He does it again.
It's Foxfire works really well with Electrocute, so you can trade really well with it early if your opponent's not expecting it, especially.
Effort says no ward, no crime. It's gonna go down.
700 games, we hit it.
There you go, 700 in the LCK. Congratulations to the best player ever played. Faker on top of the LCK rankings here in terms of number of games, not super surprising.
Def, with his stint in the LPL, a very close second regardless. Had he stayed the whole time, he'd be hitting himself very soon, if not already. As BD only played the Azir twice so far this season. The first 2 games were traded 1-1. So be his 3rd time on it. Again, so commonly paired with the Lee Sin. So the Ahri pickup here I think is a great answer. And it also allows T1 to play oppressively around the map.
Yeah. First pick here for Owner's Poppy. Curious about how he's going to do on this one. I remember though, you were talking about the 1-win, 1-loss for BDD's Azir. As you can see here, so far Jinx is more meta and better. Other than that, I remember the one game that BDD lost on the Azir. He was trying so hard to carry, and he was actually getting some good plays going. Like, that's one of those things that just feels inevitable. Like, he's going to have a great game on Azir regardless of what you do. So I like that they're going back to extreme comfort for BDD in a strong sense here.
And it's just one of the easiest ways to burn a flash from the enemy mid laner, then look for the follow-up ult with the Lee Sin, because it's a guaranteed kill if you can hit the kick after you get the Emperor's Divide. It's very common. You can lane well against anyone, basically. Like, Azir just outranges so well almost every single champion in the meta and can harass in the first 3 levels, force an early back, etc. As you can kind of see here, threatening Faker a little bit. You can do the same thing again when Dread hits level 6 and then look for a pick, but Ahri will obviously have that mobility with her ultimate. I do really feel like the Azir pick has gone underappreciated by a lot of AD carries in this meta. It's one of the only mid
carries.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, mid laners.
That would be interesting.
But yes, sorry, mid laners in the LCK, because it is one that gives you a lot of opportunity with the Lee Sin pick. As we're going to see Dread ward hop over here. Zeus has no idea.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. Waiting for the moment. Kana can, of course, try to engage with the body slam. Look for that play. The attack already going in. There's the flash body slam. As easy as you would like. First blood going to be handed over to Dread as he picks that up.
Very nice play here around the fact that the Jace is going to be pushing super hard in the early game. We'll get the punish off. Early kill for Lee Sin, who, again, is going to have similar pressure in the mid lane post 6. So it's a great start for him. Owner just trying to counter jungle a little bit here to make up for this. 17 seconds before the Herald, or rather Drake, saying the opposite of everything, before the Drake comes up. And that will be, obviously set up here based around the vision that T1 have. I'm going to back and time the return for their potential take of that. See what Nongshim's idea is in terms of fighting over that, because Azir, like I mentioned in the early game, is so strong at setting up engages. Same with the Gragas.
Yeah, like how Zeus pulls the lane here. Just keep it a little bit safer. He doesn't have any vision, so he wants to just be safer. Not necessarily going to be frozen because Kana has teleport.
Trades back, Kana does, to set up the health bar being low enough. Is able to get the flash and the kill. So as you mentioned, Zeus is going to pull the wave back and play a little bit safer. Keria sees level 6, is going to come up here and be a little bit of a bodyguard for Faker because he doesn't have 6 yet, and is not going to be able to, without Flash, avoid the Emperor's Divide. Meanwhile, Owner taking his own trip up here, but a little bit late.
Yeah, now he might miss the kill on that ward. Yeah, he will. That's going to stand for another 20 seconds or so.
They have bot push here and a little bit of extra prio, but looking for the kill instead of actually turning on Drake, because it's a portal combat's going to happen in the push.
Oh boy. Nautilus almost lost some health.
Yeah.
I think he lost about 5.
Noodle fight.
Yeah.
Once again, Dread takes a trip up here. Doesn't have 6 yet.
Uh-oh. Zeus is in a lot of trouble because he does not have Flash. Nagu is there for the execute. Dread picks up a 2nd kill. This is, you know, kind of what we were calling for in game number 1. Just put some pressure on these lanes.
Yeah, the snowball is rolling pretty hard here for Nongshim. And unfortunately for Zeus, once again, overextending, trying to use this Jace in its early part of the lane matchup and getting punished really hard. As Faker's going to roam wide here to get a control ward, as it looks like they want to turn this extra top pressure in the backing Kana into first Drake into taking a rotation over to the Herald. Like, want to maybe try to time this one out, but don't know if they realistically have enough control just yet. There's no teleport, you know, to be used, right? Because this is the new teleport, right? For Unleashed, like, you can't, no one could come over here. Kana did have it, but they just don't have enough control over this wave right now to look for this. And Faker doesn't even have enough control over mid after that big roam down bottom to get the extra wards. I mean, they have deep vision. They can't use it, is basically what I'm trying to say bottom line.
Yeah, VOD is very much going to have priority in this mid lane, in this matchup. Faker did go for the tier 2 boots here very early on, cooldown boots. And it just means that he's not going to have a lot of wave clearing power either. You can see the same happen there on the side of VOD on the Azir, but he has Doran's Ring, and he's going to push a little bit better on the Azir regardless. So he's having a bit of a fun time there overall, as Owner is level 6. Maybe trying to set up here against Dread. He's going to knock him into the wall. This is a Lee Sin, but oh, it's going to be denied. He has to flash out of that one.
Yeah, that's part of the problem with Lee Sin into the Poppy. Really difficult to escape in moments like this. So forces his flash out. And now it's a Lee Sin who is going to really struggle to get the right kind of kick in this team fight. But still, don't underestimate the power of this cast, the power of the Emperor's Divide here in this fight. And with already the Tristana in position here, Nongshim 100% want to fight over this. T1 should be very careful about how they choose to engage, or if they want to fight at all. And try to cut the Gragas off before the fight happens. That's one way to approach this.
They're traveling as a squad, which I like. Nobody's really in a position to get picked off, especially against all of this pick on the side of Nongshim. So they will regroup with their allies. Nongshim in a spot here where Kana's on the flank, you know, looking for it. Hex Flash for Keria. He's trying to frontline, looking for an engage here. He's going to find Kana in the front. They burst him 100-0, and the knockup comes in, but it's taken by the Poppy of all of them. And in the front line, Keria going to soak up a bunch more of that damage. T1, you already got the objective. Nongshim looking for a little bit more. So you can see Effort maybe thinking about a follow-up hook, but again, this is a Poppy. The smite is going to come down, and another charm is going to land. Faker just getting it down as Dread goes in, and maybe a little bit of frustration. He nearly takes out Zeus, but not quite going to have... Oh, he's actually going to kill Faker. I take that totally back.
Look at Ghost health here. Wants to play on
wants
Aguma.
it.
He wants it so bad, but he's not going to get it. Ooh.
Seems like he got a whiff of what might happen.
Kana is here. Does not have cast, but does have flash.
Yeah, he's dead.
Body slam.
No flash. That's a free kill for Kana.
It's just so much greed in this exchange for both teams. T1 get the eye, decide to push the issue. Faker gets a charm, so it feels like you are pushing the issue in your favor, right? Is the engage here onto Kana is fantastic, right? That was the idea before the Herald fight started, is okay, let's try to take this Gragas out. Then BDD, they completely avoid his Emperor's Divide, like spread like the Red Sea here, and he is stuck on the outside of this fight with no health. But they decided to turn around again. They're like, BDD can't fight. We have the longer damage here. We have a great front line. And Effort flashes out, he dies, but then they stay a little bit too long. And as Dread comes in here and takes a kill. Still trading up here as T1, and they did get the eye.
Yeah, I was so surprised that he survived through all of that.
And then Guma just insane greeds for a wave up here. And Kana, yeah. We've seen this one already. Body Slam connects, doesn't have flash. Picks up 500 gold, so definitely a little bit more action this game. We had 8 kills total last game, and this time 11 minutes in, we're already up there.
Yeah. Gotten there. And on the back of that, Nongshim do have the Infernal Drake as well. Keria tries to set this up, but a nice cask from the side of Kana is that nobody's going down. And nobody's in the bottom side, so we're just going to be trading turrets here, essentially. Keria going to engage again. But again, it's just Kana.
The problem is that this is a, it's a pushing Tristana versus a Jinx here. As if they get a pick, I think this is 100% worth it for T1.
Kana has his flash. He did not want to use it. Finally will. And just barely is going to get out of dodge. I mean, he was really cutting it close on that one.
So at the end of the day, T1 will get an extra charge here, it looks like, but they don't get a kill. They get a flash.
Well, you say that, but Owner's right here over the wall. He's got his Hex Flash, gets on in there. In goes Effort. He's just going to throw his stopwatch away, maybe even his life at the end of it all. Yeah, the damage is there. That's another kill. As BDD, he's making his way in. You can tell he is just salivating at the idea of shuffling onto all 3 of them, but it is not going to happen. As Dread will avoid the charm here, so started off decently well for Nongshim, but now T1 are really having their cake and eating it too.
Well, there's a charm. Keria's got
Dread, yeah, he has the kick. There it is, the execution, and the action never ends.
Yeah, I want to take a back seat in this game because, put me in the crowd for this one. I don't know. Everything that seems like it's going to happen, every prediction that we can make, and every setup for a fight just ends up getting so extended, and we're seeing this is a bloodbath. Emotions are high, tensions are high in this second game. We're already 3 kills now over what we had last game. But so many of these exchanges, it just doesn't end.
Owner, I mean, Dread is really fed right now. Like, he is taking names. You cannot fight into him, and Gumayusi's like, here, have me too. Goes on in, and Nongshim are absolutely going to eat that up.
We are a few of these errors from T1 away from this game just being insurmountable lead levels off the rails because you've now fed 5 kills over to Lee Sin. 5 with an assist added in there as well. He's going to have a big item buy when he goes back. Everything that else happened on the map was extra charge happened topside, but you traded your Rift Herald advantage for a full set of plates for the Tristana and a whole turret, which was completely unpunished. You stayed 3 top for a really long time, so lost control of the middle of the map for a little bit there, lost control of vision for a little bit. Then, yes, you got some kills, but you stayed too long. Dread picks up several. There was that mid-skirmish. It looked like, it's looking like T1 finally got the better of this with Effort dying there on the top side, but then disaster strikes. As they look for the pick onto Dread, he does get away here just fine. Then he finds his opportunity to turn this one around. He has Gore Drinker, sees his chance to kick Faker. Faker does not have Q, only has Charm, but he can just follow through, does flash, or rather, does flash forward for this, and then Keria does not actually have the ability to stop him. And then Owner over here is like,
oh yeah, I'm fine.
I mean, you're popping, but it's Dread who's very, very far ahead. His kick damage or the Q damage is starting to get pretty insane. Guma's caught. You don't have enough vision here or control of the map as T1 to be standing anywhere near this.
So wild and wacky start to this one. And we're 15 minutes in. Nongshim with about 2,000 gold in the lead. You can see a lot of that comes in the mid lane, actually, as here comes Keria. Tries to land that onto Ghost, but the follow-up is lackluster. Owner not quite able to join up, and it is Tristana after all, so Ghost does get a bunch of space between him and the enemy.
Topside push here is really strong for Nongshim at the same time, so if they can clear this wave, they're going to be feeling very happy about this. Dread has a kick potential.
Ooh, not quite able to make it happen, but the charm comes down. Dread playing with fire.
Did not have flash. Dread did not there, so it would have been very scary. Takes Fakers away. So both the top push here and the mid push are abated for now. As So I like every time I want to make an analytical point, I'm like, please wait a second. Make sure there's not an insane
Oh boy,
fight.
the Rift Herald's available.
Oh, Stevens, what do you found is?
Carries over the wall. He's going to miss that one, but Owner does not miss. Into the wall, there's a steadfast presence, and Dread is not getting out this time, and guess who gets the kill and the shutdown? It's Gumayusi on Jinx.
And he's the one on T1 side who's holding all the coin. We're not done yet.
There we go. Nice dredge line, but Faker already got the damage done, right? He got the pick, and he will be taken out. But T1, they got that front line. They get the engage. BDD not able to shuffle anything, and Guma is just going wild. We're flashing under the turret, and they're going to take down everybody except BDD.
I'm not entirely sure how much shutdown gold there was on Guma, if any, but it all goes to the Nautilus, so his flash forward there for some extra gold to pick up this rapid fire cannon is going to be rewarded because the money goes to the support in the end. As we watch this catch on the Dread, it's a really nice Hex Flash, and yes, he does avoid the Zenith Blade. Leonard crashes him into the wall here. It's a 4v1 scenario. No one here to deal for him. Is kind of caught, isolated from the rest of his team. And then this is another play from Faker, over the wall to look for a Kana pick, and it works out, but he does die for it here. But unfortunately, Nongshim, in order to turn this around, have to go so far forward. And Owner, man, he's playing this Poppy so well.
I think Zeus knocked the Tristana out of her jump, and then Owner flashed on her with the steadfast presence. And you know, Faker, he died, but he also died because Tristana, Ghost in this case, was staying there trying to DPS him down. And so his positioning wasn't fantastic, and T1 were immediately able to use their incredible mechanics to shut that down. So,
exactly.
You know?
You're so far forward there to try to get those punishes as Nongshim that you get punished yourself. It's only a 600k or 600 gold lead here for Nongshim.
Yeah.
As they're in a position now to farm up, right? Scale up with the Azir. But the relevance of this Tristana, who's 2-1 versus a 6-kill Jinx, who is already scaling way better, has a rapid fire cannon for a little bit of extra range and extra pick with this composition. You're already feeling pretty good as T1 here against a Nongshim that's kind of sitting back and trying to farm up the other parts of this. It's all about the engage here for Nongshim now.
This is a rough spot for them. I mean, it's the same position, right? Right over this wall. Nongshim do not have vision over the wall. They knew they were there, and Faker and Keria together, their powers combined. I mean, we've seen it so many times here for T1. They make it happen. Really nicely done. They get this Rift Herald as well.
And Kana has to be the one who's at the front to set up these fights, right? Because especially in moments like this where Zeus actually takes away 2/3 of BDD's health bar, he can't realistically hope to Emperor's Divide and look for a fight here by himself. He needs the first engage from Kana, the cast, right, the body slam, these things. And every time Kana's at the front trying to set these up and be the initiation tank, he gets charmed by Faker. As you could still do this as Tristana, you could still look for the explosive 1v1. Not going to happen in this case. But I will say this is another look for Kana, right? When he's playing the Gragas, when he's playing a more defensive initiation tank style, it's not his strength. It's not his fortitude, right? This is not where you see Kana find the most success, which is why you see these Graves bans, the Jace priority from T1. It's just, I don't want to say it's a bad look for Kana, but it's definitely not what he's most comfortable with. And Faker has punished him several times now. He's 1-4 and 5 this game. He is trying to do his job. He's trying to set up these fights. He's trying to be the initiation that Gragas offers you in this comp. But you always have to be aware of where Faker is. If you don't have vision, you can't be that far up.
Kana, he's trying to make this play happen because he has a lot of help from behind. Keria just going to flash out of that one, but that's a kill into Ghost, who is quietly 3-1. Got a little bit caught in the last fight, but that is forgivable.
Faker.
As up here on the top side, that's just going to be Kana going down. Keria and Faker again. The two of them, I mean, it's like
we're looking for an inhibitor.
Tic-tac-toe.
We're looking for an inhibitor pre-20 minutes here. Now, on the other side of things, Nongshim are looking for the same, but they're not going to be able to win this trade. They're not even going to be able to get that inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
Well, they have a big wave here, but T1 can respond. No teleport here, though, for Faker.
They're just going to cut him off. They say, yeah, we can trade this up, basically.
Yeah, you can't get out of here.
Yeah.
BDD has no teleport. And he's got his own turret, at least, to try to
They
back
know
up.
it. Jonah Strong is keeping it secret. Here we go. As Gumayusi is kind of leading the charge. Got to be a little bit careful about that. And it looks like they will get out in the end. Still a good trade at the end of the day for T1 because they don't lose their inhibitor. And they will take the lead.
T1 get the mid inhibitor. They have a lot of cryo now, a lot of control. As Kana starts us off brilliantly, right? He's got the body slam into the cast because teammates are here. They have a lot of explosive power. This is what Gragas can do in a side lane. This is what he could do in a team fight. But then he goes over here to try to clear this ward and is just completely obliterated. Now, part of this is because they want to try to draw attention away from the split push that's happening, but the consequence of this is that there's a big push mid. So more permanent damage here for T1. Now, I know there's a lot of discussion about what happens when an inhibitor dies pre-20 minutes. Aren't you just giving free farm to the enemy team? At this level, when you're down 2 Drakes as T1, you want that prio. You want that guaranteed setup. You want to have that pressure so you can get these upcoming Drakes, especially with the timing here of the Drake coming up in 1 minute. You're going to have that basically guaranteed as a result. You can side lane on the bottom side a little bit more freely. I think this is a huge win for T1.
Yeah, it's definitely an important point to make. And, I mean, they're going to be stacking up the Mountain Drakes. We'll see how Nongshim try to fight with this. Now, the fact that it's the mid inhibitor and not like the top inhibitor or something means that it's a bit closer to home, a bit closer to the objectives, I should say, for Nongshim, where they can push out as a team. But it might not matter if Faker's just going to charm you once again. It is onto the Nautilus, and they spend a lot to try to get on into him. Ghost and BDD just shelling out damage into Keria.
Great
Both
heal.
supports will survive.
The heal from Gumusi keeps him alive. Effort had to flash there, is going to get out, so support surviving as you say. But T1, having this extra prio means their position on this Drake is basically guaranteed. And if you're trying to walk into this with no vision as Nongshim, you're going to get charmed, you're going to get picked. Faker comes up here to make sure they're not going to try to sneak away a Baron, make this a trade. There's no opportunity here. It's moves like this and moments like this that we've seen from T1. We've seen it from Dom1 and even KT Rolster earlier today. When you have a split objective like this, prio isn't everything. You do have to make sure that it's not a trade, and they do exactly that. T1 still on the back foot in terms of objective control right now. But I think the biggest issue for Nongshim is that their AD carry is not going to be as strong as the Jinx in a few moments' time. I mean, Jinx already surpassed in terms of gold and has some great items coming through, but T1's front to back on top of their poke is going to be awesome. Like, they have both poke, pick, and long-term damage. I guess it's 3 things more than a both. They just need to be able to skate around the initiation, because that's one thing they don't have outside of the Poppy and the Leona here, is the ability to long-range engage. If Keria goes in, there's great disengage, and then Nongshim have awesome turn, right? With the Emperor's Divide, Body Slam, Cask, etc., the Nautilus that can turn on this. It's not that they don't have initiation, I should say, for T1, but the way that Nongshim can counter it means it feels like it's hard to initiate. It's very difficult to pull it off.
Yeah, in terms of these 2 compositions butting heads. Yeah. That will be a little bit of an issue. We do have the 3 items finished for Guma. He does pick up the IE. More defensive builds here on Ghost as the Phantom Dancer and the Bloodthirster after picking up the Kraken Slayer, whereas Guma has the Gale Force for some more mobility, which I do like when you're dealing with Gragas, Lee Sin, Nautilus, and Azir. You need to have some way to survive.
Very much similar to last game is how this mid game is going to play out, where T1 trying to control every objective fight around the fact that Nongshim have this Gragas, this Azir, so if they can just force these potential picks with this Ahri and then threaten objectives, force Nongshim to be on the defensive, you feel very good about your ability to win every upcoming Drake fight if you can have that prio. And so far, because of this mid inhibitor, they have. Once that respawns in 35 seconds, it gets a little bit tougher. But look at this. Faker is, I think, miles ahead of every other Ahri we've seen so far here in the LCK, because his team is playing around him and they're looking for picks over and over again.
Guma has to flash.
But what happens next?
Yeah, they will be baited into a rough spot. The cleanse is there, but you only get 1 cleanse as the damage finally comes through, and Ahri is so good at following up onto these engages. The Ahri-Leona combo comes through once again, and Guma, although he was the one getting dove on, he acted as bait in the end.
You have so much pick with this comp if your opponent gets greedy or overextends and doesn't have vision of where Ahri is, where the Leona is. They're going to try to race this one down.
They know where Dread is. So Keria just going to go over the wall. He's just tracking Dread around as the Q tries to go in, and see you later, Mr. Lee Sin. So the Baron will go the way of T1, but Keria has to give his life for this one. Doesn't look like Nongshim will be able to follow up on this.
Oh, 2 minutes left until the next Drake does spawn. Nongshim will try to take this opportunity at least to grab a turret, but actually with this teleport coming through, not 100% sure if they'll be able to. It is just a lone Ahri, but she'll buy some time. T1 are forcing these potential picks and controlling the map by just roaming as a 2 or 3 man unit non-stop. And Zeus is catching waves, right? He's farming up. Look at how much more side laning he's been able to do than Kana, who has to stick with his team. He's 80 CS up, and again, Kana has died several times trying to handle some of this pressure, so that's part of why he's down on CS. But the Jace is getting stronger and stronger. The Jinx is already strong. And if Nongshim lose BDD before a crucial objective because he's trying to walk over, then you lose out so much. It's like they force this so hard that Ghost flashed for it.
Ghost is the initiation in this case.
Well, Ghost is relevance in this game is moments like this where he can blow up a single target, right? Like he's not a front-to-back team fighting Tristan and not really against a comp like what T1 is running. So he's trying to flash for a kill here because he's like, I need to be relevant, I need to get this kill, I need to wipe this AD carry off the map so maybe we can fight for an objective. But this pick immediately calls out by Carrier at the end of that. Let's go to Baron, let's go to Baron. This pick leads to a Baron, which leads to more map control for T1 and more fishing potential for this Ahri.
Yeah. For now, Faker is in mid. They do want to do a little bit of a split push, as they want Zeus to do the majority of the poking. As another big Poppy ultimate comes in, and they're going to isolate Kana once again, just not able to get away from this. As they're trying to defend here on the inner turret, maybe should have just waited at the inhibitor because, again, there's just so many tools. For T1, especially when they're ahead, they can kind of do this without getting punished. You know, just throw out ability after ability.
BDD, no flash now.
Yeah, they still have the Spirit Rush here on Faker. He's able to get into that back line, and there is the damage, but is popped away by the Tristana. Used his third charge, but the Zeus damage is a little bit too much. Dread is desperately trying to fight back here, but the Jinx still living. It's BDD versus Guma right now, essentially, in terms of big sustained damage, but Guma is out of mana.
Oh, the charm is nearly there.
Oh, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, he's down.
Gale Force at the end of the day.
Faker is just vintage Faker right now in this game.
Oh, man. Kana, he's trying so hard, but he can't. Nearly takes out Faker. And it won't happen. Not yet. BDD, he's getting angry. He's going to get one, and this will open up a couple of kills, actually. Feels worth, but all the while, okay, Faker will go down as well. Mid lane is being pushed. The inhibitor did go down. It's a bit of a messy one there. T1 staying for a long time.
T1 are going to give Soul Point over with this. I think that it looked for a moment like Nongshim, you can't continue just feeding in one by one to these charms from Faker, but he ran out of mana, right? They ran out of sustain, they ran out of health bars. Like eventually, Nongshim will win the war of attrition because they have their base as closer as. Okay, they're just trying to delay this. Zeus is coming over, but it's not going to work out. But now you've given over Soul Point, as I mentioned, to Nongshim because you stayed too long as T1. And Faker was having so many fantastic moments here. This starts off with Owners Engage, knocks back Ghost and his partner there. Bye-bye, see you later. Kana's dead again. He's doing his job, by the way. Like Kana, this is not like on Kana, this is just a really nice engage from Owner. And then things get a little bit messy down here because T1 try to force. Faker rotates down, looks for the pick, doesn't actually get it. And so his health bar is very low. He comes back in. And then T1, at this point, okay, you didn't get the inhibitors. It's probably time to leave. And yet, the way that Nongshim chase gives them the opportunity to almost grab 4 picks. Like, Kana comes back in 4 seconds here to almost die again. Guma takes out the Nautilus. And at this point, like, just take your win. Like, take your W, T1. Well, they stay a little bit too long, which gives over Soul Point.
Yeah, it does in the end, and of course all 3 of these members from T1 do die. So Dread, BDD especially, he's the one that sets this up from behind. He has to give his life for it, but I think it's worth it in the end, especially with the Soul Point, as you mentioned. Nongshim, I mean, they don't have much hope in this game, but they'll take anything they can get at this point, right? And, you know, another Mountain Drake as well. Right, I guess their first Mountain Drake, but it'll be nice for their front line to try to survive a little bit so Kana doesn't just get blown up by Ahri and Jace once again.
Just a scrappy fight like this is the kind of fight that T1 enjoys. It gave them a little bit more control over the bottom side of the map. They traded back a lot of gold into their pockets too. Like, there was a gold trade up for them despite the loss of the Infernal Soul Point, like you said. It's the first Mountain Drake for Nongshim, but it is relevant. but T1 are still the ones with the heavier wallets at this point in time, and you know, scrappy fights like this are exactly what Faker wants with this RE pick. And now he's got his Death Cap online, built a little bit more utility this time with the Zonius first. Now he's hitting the big damage. And he doesn't need, you know, a Void Staff in this game if he's going to be able to chain CC the Gragas to death every single time. You know, you like it if you can get it after this, and he will build it eventually. But he just hasn't needed it yet, as Dread is on the long con flank.
He is like, he's coming back from vacation, you know? He's like on the arriving flight right now. Like, where even is he?
He's been gone for 2 seasons. It's like guest starring Dread. Remember that character from 4 seasons ago? Like,
he's back.
In the TV show, like, okay, Keria.
You see, they're trying to force this. They want Dread's position to matter, and it might. They're gonna catch Guma immediately. They burst down the Jinx as they're looking for more. Keриa's going in. I don't know about that. Now they're gonna get on top of Jace here as Faker's desperately trying to sort this up. T1 only get the Nautilus. Nongshim immediately with that flank. They're going to be able to pick up this Baron.
And this is like the 17th time in the last 2 weeks Dread has had one of these, but he pulls it off this time as Faker is gonna go down. Dread has so many flank opportunities with this team. They play around his flanks, but sometimes it looks very silly when he does it. Sometimes it goes off, they lose an objective, or he can't make the flank work, or he's spotted. This time he did it very well. He executed it perfectly. He's punishing a little bit of the overextending we're seeing from T1 while they're fishing for these picks. And he comes in and gets the most important target. Gumusi is just sent into the open arms of Effort and crew, is picked up by BDD, and there's no turn here anymore from T1. You just don't have the damage to support this fight. Faker is trying his damnedest over here on the side, but a charm isn't useful if there's no damage to follow it up. As we watch Dread's first-person view, instant Q after the kick, and we're going to Baron after this. So well played, and finally Dread gets the credit he's deserved for these long con flanks. He loves playing this style, and it pays off big time this time. And T1 will lose complete control over the map for the first time in this second game.
Yeah, it's happening. You talked about the Mountain Soul point, and it was almost feeling like it wouldn't matter, right? They just take the Mountain Soul point, and then eventually T1 just, you know, they regroup and they push and win eventually. But that's not the case now. We're going up against Nongshim with Baron buff, and they've got late game carries as well. They have an Azir, they have a Tristana. I mean, these are guys that can easily carry in the late game. And we're just, on the side of Nongshim here, we're just setting up a siege before this Mountain Drake does come in. As you mentioned, total vision control of the map right now for Nongshim.
And I want to highlight why that matters. Faker can't pick or fish for these charms anymore if they know where he is. Like, see how easy it is to avoid this one in this case? Like, he had such a limited range to where he could actually pull this play off. And unfortunately for him, you know, now his ult's on cooldown, looks for the charm here onto the Nautilus, and
at least he flashed it. I mean,
yeah, this is looking like guaranteed soul point, because soul rather, excuse me, with the soul point they have, and there's no counter map play.
This is a flanking Jace. I mean, this isn't necessarily what we're used to.
T1 are at least able to get those wards cleared off the top side of the map. There's no Baron to fight for or anything like that, but at least they have an angle, right, for this Leona and Ahri to maybe find some sort of backline access.
Oh,
he
wow.
threads the needle on the Ghost.
That is a insane amount of damage. This is up against Baron buff right now. As the steadfast presence is there, he's gonna deny the escape for Effort, who is the only one to go down so far. Owner is tracked through the jungle, and Nongshim say, nope, no chances taken. We are taking this to the extreme late game. We have Mountain Soul. We should have the advantage, especially with no objectives on the map.
Just can't believe that these shock blasts are connecting with very little vision, with Baron buff minions, you know, pushing a wave, and Zeus is still finding these angles to hit these shock blasts from. Like, that is just insane. And then, of course, Nautilus once again is caught by Faker here, and these are the angles you have to take. Like, Faker is always threatening something with this Ahri, and I think that's been the biggest difference between his Ahri and some of the other ones we've seen here in the LCK, is just that Faker is never just sidelaning and farming or boring out a game. Like, I mean, he is right now because there's nothing else to do, but generally speaking, He's always keeping his opponents scared. He's forcing them to group as 2, 3, 4 oftentimes, because if you don't and you don't have vision, he will find you. So clearing vision becomes a lot more difficult. The way they played game 1 was so brilliant around this type of play, which is why, even though, yes, not a lot happened, quote unquote, so much happened because T1 were always looking for these proactive plays. Now, they're in a really rough spot here, but they kept all their inhibitors alive. Now that the Baron buff is gone, T1 just go back to clearing vision and setting up for these objectives. The 4-minute timer here is going to feel like an eternity for LCK fans, but T1 are going to use that time to clean up the mess that Nongshim just put all over the Rift.
Yeah, and it's really going to come down to execution here more than anything else, I think. Both sides have enough damage here in the late game to win a team fight if you get the jump on the other side, right? I think, you know, a charm goes onto the right person, even like Kana, you take him out, that's good enough. But on the other side, a dredge line comes in, BDD gets a big engage, and that's enough, right? They've already shown they can get some big flanks off. And I think I give the small edge here to Nongshim with the Mountain Soul buff, of course. Gonna just give them that ability to stick around and tank a lot more of that damage on the side of T1. So see how that does work for them, as Nongshim are absolutely back in this game, and a lot of the vision has been cleared away, but a lot of it hasn't as well. So
yeah,
see how it goes.
The other things to talk about with the Mountain Soul is you've got Mountain Soul plus 2 stopwatches on Dread and BDD, and you have the insane, you know, Gargoyle Stone Plate build here for Kana. So picking him is going to be a lot harder than it has in the past when he's actually been at the front trying to sub for engages and gets, you know, charmed and then hit by owner and then blown up, right? Carrier follows through. Like, that's not going to happen. He won't die as easily this time. Plus, now he has 2 Mountain Drakes and the Soul Shield on top of him. The stopwatches that are coming through here, too, means that it's very difficult to get those picks, especially without Shock Blasts setting it up. So Zeus is going to have to keep hitting these accelerated Shock Blasts into the proper targets. Target selection is everything. He's going to have to keep hitting the back line. Like that shot he had on Ghost earlier, the top of the mid lane, that's something that doesn't come around but once in a while unless you're hitting these every time when you're a god. So Zeus is going to have to be a god. He's going to have to hit these consistently because you can't charm any of these frontline tanks. You know, you really are even struggling against Effort, who has his Zonias completed. Like, you have to somehow either charm the backline with a really nice flank, wrap around, or it's going to be Shock Blast doing the work. T1 really on the back foot here because of this.
It's definitely an issue right now. We're seeing a lot of completed builds. BDD just completing his build. I think it's a little bit cheaper compared to Faker's. Also, he has some extra kills and some extra farm, about 50 up. I liked Carrier's build. He went double Kindle Gem and just has space for the wards.
No vision here, no great access for the Shock Blast because they don't know where the carries are standing. You saw that last one just didn't do anything into the shield of the Mountain Soul. Dread's angle nice.
Yeah, they don't have all the information as the cask is going to stop. Owner flashes the wall. It's not enough, and he immediately burns down. Carrier as well is going to be gobbled up by the side of Nongshim. As the charm does come in, they take out the Gragas. Keep in mind, Guma and Faker and Zeus, they're all still alive. As another zap onto Dread. And T1 will not stand down. It's 4v3, though, for Nongshim. And the Elder's about to spawn.
They need a really nice pick, but there's just no angle. They look for Dread. He's got a res, he's got a stopwatch.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you almost got him to 1/3 health, but that's all you could do, though. Nongshim have so much control. I don't know if we're going to see an Elder fight here. I think they're going to try to push to end it.
I don't know if
Kana has teleport, and 25.
This is going to be hard. I mean, it's 10 seconds on the last 2 guys from T1. They have an insane amount of wave clear as well.
They don't look for the pick. Even though they had BDD's ult here, they had the Lee Sin kick, they're not going to actually try to push it. The positioning is too good, like you said. Respawns are coming through. As the cast onto Owner was so beautiful, and Kana does die right after this at the front line, as we've seen so many times. I feel like this guy is doing his job so well, but he's getting punished for it, and his score line does not actually indicate how well he's played this game. As this is it. It's all down to the Elder as we hit the 40-minute mark. Everybody's up. Faker's got teleport.
Where have I seen this before?
Couldn't be the LCK. No way.
Definitely the LCK. Yeah. Here we go. We're getting this going. We have Faker coming up on the right side. He's got that elixir pumping right now.
Super Minions pushing into mid. There's a timer on this for T1.
Oh, Dread is there, and they're going to pick him. and he has his GA and the stopwatch. Can he get out of this though? The kick onto Owner, and both junglers get extremely low. Keria in the back line, they gotta get Dread here, but it's not looking good. Faker is going to be taken down by the Emperor's Divide, and the hook goes down onto Gumayusi as well, and that's gonna do it. The ace comes through, and we are going to game number 3.
Dread had such a fantastic game on the Lee Sin, always where he needed to be. His flank on the Baron was what got Nongshim map control for the first time. They were no longer in fear of these Ahri charms and where Keria was roaming with Faker. Once he got that pick, he was basically in full control of this game. We had a nice deny there on the Poppy Smite, pushing him out of the Baron pit there from Kana in that last Baron fight. And then Dread, yes, he is caught, but he has stopwatch, and he's so tanky, and they had the Mountain Soul. The overextension on the bottom side of the map there for T1 was really what spelled the first part of what doomed them this game, because beginning of that, they lose Mountain Soul. Then Dread's flank comes through. They have full map control. Then they get the Mountain Soul itself. Soul Point came before. And then there's just no opportunities anymore to pick. There's no opportunities anymore to straight up front to back. You can't find your targets as the Jace when you're firing blind with those shock blasts. And even when you do hit them, they're hitting double Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
Into such a tanky comp. Nongshim played the long part of this game so well, and Dread, for me personally, we've seen Dread get tilted. We've seen Dread get frustrated this year, especially these past few weeks during the COVID scenario. But this time his long con flank wins them the game. I feel like that needs to be said, needs to be rewarded, because he's had so many near hits with this, but this time he hit the bullseye.
He absolutely did. It's good to see him back. In form, at least for this game that we just had. A lot of damage went out from Gumayusi. You could see that the gold graph as well, very down and up in this case. An extremely close game down to the wire. I mean, there was a chance that T1 was even going to win that last team fight, but it's not meant to be. The GA actually got a lot of value there on the Lee Sin.
It's just so
not something you see very often.
It's so crazy, yeah, the Lee Sin getting that value there. It's crazy to me that Nongshim have looked in this series where tensions are so high against the 9-0 team. They might be the first team to beat T1 this season, but yet they looked more coordinated in both of those first 2 games than they have all year long. And maybe, just maybe, this could be the team to beat T1 for the first time.
It might happen. They already took 1, and they proved that they can bleed here in this series. As still the fans are happy and waiting for a Game 3. Should be a lot of fun. We'll be back after the break.
괜찮거든 나 괜찮아. 뽀삐 봐 뽀삐. 가연이 있어. 가연이 있어.
레오나. 제이스.
기다려. 선생님 한번 빨리 마. 아리.
맞아.
아래 맞아.
미드 가자. 이거.
아래 좀만 맞아.
제이스 오플. 나이스 미드 가자.
헤일 찍어도 될 것 같아. 나 가연의 소식인데 나를 물어버리네. 미안해.
장동아.
너무 못했다 미안.
장동아 괜찮아?
나 괜찮아.
사람들이 살아있어?
코코맨인데 그라가스 어땠어?
그라가스 어땠어? 코코맨 미드 앞점프 어땠어?
미안해. 잘했다. 다음번 잘할게.
잘하네.
프로씬에 어울리는 모드는 아닌 것 같아요. 전략성이 좀 많이 깎이게 되는 것 같고.
그쵸, 워낙 이게 뭔가 가위바위보 싸움이랄까? 뭔가 운이 너무 작용한다고 생각해서 좀 꺼렸던 것 같아요.
상대방이 주로 하던 픽들이 다 정해져 있었어서 그 당시에는 좀 정해진 것만 하는 느낌이 없잖아 있었어서
미러전은 눈은 정말 즐거웠거든요. 보면 계속 야쏘가 에어본을 막 날리고 궁극기 쓰고 그렇게 하는데
여기는 굉장히 상황 좋고 그러면서 이런 플레이가 그냥 되는데요. 이거 반대가
이 게임은 다른 의미로는 블라인드 픽의 종말을 고했던 경기가 될 수도 있다고 저는 생각을 해요.
KT 에로우즈는 어떤 팀이에요?
좀 구멍인 라인이 없고 한타를 잘하는 게 이제 강팀의 조건인데 그 조건에 되게 부합한 팀이었던 것 같아요. 미드 정글이 되게 강했고 바텀도 라인전도 잘하고 한타 때도 잘하는 선수들이었고
썸데이 선수가 굉장히 공격적으로 해서 게임을 이끌어갔고 저희는 이제 바텀 쪽에서 이제 좀 세게 해서 하는 팀이었어서 제 입장에서는 살짝 벅찼죠. 그래도 뭐 우리 밑에 팀원들이 더 잘한다.
에로우즈는 카카오를 제외하면 뭐 썸데이, 에로우, 하찬이 그때 루키 다들 사실은 물음표가 좀 붙어있는 유망주들이었었죠. 보여준 건 좀 없었고
솔직히 처음에 모였을 땐 스크림을 거의 한 번도 이기지 못해가지고 강점? 처음에 그냥 좀 어린 애들 많이 모여 있어서 패기가 좀 좋다 정도만 있었던 것 같아요.
삼성 블루는 파괴적인 라인전 능력을 보여주는 팀이라기보다는 한타 때 훌륭한 팀워크와 한타력으로 극복하는 그런 느낌의 경기를 많이 보여줬던 팀이에요.
우선 저희 기본 연령대가 매우 높았거든요. 그러다 보니까 라인전 요즘 말하는 체급 자체는 솔직히 엄청 높은 편은 아니었거든요. 근데 한타 구도를 짜는 노련함? 좀 그런 게 상대적으로 좀 뛰어나지 않았나. 좀 불리하게 좀 덜 먹더라도 잘 싸울 수 있지 않았나.
사실 그 뒤에 또 다른 장점이 있었어요. 이 팀의 메타 해석력이 굉장히 뛰어났습니다. 뭐 미드 소라카나
코고모? 웰컴 뎁토! 하지만 야 이거 좌쏘나 우쏘라카 너무 든든한데요? 이거 리신 잡기 힘들어요.
급성장으로 한번 코고모 잡아야 되는데요.
이레기아가 등장했어요. 자 이제 쓸어담기 인플루언자 터집니다.
완승입니다. 삼성블루의 완승이에요.
미드의 소라카, 서포터 소나, 그리고 원딜의 코구모 이렇게 완전 시팅 조합을 구성을 했었어요. 사실 이런 거는 뭐 좋아서 한 번 써봤다 라는 식으로는 통용되지 않는 멋진 계산의 영역이잖아요. 그래서 삼성블루가 좀 한타는 물론이고 메타 쪽에서도 굉장히 좀 스마트한 팀이었지 않나.
그러니까 KT 에로우즈가 만만치 않은 전력을 가지고 있는 건 사실이었지만 그럼에도 불구하고 상대적으로 또 난적을 많이 꺾고 올라온 삼성 블루다 보니까 그래도 경기력 면에서 조금 더 위에 있지 않을까라는 생각이 들었었는데 결국 5세트까지 가는 접전이 펼쳐졌고 또 블라인드 모드의 변수가 저는 좀 크게 작용했다고 생각합니다.
일단 저희가 블라인드는 어느 정도 당연히 준비를 하고 가서 자신감은 있었고요. 아마 서로 똑같은 챔피언 할 것 같긴 했거든요.
왜냐면 생각하는 티어 픽들이 다 비슷하다고 생각했고 어느 정도 상대가 뭘 할지는 다 알고 있었고 그래서 막 엄청 어렵거나 그러진 않았어요.
이제는 뒤가 없는 경기의 마지막 한 판입니다.
그렇습니다. 이제는 블라인드 모드 픽만 있습니다.
그렇습니다.
지금
아무래도 사실 블라인드 픽은 저희가 얼핏 생각해보면 변수를 기대를 하잖아요. 좀 새로운 픽이 많이 나올 것 같고. 근데 오히려 블라인드 픽은 앞서 말씀드렸듯 서로의 뭐 픽을 볼 수가 없기 때문에 또 밴도 할 수 없기 때문에 가장 첫 번째 옵션이 그 메타를 선도하는 1티어 픽이 될 수밖에 없는 거잖아요.
와, 삼성은 진짜 소나무 메타.
소나무에 야쏘까지 덮어준다면 그것만큼 좋은 게 없죠.
카카오 리신.
카카오
그리고
역시나
루키도 야쏘, 리신 야쏘 하면 또 엄청나죠?
마오카이 겹치고 야쏘 겹치고 알리스타 겹치고.
자, 미러매치 3라인 나오나요?
이거는 정말 진검승부네요. 이거는
그냥 예상 그대로였어요. 그 당시에 저희가 티어 정리했던 게 있는데 그 티어 정리 그대로 그냥 쭈르륵 뽑았어서 그냥 저희는 그때는 부스였잖아요. 그때 그냥 말했죠. 야, 이겼다. 우리 하던 걸로 하자. 야, 제대로 다 준비 잘했다. 이거였는데 졌네요.
조금 아픈 질문일 수 있는데 그 5세트는 져버리게 됐잖아요.
네네.
왜 졌다고 생각해요?
제가 이제 성장 룬을 들었었잖아요. 그래서 제가 이제 밑에 확실하게 나 몇 분부터 스펙이 더 좋고 그때까지 반반 가면 그때 싸우자. 그때 싸우면 무조건 이긴다 했는데 아마 그 전에 뭔가 그 관영이 형이 뭔가 그 미드 밑에 쪽에서
제가 탑으로 수업을 하고 탑에 가 있었는데 이제 하트 형이 제가 없는 이제 바텀 용 앞쪽에서 4대5 상황인데 오히려 저희가 먼저 싸움을 걸어서
아마 용에서 꾸준히 낚시를 했거든요. 코치님이 몇 번 일러주신 건데 얘네 특성상 용에서 대기를 하면은 얘는 무조건 용을 체크하러 오는 애들이라 계속 엄청 대기를 좀 오랫동안 했죠. 했더니 그때 딱 마침 상대가 체크하러 왔고
자, 코르키 말고는
먼저 들어갔고 바람장막 에어가 있죠. 근데 이쪽은 숫자 싸움이 이기기 때문에
나 탑이니까 싸우지 마 약간 이런 뉘앙스의 얘기를 하고 있었는데 대답도 들었었거든요. 이제 관영이 형이 알겠어 뭐 비슷한 말을 했었는데 갑자기 각이 순간적으로 나와서 나 이거 볼게 하고 들어갔거든요.
아직도 생각나는데 그게 4천만 원짜리 알리스타 플래시 큐라고 그 바텀에서 관영이 형이 플래시 큐를 3, 4렙에 찍은 게 있어요. 거기서 이거 아닌데?
그 뒤에 저희가 아마 거의 다 죽었던 것 같은데 저는 이제 탑에 있었던 입장에서 내가 얘기를 더 세게 해줬어야 됐나? 뭔가 그런 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
그때 막 상대방 잡아 먹으면서 용까지 먹었던 게 아마 기억이 나요. 딱 내리에 박혀 있어요. 왜냐면 좀 정교한 설계를 그때 처음 했던 것 같아요. 엄청 정교한 설계. 우리가 계속 심리전 주면 무조건 올 수밖에 없겠구나 이 생각을 많이 했어요.
아마 제압키를 당했고 제압골도 먹었죠.
영혼의 1대1
컨트롤 싸움.
영혼의
다대는 그때 당시에 한타에 있어서 극강의 캐리력을 보여주는 그런 미드라이너로 손꼽혔던 선수죠. 야스오가 역시 다대 시그니처 챔피언 중 하나였고 다대 야스오는 뭔가 특별한 것이 있다라는 극찬을 팬들 사이에서 선수들 사이에서 많이 받았던 선수입니다.
다대 야스오. 기가 막히죠. 다대 야스오. 혼자서 2대1로 슈퍼플레이도 만들어내고 불리한 상황인데도 솔직히 야스오가 혼자서 뭐 하기는 쉽지 않은 챔피언인데도 막 혼자서 해내고 아직도 기억나는 게 그 바텀 쪽에서 트위치 은신하고 있던 거 그거 맞추는 그 장면도 기억나고 대단한 선수죠.
KT 에로즈가 어린 선수들로 거의 구성이 된 팀이었는데 그래도 크게 흔들리지 않고 일정 수준 이상의 경기력을 유지할 수 있었던 건 미드에서 루키가 라인전이면 라인전, 한타면 한타 다 준수하게 역할을 했기 때문이라고 생각하고요.
루키의 야스오는
엄청 잘했죠. 자신도 있었고 그냥 알아서 냅두면 얘는 무조건 1인분 이상, 2인분 이상 해주는 친구구나. 어려운 부분이 있으면 그것 정도만 도와주면은 알아서 잘해주겠구나 이 생각을 많이 했죠.
그리고 사실 야스오 대 야스오 미러전은 야스오의 능력만큼이나 조연들의 역할이 더 중요하거든요. 그런 쪽에서 KT 에로즈가 아마 판단을 하지 않았을까. 우리 하찬이가 알리스타 더 잘한다.
잠깐만
여기서 반대쪽에서
다대
든 이유는 뭐예요?
야스오 마킹하려고 들었죠. 야스오끼리 서로 붙었을 때 탈진 들어가면 딜이 그때 엄청 안 들어가는 시절이었거든요. 그래서 그거에만 잘 신경 썼던 것 같아요. 마우스를 미리 올려놓고 있었어요. 아, 이쯤으로 궁 올라오겠다.
있긴 합니다. 들어갔어요. 들어가는데. 자, 루키 이제 막.
에어본 맞은 시점이었거든요. 저랑 아마 루키가 같이 에어본 맞은 시점이었는데 그 자리를 예측해서 궁극기가 올라오자마자 바로 눌러줬죠.
뭔가 상황이 너무 빨리 나버려서 그때부터는 사실 챔프 구성이 다 비슷하니까 아무리 뭐 교전을 잘해도 이길 각이 안 보이더라고요. 그래서 그냥 그다음부터 허무하게 그냥 하다가 졌던 것 같아요.
경기가 딱 끝나고 부스에 앉아 있는데 이제 상대 팀이 막 세레모니를 하고 막 되게 좋아하는 게 다 보이더라고요. 그래서 되게 복잡한 감정이었던 것 같아요. 분하고 슬프고 부럽고.
기념사진을 함께하고 계십니다. 자, 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 준우승 삼성 블루입니다.
끝나고 관영이 형이 우는 걸 처음 봤어요. 저는 미안하다고. 저희가 그만큼 준비를 되게 열심히 하고 다 설계를 했던 부분인데 그 당시에 그렇게 됐죠. 근데 결국 또 금방 또 풀렸어요. 저희들끼리는 그날 회식 자리에서 또 형 4천만 원짜리 플래시키 뭐야 하면서 그렇게 하고 놀리고 막 그랬었던 기억이 있네요.
아무래도 그때 당시에 제일 잘하는 두 팀이 거의 비슷한 챔피언으로 맞붙게 되니까 그건 제가 다시 돌려봐도 그때 너무 재밌는 것 같아요. 이제 그런 장면이 다시는 안 나오게 되잖아요. 그래서 좀 더 의미 있지 않나 싶습니다.
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the final match of the night, the final game of the final match of the night, I should say. We're going to take a look at the POG for game number 2, as it is, of course, Dread 8-1 and 11 after that.
We'll pick up all of the votes I saw on the Korean side, because they did it, of course, during our desk, but not a shocker. I mean, the guy single-handedly won this game for his team, like, no doubt about it. And there were a lot of discussions I saw, online about his less than 1,000 damage on Hecarim in a comp that couldn't really use it very well, and then turning out to be the next game the most critical player. Just goes to show in a composition, where a Hecarim can't work, you struggle a lot, and then you go into a game like this where you are the hard carry, you're the one who's making the major plays.
Yeah.
Just how big of a difference a draft can make, and Dread, the type of player who will threaten flanks, and he did it so well this game. Well, eventually, because he's got so many highlights in this game, we'll eventually get to this one, the most important, his kill on Ikumusi, which was the winning moment here.
Yeah, and he didn't even go down or anything like that after that play. He was able to stick around, take down the Baron, etc. Nongshim go on to win. So T1, they choose blue side, and they will ban away the Azir to start. Not super surprising after all.
Take away the Jace here from Kana. Now we'll see what is left open in terms of Twisted Fate here and Rise. Because for T1, you can get one of them potentially here if Nongshim decide to ban it away. Such a terrifying concept, right? The Rise pick didn't work out for Nongshim in the first game because they weren't able to get kills with it or get any pressure with that pick. The Hecarim we were talking about just moments ago. It's a tough handshake to make here as well. If you trade them. T1 will take away the Silas, which indicates that they're looking for that Twisted Fate pick here first if it is given over.
Yeah, they say, you know, regardless of what you give over, you won't be able to counter it with the Silas as the TF gets banned, and the Rise is sticking out like a sore thumb, but so is the Lee Sin. And they'll take that down. Owner's going to play that one here. Dread will not get his hands on it.
Looking for potentially the Diana follow-up here would be super interesting to see for Nongshim, a completely different look for them around straight up hard engage for the jungler instead of that pick potential, the kill pressure that you have with the Lee Sin that we saw the Hecarim that didn't work out because they weren't able to get enough map control. But they will pivot to the Xin Zhao here and stick to what is more meta right now in the LCK. The Diana is still somewhat remaining a Damwon Kia exclusive. AD carry pool here is pretty wide open outside of the Caitlyn Zera you see normally banned, so could see an Aphelios pick here, but I don't think you want to do that face up into the Jin, or rather, excuse me, the Jinx follow-up that T1 could look for. And you could yourself then just blind pick the Jinx, and that is the safer option for Nongshim to go down.
Yeah, they will select it here as
Karma's open.
Karma's available. You've got the Aphelios if you want to go into that. Maybe not into the Jinx, but you could pick the Jin Karma. You could pick the Jin Yumi. Definitely a lot of options for T1. Looks like they are considering the Aphelios. They were able to get a win on that in game number 1 for Gumayusi. I don't think that was necessarily because of the Aphelios pick or anything, but it'll be comfortable for him, so he will select it here.
Definitely a lot of options in terms of support. Don't even necessarily, if you're going to take the Aphelios, you probably won't grab the Karma here. You don't even necessarily need to pick a support right now. If you really still want to run this Ahri pick style of play, I think you're probably going to have to get it here. Nongshim definitely considering a ban in the second phase on that mid-champion for Faker. Has been picked in the 4th slot for T1 every time. They've been able to get away with it both times. But he'll pivot to the LeBlanc. A little bit more of a hard Faker game here where he's looking for not just pick potential but actual damage, blow up potential on his own. Instead of looking for charms to help his team, he's actually going to be the one doing the majority of the damage.
Consistent poke damage essentially with LeBlanc as the game goes along. BDD considering here the Zoe. We've seen more and more of this Zoe. And he was definitely one of the best back when it was extremely meta as well. But pivot over here to Effort's Leona. Not a bad idea either. Because if you start to ban away Effort, you know, you just ban away the Leona and Nautilus, and then it's like, well, what is he going to play?
Yeah, there's a lot more flexibility on the side of T1 in terms of supports. So even as Nongshim here, I think the focus is going to obviously be on the Thresh first. The Tahm Kench is something you could ban here, but you might be looking instead towards the top side of the map. With Jace banned, it feels like a pretty easy game for Zeus to play something like the Gwen for the first time in this series because you're not going to have a hard time in the early laning phase. And T1 can also ban the Graves here themselves in the 2nd slot next to the Akali. Would not mind really seeing a Tryndamere or Gwen ban right now on the Zeus for the side laning power that will give T1 with this composition. There's the Gwen.
Did Effer forget that he was the one banning because he's like, oh crap, like, started laughing a lot. You talked about the Gwen? We will not talk about the Gwen anymore because it is gone. No Gwen for anyone.
Could ban the Graves here and go for Tryndamere as T1 if it's not taken away from you. Of course, for Kana to pick it up here, so it would be somewhat of a risk. Gragas is if Nongshim want to pick that blind here, which I don't think they will, but if they wanted to, you still have the Gnar available as T1. It's much easier to save that 5th pick for Kana here and pick BDD's pick because Faker's LeBlanc is already locked in, and it will be the Zoe that was left open. The Vex being a more common response here, so despite the hover, T1 do not ban this one away, and it will get locked in here. A lot of pick potential between the Trouble Bubbles, the Leona engages, and the Xin Zhao follow-up. It's a decent amount of poke in this composition, but it does feel very fragile, and it doesn't have a strong front line on the top side just yet. We'll see what Kana locks in as that final pick.
Feels like Jace would have felt great here,
yeah.
but he's was banned by T1. I think he would have probably been picked up earlier had that been the case, as we swap over to Gnar from the Yuumi. So Gnar definitely going to be the choice here, blind into the top lane.
I like the Gnar because Gragas feels like the best pick for what Nongshim have to offer. You have already strong engaged. The Gragas can give you a lot more pick potential, but also can set up and give you a big front line when you're trying to hit these trouble bubbles and trying to operate this fragile carry that is Zoe, that has a Jinx, of course, behind it. Yuumi here going to give this whole comp a whole lot of speed. It could be great on basically anybody. As not the normal effort hover.
Yeah, not the normal effort troll. I do like that though.
There it is.
The top Tomkins getting a shout out. The Gangplank being considered definitely something you can go with if you want to add even more scaling into your composition. But if you're really looking to shut down and counter the Gnar, Camille a more common response, or even an Aurelia, as he will lock it in. We are getting Kana's Aurelia in this game.
Oh, the Aurelia is going to be so fun to watch in this composition, and it will be able to side lane extremely well. It can be oppressive even for Nongshim in the later parts of the game. The Gnar isn't going to be as consistent of an engage tool. Aurelia, as long as she doesn't fall too far behind, will be able to get several items early with her side laning power through the mid game, is going to be able to engage with Vanguard's Edge whenever she has her ult available. Gnar, on the other hand, is much more reliant on his Gnar bar. Will he be able to be Mega Gnar for these incredibly important late game team fights that will decide this series? That's one of the limiting factors here of the Gnar. Does deny the ability to play Gragas into this, which would have been a strong front line, which would have been consistent engage, and you could have put your focus on the bottom side of the map. But when the Yuumi comes through, you feel like, okay, well, it's going to be pretty tough to actually put attention and resources on the bottom side here against this Aphelios pick. Let's instead pivot hard to the top side of the map, where you can actually have that threat on the Gnar. The Camille and the Aurelia, two common responses in 2021 for shutting down this Gnar pick, getting early leads, and then controlling the side laning.
This is going to be a fun one, absolutely. A lot of skill expression, I think, on both of these sides of the rifts. Even we get to see carry as Yuumi once again, which, it's a Yuumi, but I'm excited. He has done some really fun stuff on this champion in the past, and I think he can do it once again. Got a lot of work done in game number 2, but didn't end up being all about him at the end of the day. Nongshim have proven now that they have the ability with this roster to defeat T1. I think that's going to be a big mental edge for them in terms of themselves, right? I don't think that T1 will go and get a negative mental edge from this or anything like that. They're fine.
There is a certain Jenga-esque mentality that comes along with the long win streak, though, like a 9-0, where you do wonder, even if you play perfectly, if you do play your best almost, nobody can play perfectly, not in a game like League of Legends, that you wonder when the blocks will fall. Like, when will you actually crack in a series when it's... Right now, we've crested 11 p.m. at night. It's very late here in Korea. The last game was a bit of a marathon. First game was also quite long. Interesting stat that Jisun pulled out for us, too, in the break was that least kills in this season's history in the first game, 0 and 8, so 8 total. And then in game 2, we had the most of the season, 28 and 20, making 48 kills, which is the most we've ever had. So this series has had quite a large range so far.
A difference of 40 kills. Most LCK games don't have close to 40 kills. I can tell you that. The average is probably around 20, would be my guess, maybe even lower in terms of this league. And we crushed it in game number 2. That's not all time, as you were saying, this is for this split, but still a very large number. And I'm glad you do point it out. And I think the point about, the blocks falling eventually is true. Like, an 18-0 series or season, is that really possible? Like, are we going to see that here in spring 2022?
Yeah, I mean,
if not, then it's just a case of when do the blocks fall, and that is a lot of subconscious mental pressure.
Yeah, and I feel like the idea of an 18-0 season is hold that thought. We have a bit of an engage.
A little bit. Guma is going to have to cleanse here. But he has Yumi, so he's just going to lose that one summoner, but he should be fine.
Fairly low cooldown. But the idea of an 18-0 season is so unfathomable, even for T1, who looks so dominant this season, that it's like I don't even want to consider it until we're at 17-0. Then we could talk about, like, oh, is the 18-0 possible? Because right now I'm like, well, I mean, eventually you will slip up. Eventually you're going to have a tough week where you have two really strong opponents, and then it gets really hard to prepare, and hey, one slips through the cracks. Like, if T1 can pull this off, it will be, again, just so incredible. Kana lossless currently on the Aurelia, doesn't have a huge sample size.
2 games on the Aurelia.
You know, he's obviously played a lot of this, played a lot of the Camille throughout, you know, scrims and stuff like that through the different eras of her relevance, so.
Yeah. To give you guys some perspective on the numbers we gave before, the lowest amount of kills in summer 2021, so last season, was also 8. We had 2 games where it was 8. So that is a very, very low number overall. It's not the lowest ever, though. In 2018 spring, we had 3 kills in a game. And it ended. I actually remember that game. I'll have to hold that thought as Dread is here. Looking for the gank. Kana did take a lot of damage, but the stun comes in with the flash, and that is as easy as you would like. Kana scoops up first blood.
This is why you have to play for counter gank in this early game as owner a lot of the time with a Gnar on the top side of the map. And Gnar was trading pretty well earlier on, so I felt like, oh, okay, well, this is going to be easy peasy. Like, we're going to be fine up here. They're probably not going to look for a gank on me, right? But then it twists so quickly into a, uh-oh, I'm actually dead. I might be flashless here. And he has to, of course, defend under his turret. Doesn't flash, fortunately for him, and did have his teleport to get back to lane quickly. But yeah, if you do not stay around here to look for a counter gank, then Gnar has to play a little bit more respectfully. Because without the Gnar bar, you know, without Mega Gnar, you're not going to be able to survive these scenarios. And even with it, as we've seen in the past, is he's got full stacks here on the Aurelia and can just wait to engage, pulls the aggro, looks for the Zhao knockup, and because he's so far away from turret here, it's really easy for the Aurelia to dash forward. Very well played here by Kana, and this is why you can pick this and the Camille and other champions with the Jin Zhao to actually start to get early kills on what we used to call the orange buff when this happened a lot in spring last year.
As BDD has played a lot of games as Zoe. I mean, this guy's been around for basically ever. A very, very long time, at least. So 52 games total, as you can see there. And Faker, on the other side of the rift, also around for basically forever. 33 games total. Very nice win rate there. In terms of more numbers, just to go back to the most and least kills ever, the most kills we ever had in the game was 2013 spring, so almost basically 9 years ago, was 79 kills in one game.
Yeah.
So we weren't close to beating that record, in case you were wondering. Not even, you know, barely over the halfway point there.
We just had that cool documentary about the blind pig game. The Yasuo's talking about that same year in that era. As over here in this lane, you know, even though Zeus got killed as First Blood, is going to be able to, when he has his Mega Gnar, put some pressure on in the lane, took Demolish. He's looking for some extra plate damage here, as Faker will roam up to the top side, but won't find anything here. As, I do think that the way these comps clash later on is going to be a product of two things, right? A, the game state at the time, you know, and whether or not Nongshim gets ahead, especially this Aurelia who's already got an early kill, and how much side lane pressure you can put on, but also how well T1 managed these fights around Zeus' Narbar. It's important to note, too, for those who are not T1 fans, which is, you know, small number of you, I'd say, at this point, watching this game, that Zeus' iconic champion was his Gnar, and the one he started his career on was the Gnar, as BDD will have to return.
Yeah, nice portal jump, but it's not enough, as, oh, it might be the flash forward, though, from Faker is enough. He picks up that last auto, very cleanly done.
This is just one of those nights where, you know, you want to bring back the hashtag things Faker does. The ways he's played his Ahri in the first 2 games, and now his LeBlanc, he's finding these incredible kills. Trades flash, but gets a kill in the mid lane here. playing around that portal jump. So well played here. As, you know, he's been, in all three of these games, such a pivotal part of how T1 have played out the game. In the first 2 games, he was the one who helped control the map by having that pick potential, the threat, right, on the Ahri. And in this game, you know, if he gets ahead enough, he's going to be so dangerous to anybody who meets him on the Rift, especially the squishy back line here of Nongshim.
That's really true. It's a big kill to pick up this early on in the game. Just like getting that kill on Takana is big. You can feel it on the other side. It allows Faker to get some of those items, even a couple of stacks on the Dark Seal, just to begin to bully the lane a little bit more. The early pickup on the Null Magic Mantle is going to help a little bit here for BDD. Lots of Mark Treads nowadays in this meta of League of Legends.
Well, the Rift Herald here is started first by Dread. Long rotation up from the bot duo here on the side of Nongshim. Now, if T1 can slow this down, Gumusi may be able to get some plates here on the bottom side. So notice how Ghost and Effort are trying to read the situation, decide, okay, we're going to back down here, stop those plates from going down. So Nongshim will get away with this, I think mostly in part due to the fact that they had the better setup here. They know that at this stage of the game, without Narbar necessarily for Zeus, as he does complete it now, Kana is so strong with that first kill. You just don't want to fight this. His Vanguard's Edge is going to be super powerful around zone control. And with the setup that Nongshim already had, T1 are not willing to take this. But because Ghost and Effort realized this so early, also no plates going over to Gumiusi just yet.
Yeah, it was really great map movement, of course, as they're trying to lock down Owner on the Lee Sin. Not an easy thing to do. Still Flash available here, but Effort rather is just following him all the way down. The Flash is here, but Effort's over the wall, and that will be enough. Another fantastic catch as they find him in the jungle. Owner trying to take a little bit more than perhaps he should have.
This was such a good read from Effort, and also, like, Effort knows, oh, hold that thought, we're not done yet. Faker is roaming deep.
Oh, the exhaust too, but he has Flash. Can they get the damage down through the exhaust? They're trying to get everything, and it will be enough. Faker is able to help Gumiusi pick up a kill on the bottom side.
Oh, this is just such a great game of League of Legends already, Valdez. This is getting me some chills here as Gumiusi will pick it up in the end. Long range there with the Moonlight Vigil as we're going all the way back to the BDD pick here. Owner comes over. They know the portal jump is there. BDD flashes the wall. Faker says, I'm going. Flashes to follow. But this is a good read from Effort because he knows Gumiusi is greeting for plates. And while he hides, while he doesn't show here for a moment, there's no information here for T1 as to whether Effort is going for a roam to the mid lane or where he's going to be. So Gumiusi makes the call to grab another plate. But the way that he handled that Zenith Blade and the Solar Flare was perfect. But then Faker comes down here. Moonlight Vigil connects long range here for Guma. Is able to pick off the Jinx. And 2-2 here. T1 taking a pretty significant lead. But that, of course, could be shored up by Dread's Rift Herald when he does decide to drop it.
Yeah, it's really big how they were able to get that Rift Herald just by some of the map plays and denial of vision. I mean, you take a look at the bottom side of the map now as well. Owner going down allows Red and Effort to put their brains together, get a lot of these wards down, and just soak up all of the vision here. They have this first Drake. They're looking to take the second one, absolutely. And even before that, considering a bit of a dive down on the bottom side, there it is. The cleanse comes through. Is the damage there? Dread not quite going to land it. They're just trying to poke out Guma as they know a rotation is coming down.
Yeah. Guma is able to survive here with the Yuumi. Now they're trying to turn this around. BDD will be able to get out of here safely. And Nongshim, Red Force have complete control over this Drake as it spawns here at 1140. Be so careful about trading this out as Zeus playing around that Narbar.
Oh, they're getting on top of Ghost, and he doesn't have his flash this time. The kick is enough with the red buff, and Owner is going to lock down the Nongshim 80 carry.
Now, with that kill here, you have so much power as T1 to try to turn this around and prevent the Drake take. Now the Rift Herald does crash through. So Owner don't want to bite off more than you could chew here against these very tanky members, but he can ward them away and give enough time for Gumiusi to clear that wave and then come over to Drake. So T1 should be able to turn this into a 1-for-1 Drake game here, and we'll find out momentarily what the soul will be, because we've already, sussed out it's not going to be the Hex Tech. If it's Infernal, that would be massive for both of these comps, and it is. So it's just that kind of best of 3, Valdez.
It really is. I mean, this is a lot of action for us, right? Even maybe even a little bit less than game 2, but it all means so much as Carrier. You're still on a ward. Might not matter at the end of it all, just hops on and gets a ride back. T1 with the lead, but it is small.
So Owner ends up grabbing this kick here onto the Flashless Ghost. And he does burn through because of the red buff. It was actually very close. If he had lived there without red buff, it would have felt pretty silly, but does make that happen. As right now, in terms of gold, right, it's still a pretty significant lead here for T1. They have that extra kill under their belts, and Gumiusi hasn't been able to get more than the 2 plates here on the bottom side. And I mention this because a lot of the times we see a lot of attention from junglers to the bottom side of the map, and the Aphelios gets ahead, gets insane plates because he's Aphelios, gets Crescendum. But not really in this case, and not really in this series are we seeing that Aphelios actually explode early. It's going to take a lot longer for Gumiusi than it does for him and DuckDom in a lot of the games they play where you're the dominant favorite in T1 to actually get ahead. Like, he's going to have to play a much slower game here. Does have his Gale Force online already with the back he just had.
Just got it.
Meanwhile,
okay, Owner's here. And Carry he's doing the Yuumi thing very early on as they're trying to get on top of the Aurelia. They just CC her 100-0. She gets 1 Blade Rush and that's it. Dread is here. He's like, uh-oh, I might be in danger myself. T1 very proactive on their roams, and I think that this Yuumi is allowing a lot of it as another catch is going to happen here onto Effort. He does not have his flash, and the damage is there as Owner joins up once again. Dread is going to go in on this one, but they have the exhaust again. They're going to get Keria as he bops off of Owner, actually, and Owner gets extremely low, but he is going to get that execute as BDD trying to get that last auto. He will be able to get it. And now the choppers come down here through the sleep as well. Flash available for BDD as he's looking for more, but he can't quite land it. The flash that was stolen is used here, but he's not quite able to take anyone else down.
Zeus is out of lane. Nakana's up here on the top side of the map, isn't going to be able to push any further, but he's out of lane, and T1 is just so reminiscent to that exchange we saw from them last game on the bottom side, where they stayed, they kept pushing, they got greedy, they wanted more and more kills, give me more money, and then they get punished for it. Nongshim actually getting a little bit of control from this in the top side of the map here in the mid lane as well. And T1 should have been very happy with those 2 initial picks they got, but they decided to push further and gave a lot more control back to Nongshim as a result. But still, this is not quite the same scenario. It's not the late game where this is going to cost you soul point, etc. As this is a really clean roam, and this is all empowered by Keria. As you mentioned, without the Yuumi, you don't have the ability to speed up here, get to this lane quickly, then speed Faker back in to grab a pick onto Effort, which is the 2nd kill in this exchange. He plays it so well, but then they stay a little bit long. And with the Yuumi detaching here, as you mentioned, she gets picked. As in live, we got to switch back to that because we're having a potential another pick going down there. I'll let you play-by-play the PIP.
It's okay. Oh, no, it's not okay. We're just banging them into the wall. Down they almost all go as the Yuumi here. Carrier's trying to take down Ghost. He's going to hop forward in the last little bit of the final chapter. Is going to take down the Jinx. T1 came to smash here in game number 3.
T1 is now taking such a fantastic lead. Zaya's not done yet. Looking for the pick on the Dread.
Oh, man. Yep, Dread's going to get caught out here as the damage is there, though, from BDD from long range. Dread's found a couple of fights like that, actually. He's really trying to keep this close, but not sure how well that's going to go.
T1 have to be so careful about overextending like this. It's, 2 steps forward, 1 step back a little bit in some of these exchanges when they do overextend like this, but they're still able to turn this into a net positive. They still are starting to increase that gold lead, now up to 1,500 here. Faker once again! Not going to be able to turn this into anything, but they wanted to so badly so they could actually go for Rift. Herald. That's okay. It's all right.
Wolf, you'll get to speak eventually in this one. I'm not sure when that will be. Maybe at the end of the game. The way this one is going.
So T1 now 30 seconds away from this Drake. Have to face this Rift Herald that Dread is holding right now, and so they can use that on the top side of the map to pull T1 apart. So T1 will have to deal with all of this added pressure at the same time as Nongshim want to be taking this Drake to actually get the Drake lead on the first part of this Infernal. Dread's just waiting here to catch LeBlanc or anyone who's coming up, the Gnar as well. Faker doesn't know about this.
Oh, and he distorts forward. And
he has Flash.
Yep, looks like they're not going to go for it. Dread's already out of here. As probably saw the Lee Sin and the Yuumi also making their way up here. Dread going to show now. Just going to say, okay, get away.
the Drake is like, notice me, teams, like I'm up. And both teams focused on the top side here, and the Rift Herald drop more than they are on the Drake. But T1 have complete prio here. They stopped the Rift Herald drop with Faker's rotation up there. A lot of respect shown by Nongshim. And now they're going to have the first rotation over the fast track to that Infernal Drake, and will be taking theirs for free. And unfortunately for Nongshim, there's not a cross map to play here with this Herald. It's too far. The lane is too long to look for an inner turret. They didn't have enough mid prio here to drop it to secure that Wolf turret for the Zoe. And so T1 kind of get a free objective here. They played this so much better in terms of that top side control.
Yeah, really nicely done. I think their lead is helping out a bit there as well. And it's been a really tumultuous game. Every single Infernal Drake is going to matter so much. As Gale Force, you can see the value that it gets. I mean, it's insane, right? Like, Gumayusi would have been dead like 10 times over, and he baits them into the river for them all to get basically fireworks to death.
It was 2 heavy engages from Nongshim. You know, the Gale Force there dodging the first, and the Vanguard's Edge is also wasted, so it's not usable here defensively when the Narbar is complete and they go for the turn. As Dread here just has Crescent Guard out, so he's not taking any damage. I think T1 a little bit overzealous on this, but like we mentioned moments ago, this was still a trade up for them.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, every single Infernal Drake is huge. You know, as you were talking about when we first saw that it was going to be Infernal Soul, you look at the amount of damage on T1, I mean, even Yuumi and Gnar are using Infernal Drake really well, right? Like, all 5 members love Infernal Drake on that side. And similar thing can be said for Nongshim, right? At least 4 of them would love that Infernal Drake.
Now, notice where the gold is. It's all on Gumayusi, right? He's the one who has the 1,800 gold lead, so it's all about him. That's why they tried to pick him. That's why he's going to be target number 1 in a lot of these fights. Cannot be caught by a troll bubble because all this money is on him. And Faker, you know, is the second carry here. He's 1-0-5 and is looking to... I just have to hold my breath on this. Who knows?
You don't get to
quiet for a second.
No, I mean, I feel like it's admirable that they go for that play, especially when it's so close to Gumayusi getting both summoners up. If I were them, I would be like, okay, let's just wait until Guma has summoners because, I mean, it's really important.
Kana overextending.
That's going to be the kick. Let's see what Kana can do. He's trying to line up a stun. He's not able to avoid much damage, though, as he gets rocked into the wall.
I feel like there's something to be said about how T1 has played all 3 games. So this one is obviously the most explosive, and it has been some trades back and forth. We had the first blood on the Aurelia, etc. But there's something really to be said of the speed at which T1 is playing against Nongshim, almost as if they're trying to not give Nongshim time to think, not give them time to macro, not give them time to coordinate what they want to do next, because T1 is just fighting nonstop. They're looking for the aggression, right? Most kills this season in Game 2. If you play like that, it's hard to make good macro plays if you're Nongshim. They shut down the Herald, and T1 are just going to turn this into more mid-control. As Nongshim here, what do you do cross-map? The top turret's down. You don't have any objectives to take Barons up, but you don't have the damage to take it. We just love the lightning speed at which T1 play around the fact that Nongshim aren't quite the coordinated team. This is basically the same team that T1 played with last year, plus a trainee they used several times last year versus a completely retooled Nongshim. They had to play all those games without this roster because of the COVID situation, and T1 are just not giving this team time to make the smart moves as Dread is exhausted.
This is just an intense amount of pick, right? Like, you've got a LeBlanc with a Yuumi on its back with exhaust, and Dread is like, whatever, I'm Xin Zhao. I'm just 1 champion, I'm good against 4. He's gonna get away with half his health. He'll be totally fine, but it's still an intense amount of pick, right? Like, Faker is just hopping around the map. They're putting down vision as they go. He's got a cat on his back, and they're just trying to get as many picks as possible, essentially, and that's really what you want to do here.
And the reason why this works out so well is because Kana, yes, will get a turret down here, as the observers are pointing out, but with Demolish, Zeus gets 1 too, and if they get that pick on the Dread and identify there's no one else around in that area, they get an inner turret as well, because he's Gnar and they're grouped up. So yes, Kana does trade back, but this is what goes back to what I was saying, like back all the way at the beginning of Game 1, is T1 trade up on objectives. They almost never have a net negative in terms of these cross-map plays. As they punish Kana here. This is a pretty simple open and shut case on this one. He just overextends, gets punished, they didn't have vision. But you trade a turret for a turret, and if you get that pick onto Dread, you get an inner turret too, right? Like, these are the moves that T1 are making, and if you keep trading even on structures with the lead that they have, you maintain vision control. You know, we often say the losing team trading even is trading up, but not really, not in this case, not with these compositions. where they need so much vision. Without this mid turret going down, BDD's ability to find picks, find these trouble bubbles is so much more difficult to pull off. And T1 already have the fast track on what will be sole point here if they take this third Drake.
You see, they're setting up really nicely with the vision. They don't have deep vision, so it's not going to be like Zeus is going for any flank kind of plays. He's just trying to build up his Gnar bar as much as possible before we do get into this one, as Dread is trying to face check here. Somebody's got to do it, but somebody is going to eat an insane amount of damage right now, especially with Fed Faker. I mean, he almost has his... No, he has his Void Staff completed. I mean, he is just insanely fed, and he's not the only one.
2-0 and 5 on this pick with the Void Staff. 9 stacks of Dark Seal here now. Soul point for Infernal Soul. And Nongshim, there's not a play you can make really here without vision, unfortunately. And this is what I was saying, your trading even is not trading up, because if you're not getting vision, your Zoe pick is worthless. You know, 1-1 and 2, excuse me, here on the Zoe is BDD. And he's going to do a lot of damage when he hits those picks, or rather hits those paddle stars, but if you can't see where to land them, how do you aim? How do you play the game? You just don't. Now you've lost your inner mid turret, so lane is really long for BDD to play around, and there's no options. I mean, as Nongshim right now, you just have to sit back and wait for this next fight, hope that you can group up as 5, and play around the fact that Gnar isn't that great at side laning when the outers are already down.
Oh, not again.
This time Dread is here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not going to commit to that. Yeah, kind of. He will be fine this time around. In terms of itemization, we saw the randomins completed here on Dread. I mean, it's good against the Felios, but it's not going to do anything against that Fed LeBlanc. I mean,
nor will it really against the Gnar, who's not going to be stopped by that. We'll just hit his CC.
Yeah, he's played steel caps. There's no mercs, as you mentioned, so Dread can stay alive against the auto attacks very well, extremely well, but not against too much else, and especially when you're already behind. He's like their main guy right now because everybody else is kind of behind the 8 ball. Like BDD's doing okay. You can see he's got some items, but he went for Morellonomicon second, built it completely because the Yumi's on the other side. He felt forced to do that. Whether that was the right choice or not, up to debate, of course. But he's lacking damage because of that. Yeah, so there's a lot.
He is, and I think the targets that he can find are so difficult because of the mobility of T1. Now, you get a sleep gear onto Owner, but he's fine because there's a Yumi attached to him and everything. Life goes on. As Effort, I mean, you've got to be careful about positioning like this as Leona against a pick comp like what T1 are running. And the way they're utilizing it means that even a Leona won't be safe. You're level 9, you're tanky, but not that tanky. I think Nongshim's best bet here is to try to... This is so scary. I think Nongshim's best bet is to group as 5, fight around vision for Baron so that T1 can't take it, and then try to, while side laning with Kana. And every time they try to look for a pick onto Kana, you just back out, you leave, play a safe side lane, don't push for like inner turret pressure, but just side lane a little bit, and then you have to group up as 5 faster than T1, and you may lose a turret for it, but you have to group up faster, you have to be on the Infernal Soul, and that's power to T1, right? You're still going to trade down as Nongshim, but I think that's your one hope is that T1 will still fight you as Dread.
Oh man, you're just not getting away from this. He has Flash, and he's not even going to use it because he knows he's alone, and he's caught. It's LeBlanc and Yumi. We've seen this so many times before, as over the wall, here comes Guhiusi, of all people, to help Kank against Kana. Kana's trying to get something done, but he gets stunned right at the end. Down he will go as well.
He's 1-4 now. He hasn't been able to side lane past the midway point. This time he wasn't even at the midway point. You know, I said side lane here, you know, maybe try to pull T1 apart, but they get a pick on 2 sides of the map at the same time. Never a net negative. As I say with T1, they get one on the top side, they get one on the bottom side. They're making a cross-map play work twice for them, as now they can start the Baron without this Aurelia, without a jungler to contest.
Yeah, this isn't a flip. We've seen Leonas and stuff steal before, but not this time. This is going to be the smite that comes in from Owner. Again, it's so hard to get away from them. Just has to use his flash. That's one of the summers you really wish you could have back. Leona's flash. So not gonna happen.
Now that this is all said and done, T1 back, they're resetting for the Baron. I think what you have to do is Nongshim, like I said before, is actually group up right now. You know, in live, we can't see what they're doing, but when we come back, I'd like to see them group up around this and actually clear vision with control wards and hope for a setup here. As Kana, I mean, there's nothing he can do here. He's just so far behind. This is what I was talking about with Aurelia. She falls behind, then she can't side lane in this case, and that is exactly what happened. Nongshim are going to do as I suggested, group up here early. This means T1 might just forgo the fight and look for some turret gold on the top side of the map, but they're so fast.
They gotta catch someone. That someone is attempting to be Zeus.
He can turn.
Yeah. You can see though, like that's the level of desperation right now. They have to just get anyone.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no! The stopwatch burn for Kana. The pressure is real.
That just ain't it right now.
T1 are just looking to fight this now. No stopwatch on the Aurelia.
They're looking for this Infernal Soul. What is going to be the case? The chopper's over the side, and it's Xin who gets the dragon. But at the same time, they are looking for more RT1. They want to get these kills. Owner has stasis for days as they have corralled everybody on the side of Nongshim. Yes, you lose the Drake, but you kill everybody, so what does it matter? As T1 looks like they may have done it here.
I think they've just broken the mental of Nongshim. Their early game was fine. We had the first blood for Kana, but once we hit 15 minutes, Faker was just running around the map with a Yuumi on his back, terrorizing the Rift, killing people left and right.
So scary.
17 kills to 5 here is by far of the three the most dominant win for either team, and T1 will not be defeated tonight. They will take their 10-0.
Well, efforts, yeah. Nice try, I suppose. Nice effort, if you will. As Kana, maybe he'll get it. Maybe he'll get it done. Or will T1 pad their stats? That is going to be what actually happens. T1, they are going home with the victory tonight, regardless of what Nongshim want to happen. And they're going to take some extra points on top of it as well. GG, the Nexus goes down. T1 will take the 2-1 victory tonight.
T1 have shown us the late game scaling, you know, that they can play. They've shown it to us in so many games. The early part of spring season, that was their MO. Just play around the meta, right? Even putting Faker on some of these control mages where he scales later. Then, in the middle part of what we've seen, you know, their 5th, 6th wins, they played a lot more around jungle. They played around owner. They played around tempo-based comps, getting leads. But in this series, it was about pick, and pick, threatening the map. It almost felt like T1 hyper invested in this series, almost like it was a scrim. Like, how much can we push our edge? How many kills can Faker get? How many ways can we actually push his lead into killing people on 2 sides of the map at the same time? Like, what cost them game 2 in that bottom side push where they did overextend, which then gave Dread a little bit of control after that soul point, etc. Just felt like T1 wanted to see what was possible, right? The limits of Faker, the limits of this squad in this best of 3. And when you're 9-0, you do have to wonder, like, how far can we push this squad? Like, how much stronger can we be? And the way they approach this series, I think, is almost inspirational in a way, because we're starting to see T1 grow in power. Because sometimes when you're 9-0, we wonder, oh, when are you going to fall? When is the Jenga blocks going to, you know, collapse? And for T1, it feels like they get stronger every time. And speaking of stronger every time,
whoa,
show me those guns.
Put those guns away, man. That's not safe.
Valdez, I said I wasn't going to say, okay, let's not talk about the 18-0 until it's 17-0, but this team is making a real case for pushing that lead as far as it goes. So they have a tough opponent next week in Damwon Kia. It's going to be exciting to see these two teams clash again.
At the same time, though, like, after today especially, T1, the heavy favorites for that matchup. Feels like really the only team that might have a chance is Gen G. We'll have to wait and see where Gen G's form is at that time when that matchup does happen. Maybe take a quick glance.
Yeah.
When that will be. That's match 63, so that's March 3rd. A couple weeks away, but still something to look forward to, I think, as we follow T1 on their journey.
T1, it feels like all the hard work has paid off, right? All the hardships, the coaching debacle, right? We had the Danny, 9-man roster. Which version of T1 are we going to get? We had the firing. We had the roster that they put together where you had the ability to then finally win games, then go to a spring final, defeated in the semifinals, right, at Worlds. And now T1 are like just on a 10-game winning streak in spring, and there is nothing to complain about. There's nothing to look at and say, well, I wish T1 was better at this, or like, oh yeah, I wonder which roster we're going to see today, and there's nothing for the T1 fans to worry about or the haters to really zoom in on. Like, T1, are they a perfect team? No, but right now, it is hard to poke fun. It is hard to judge. And it's the first time we could say that in several years here for T1.
Yeah, maybe now they can make the top 5 in the upcomer rankings. Maybe now it's maybe now's a good time. I don't know. 10-0 seems pretty decent.
Oh no, you had to do it.
I had to do it. I was waiting for the moment.
You let me go on like the whole Hodor rant. You let me go on like the whole monologue before you said it. Was so good. Oh.
Well, we'll see. We'll see maybe next week. Yeah, it's had to be said. But jokes aside, you know, T1 they're a really good team. They're a really good team. We'll have to wait for international competition to really get a taste of where they're at. But
and of course our big three will have their opportunities for revenge, right?
Yep.
Damwon Kia, like you mentioned, one of the teams that is slumping themselves, but yeah, the Gen G series in 63, when that one does happen, March 3rd, I believe. So that's the big next test here for T1. Otherwise, you feel like they're just gonna surf through the round robin. How many wins can this team get in a row?
That's really the question. That's what everybody's asking. You know, first it was the clean round 1. Now people won't be happy unless you get the clean season.
I do feel like I want to highlight one more time. Like last season, I kept being like, well, why can't the T1 fans be happy with their wins? You know, we saw growth, and now I'm just like, there is nothing to complain about. We got it. We did it. Like it's 10-0. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped for all of the T1 fans, right? Like more than I am for T1 is just like they finally waited for this moment where T1 is the dominant force that they were back when they picked up 3 world titles, right? The SK Telecom grace, the legendary SK Telecom that T1 felt so far away from for so long. Like maybe this is the path we're walking to. You know, I know it's early, but T1 returning to international dominant form. And that feels like the path we might be walking towards.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the question now. You know, that's the narrative that is being built as so far no LCK team has really been able to touch the level of play that they are at. So that's really the question overall. Can anyone get close? I think Nongshim, pretty good day today. I think, you know, game number 1 was a little bit rough. Game number 2, a very nice comeback showing that they do have the individual ability to do that. We're going to take a look at the standings right now just to get a little bit of an update at where these teams are. Nongshim fall to tied with 8th down there at 3 and 7. We'll see if they can crawl out of that one.
I think what's really cool about Nongshim here is that they showed today that they have bounced back to form with this roster. I don't want to call it a new roster, but with the finally proper roster. And I think that there's a real world where Nongshim just barely make into like 5th, 6th place spot for playoffs and actually have a cool playoff run because their team is stronger than that record shows, actually. So don't be fooled by the 8th place spot. Yeah, a win here would have been massive for them, would have jumped them forward. Here's their upcoming schedule. Starts off pretty rough next week with the Gen G matchup, but it gets a little bit easier.
It does. It does get easier from there on out. They will have DRX eventually, which is not going to be an easy matchup there. So you can see DRX playing pretty well. I think that Deft is really reaching new heights here in this season. Good stuff for them. And T1 will have to take a look at their next matchups as well because, again, you know, to mention them, 10-0 plus 15. Can't go without mentioning. You already talked about this. Damwon Kia are next.
Yeah. Also, Hanwha Life Esports having a pretty big resurgence yesterday. Could be an interesting matchup there. And Hanwha Life has randomly had T1's number, as Atlas likes to talk about in the past, even with different rosters.
Yeah.
That matchup against Damwon Kia is so interesting for me, too, because there's obviously a rivalry between these two teams. It was the summer finals, but on top of it all, like, this was Damwon Kia almost, like, people were saying, oh, they're going to eclipse T1's legacy. Like, is this team actually going to get the 4 titles in a row? Are they going to do what no one has done before? Is this team now stronger for Korea's memory, for new fans and this new generation, the new T1? And, you know, T1 actually, it feels like at the very end, are just saying, no, absolutely not. Like, actually, we're back. So it's such an exciting storyline, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see how the regimes change here. The changing of the guard in the LCK. It was Dom1 for very long, and after the loss of the World Finals, I think, with the changes up in their roster, everybody was excited and curious about where they are, and so far it's nowhere near where T1 are at, so maybe T1 make this big resurgence and take over. I know that Gen G and Gen G fans are champing at the bit. They're trying to get in there and trying to be a challenger, but not so sure just yet. And I also still feel like the rest of the LCK is still up for grabs for pretty much anyone.
Yeah. I always love the we're a one-team region meme, and like, yes, we do have a 10-0 team now, but I feel like we're kind of a two-team region right now with Gen G, okay? Like, there's still some competition as Faker will pick up POG. It was, I think, a pretty easy choice here considering how much pressure he put on in the mid-game.
Yeah, and that should be the individual Faker interview, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So we're going to get a lot of time with Faker. If you're a Faker fan or you just want to hear what he has to say, one of the oldest voices, most veteran voices we have, definitely will be a fun interview to hear what he has to say.
701 LCK games after this Game 3. Most storied player in League of Legends, and I know we do the Faker narratives a lot, but I just feel like we've crested after the perfect round robin and now this great start, which was a tough series actually for T1 in their first game of the second. It feels so exciting to see, like I said, all the hard work pay off in this return to form.
Yeah, it's true. We also did have the individual Canyon interview. As he picked up a lot of the pod points today as well. So everybody's going to have to put in some overtime work to try to catch up to Canyon, who was 4 POGs ahead of everybody else, because we did have 3 jungle votes there. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think could have maybe seen a carrier vote there.
Yeah, maybe one. Like if I had a vote, I probably would have voted for carrier or something.
He did a great job.
Yeah, but looks like we have the interview ready, guys, so I'm going to hand it over to Jisung for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG, Faker from T1. 10 straight match wins, and you are the first players to play 700 game in the LCK. How do you feel? Today, a lot of T1 players are so hungry for that POG, but I'm glad that I was able to secure both. Guma, especially he has a big ego, so he was kind of looking forward to getting some POGs, but I was able to snatch that away from him. Faker, we had a lot of T1 players having some records today. You had your 700th game. Keria also earned his 2,000th assist in the LCK. Congratulations, and I hope you get 2,000 kills in the LCK. Good luck. 2,000 kill as a support. I'm very interested to see Keria getting that record in the future. Just like last time, T1 once again picked Ahri in both game 1 and 2. How do you rate this champion? There were some patches and a lot of fans in my stream were asking for my Ahri, so I practiced it a lot, and it's really fun to play. Especially the combo with the ult and the Everfrost was so on point. You are always pushing forward. So what kind of theme is your Ahri play about? Her ult cooldown is so low, very short, so I want to be a lot more bold in terms of utilizing the ult. And also, Ahri is all about, lending the charms, but I was not able to do that very well, so I hope you guys can try better at home. In game number 1, even though both teams were not exactly having the late game scaling picks, we had a very extended game without any kind of an action. Why do you think so? About game number 1, I think Nongsin was playing very solid, and maybe because I played Ahri, it was not easy to win. However, T1 was able to secure the victory, and also after you won the POG in game number 1, the T1 streamer Wolf was so mad about it. Did you see that? Yeah, someone told me about it just now, so I saw the clip, but I mean, he doesn't know anything about League, you know? So I'm like, okay. You don't know nothing about game, Wolf. A very concise answer from Faker back to T1 streamer Wolf. However, game number 2, we had a very opposite kind of a game. We had the most kills in the LCK Spring, but Dongshim was the victor in the end. What kind of feedback did you guys have after that loss? I think we were having a smooth start, but heading into the later phase, I think everyone was getting greedy to get the POG. So I was like, maybe this game might end up wrong. So I think all 5 players played pretty bad in game 2, so that's why we lost. However, in game 3, we had a easy jungle mid-duo lock-in from T1, especially the Lee Sin was the center and also ended up with LeBlanc in the end. And Zoe played, took Airy and Ignite. Well, actually, I didn't really look forward to having a lot of actions in the early game. However, you know, we're having power spike in the mid game, so I tried to keep that in mind. However, we also had Irelia, a typical counter into Nar. So how did Zeus react to that pick? Nothing much. And in game 3, T1 was able to stomp Dongshim with a very aggressive play style. What kind of direction did you guys had heading into game 3? Just like I said, you know, we knew that the opponents had prio in the early to the mid game, and also our spells were also kind of looking forward to the late game power spike, and also we had Yumi and we could poke the opponents later on, so we wanted to kind of get the best value out of that. And in the player comm in the end, Faker is at GG and Zeus was like, it's not over yet though. What do you think about that? I mean, Zeus, he's very professional. Indeed. I just tried to test him, and he only passed the test. You know, Zeus only passed my test, and he is the only professional player on our squad. Confirmed. And T1 got 10th consecutive win here in the split. What's her goal? How far can you guys go? I was like, if we get lucky, we might get 10 straight wins, but I guess we did get lucky, so we were able to make it happen. But, you know, if LCK keeps working as our guardian, we might be able to end up the entire split without a single loss. And I'm also looking forward to seeing T1 having a clean split. And your next opponent will be Damwon Kia. It's Showmaker versus Faker, the classic mid lane showdown. So what's your mindset heading into that match? We got 2-1 victory against Damwon Kia in the first round. So next one, I hope it's gonna be 2-0. And this is the end of the interview from Faker. Back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. It was great to hear from the GOAT, always in that solo interview as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that matchup against Damwon Kia and the Gen G matchup, of course, they have coming up the next week after that as well. Just see how far T1 can go.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have the standings here, or not the standings, rather the week matchup for next week. We start off really fun, as you mentioned, right? We got T1 versus Damwon Kia. Hwangwoo Freaks as well on the up and up. KT looking kind of around that level, so we'll have to see how that one is going to go. Wednesday, we'll start off with a fiery couple of matches.
Sunday also, DRX versus Gen G. DRX looking a lot better as of late, and Gen G now with their roster also rebuilt back to its original state. So We have a really nice week here in week 6. I'm very excited.
Genji versus Nongshim as well on Friday. That's a good matchup too. Here's the matchups for the Challenger League as well. Make sure you guys are tuning into that. You can also look at the co-stream. Chronicler does that every Monday and Tuesday. So if you're looking for a little bit of extra action here on the Korean side, make sure you are tuning into that. But yeah, really fun day of games today. Went the distance, all 6 games, but all 6 of them were special. But thank you, Wolf, for joining me here once again, and we will see you next week for more of the LCK.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.